It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
It's Wednesday night, Call of Duty Varsity League, week number 5. My name is Seymour. With me is Cash, and we are going to renew the action for tonight. It's an exciting one, too. I mean, 5 weeks into the season, Cash. Now we get to start seeing teams and, where they lie in the standings. I'm excited to see tonight.
I am too. I'm more so piggybacking on that. Excited to see tonight because we have teams that are still tied for first that are matching up tonight that we get to see. Again, just week in and week out, we get clear pictures of who's going to be 1, who's going to be 2, where everyone's sitting. So yeah, to piggyback on your point, we're getting closer and we get some really good matchups tonight to give us a taste of kind of who's battle ready for the offseason or for the playoff season.
But before we get into those matches, let's talk a little bit about this season because, as we both are kind of excited about almost the end of regular season. And when that comes, to a close, we're going to be looking at, trying to crown ourselves conference champions. Look for those play-ins to see who's going to be walking away, at the top going into those playoffs. We get the last chance qualifier, just in case people don't meet their standards for the regular season and those conference playoffs. But everything is shaping up to look like it's going to be an interesting end of the regular season. I couldn't be more excited to see those playoffs start November 14th, but I couldn't be, any more excited, every single week just talking about this last chance qualifier and, the chances that it gives to so many teams to prove themselves once more.
It really does, because I think you said it perfectly. It's a chance to say, we didn't meet our standards here. Still, if you fall short, you still get a chance to say, hey, this is why we're worth taking a chance on. This is why we're worth having another opportunity to play into these playoffs because, we believe in our team. We believe that we can make a run. And, it can be tricky, right? We see teams all season long. It's hard to play, especially on Vanguard. It's hard to play consistently all the time.
And it's not like, as this is just the fall season, this is the end-all, be-all of a lot of these teams. Some of them are still trying to, come together, and more playtime just means that it's more time to, to figure things out and iron things out as a squad. You can see below me, they are playing for, quite a large sum of cash for, scholarships, $2,000 for first place, $1,000 for second place, and then $500 for third place. It's still something that you're going to be fighting for as a team, but it being the fall season and a lot of these players just fighting together for the first ever time, I like that, there's that chance to just see, even more action throughout these seasons. But tonight's schedule, we're looking at Old Dominion University for match 1 going up against St. Clair College. Match number 2, we got the returning champions Northwood University going up against Full Sail Armada. And match 3, we head over to Valorant to look at St. Clair College once again versus K-State. So an exciting bunch of matches today. If I'm not mistaken, Cash, back in week number 2, you actually got to see both St. Clair and Full Sail play. So we get a little bit of a callback for you.
We really do, and it's a half the roster is different for St. Clair. So again, we'll kind of touch on that a little more as we get talking about these rosters. But I'm excited to get eyes on this team once again. It's always a great team to follow along.
It really is. And it wouldn't be, a nice stream without talking about our lovely sponsors. First off, Extra Life. We cannot, thank them anymore for sponsoring us. They play games to change kids' health, change future, and you can join Extra Life today at extralife.org. So go check them out, show some support. Not only that, don't forget that NACE Star League runs on Duncan. I know that it's not just America that runs on Duncan, so does NACE Star League. So go grab yourself some Duncan. If you don't know where it is, you can click on the Twitch panel below to find your local Dunkin' Donuts. And because this is or I guess we'll wait on this one, a new sponsor that we get to talk about today, ROTC, Become a Leader Leader for Life Army. It's a brand new sponsor. Thank you for sponsoring NACE Star League and being a part of the stream. But not only that, because, you know, we have a Canadian team tonight, St. Clair College on stream. We can thank Monster Canada too, and Monster Energy is an official partner of the Star League Canadian initiatives. Did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? If you check out NACE Star League Twitter or Discord, you can find more info on how to get Monster Energy on your campus. And, you know, I would love to have some Monster Energy. That would be crazy.
Week in and week out, whenever we get these Canadian teams on, man, it just reminds me how much, yeah, complimentary Monster sounds pretty good. So find a way to get that on your campus. I definitely would capitalize on that. But yeah, going into tonight, of course, if you're a first-time viewer, COD League rule set that we're working with, this is a best of 5 games to win the series. The map pool that we work with is Berlin, Bocage, Desert Siege, Gavatu, and Tuscan. So pretty standard at this point, but hey, if you haven't seen it before, now you know what we're working with. And well, diving into the teams that we have coming up tonight, again, Seymour, I could not be excited for this first match between Old Dominion and St. Clair.
No, and you know, Old Dominion, we can touch on them a little bit later. I don't know as much as this team, or on this team, as I do St. Clair College, but I mean, St. Clair, just to kind of put a little bit of a spotlight on them, 4-0 already in the regular season, a roster of 6 players going into, you know, the end of Vanguard, the start of Modern Warfare 2, and these are 6 players who, you know, when I was talking to their new head coach, Zarin, he's 100% confident that all 6 of these players can start this roster and come out on top of whatever match they find themselves in. So now we're getting the rotation in of Priestley, Brandon, Blaz, and Seno. Now looking at, you know, 2 players I have not seen, Blaz and Seno, playing into this. I'm excited to see this new look of St. Clair for the first ever time, at least on stream, where you're looking at, you know, Blaz kind of shaping into more of a leadership flex role for St. Clair, and Seno, brand new player to, you know, collegiate Call of Duty, just turned 18 2 weeks ago, 14-1 in a search and destroy versus Cleary, putting up big numbers for this. And I'm looking at him to kind of form into this new duo with Priestley and that like, top slayer for the Saints.
It's something where you're really excited to have all 6 players having the ability to be able to just, like the coach was saying, sub in, and you're confident that you can go out and win a series. You know, sometimes you run into problems with players where no one wants to be on the bench one week, everyone wants to have a starting spot guaranteed every week, but when you have a core of 6 people who, again, can just plug in and out, no problems, great team chemistry, and just have an ability to just, again, help each other be the best players, you can't ask for, 1, a more deep roster for COD specifically,
right,
and 2, a better group of people to grow a program with, right? Because even if you lose a couple players at the end of the season, well, wouldn't you know it, again, you have players stepping up into filling these roles. So really excited to see this St. Clair squad tonight. But, you know, looking over at Old Dominion, you've got Static, Love, Midnight, and Noodles, and they're 3-1 so far coming into week 5 here for us in COD, and you know, they lost to Shenandoah week 2, and they've only dropped 1 map since. So a squad where, you know, we kind of talked about at the top of the show, right? If you've been around collegiate COD for a bit, they've been a team who's found a lot of success, known for deep playoff runs at times. You know, it's hard to say, you know, you're chasing former glory, but just trying to reestablish yourself as a winning team here in the league, and a 3-1 start is a pretty good way to do it here.
And I think, you know, going up against a team like St. Clair, you take down, you know, a team as notable as this, who have also made deep playoff runs, that's kind of reestablishing yourself, like you said. So Old Dominion looking to, you know, make a statement tonight versus the Saints. As we look at the map picks, we got Bocage to start things off, then a double dose of Tuscan. We reach map 4. We're going to look at Berlin Hardpoint. And if this goes all the way down the line to the last map, Search and Destroy, we're going to be looking at Bocage once again. And I went into the chat, Cash. I thanked both coaches because I'm happy to see Bocage to start and finish this.
I'm happy to see one Berlin, you know, and I mean, I am very excited to start off with Bocage too. I love watching Bocage Hardpoint again. I feel like every map someone, except for Tuscan, I think that's the only map that gets out unscathed as far as not being a controversial pick. I love a Bocage Hardpoint. Again, it just shows who's got those quick, those quick reflexes already on tonight, right? You expect COD players to have quick reflexes, of course, but in the sense of who's ready to take a gunfight at every turn, I think it's a great just insight to that knee-jerk reaction, right? Sure, teams can have great strats and great rotations. How well can you just fly and gun people? And I think Bacage opens up a series beautifully in that way.
We take a look at, forward at the predictions between you and I. Both of us predicted St. Clair to come away, on top of the series. As they've looked dominant in this new form of Saints, this new roster, the new coaching staff. It hasn't deterred my mind any bit that they're still that dominant roster that we've seen in the past. It's a new form, same success when we look at the Saints. However, Bocage Map 1 leads to, a world of change when it does come to thinking of outcomes of a series. Old Dominion, going to a Bocage for Game 1, it seems like they're ready to shake things up, get a little bit mixy, and see if they can come away with an early upset against the Saints.
It's a map where you give yourself just the best chance to pull off one. Maybe if you're not feeling as confident in respawn, I'm going to expect the Old Dominions feeling confident, but one where if it gets mixy, at least you can still stay close and in contention to take it. So we'll see if they can go big here, try to get an early map on the board against a very confident team of St. Clair, and while opening things up on the left-hand side of your mini-map, we're going to have St. Clair trying to get early control, trying to retain spawns, and already in the mid-map, the fight going down, but it is St. Clair College in control.
I like that you noted on those spawns, note on the rotation, because already Old Dominion looking to see if they can, pull a quick one, see if they can rotate Saints out of this. Seno is going to be looking to, block those rotations out as he's got barn control with the auto in hand, snipes onto Static as well. His eyes on the Big Trev, however, Love looking to, get by as well. A couple of Old Dominion players looking to run routes here, see if they can pull a fast one onto Saints in the behind. Big Trev, Midnight, they find two. Trev's going to go down, but this is going to be a big opening now to see if Old Dominion can get things done. Midnight's making a lot of noise, however, it's just not enough.
Wasn't quite enough to get spawn secured in the back, and just had a couple too many angles to check. Now we're going to see player 5 in Love maybe trying to pick someone off tree or top barn, but ends up getting sniffed out first. It's St. Clair, who don't have a ton of points on the board, but have a very strong P2 setup as Brandon is able to clean up that kill back barn. And once again, you have to hike across the map, albeit a small one, to get back to this time. And St. Clair, they look very comfortable in the setup.
Yeah, now all players going to be looking to line things up, and they do. Brandon with a quick 3. And Blaz just continuing to keep the pressure forward as Grandma's control in favor of Saints, with Blaz playing this front line, looking to just cut these rotations off, finishing the shots early on with the team, and 5 in a row now for Blaz. One of the new kids on the block for the Saints, putting up some big numbers now in this MP40 role. You know that Love is going to be deep down into the pit, but Priestley's going to be the one to put a pin into that player. 53-14, still 10 seconds to pick up now. Blaz looking for streaks, which can have a big impact into a map like Bocage.
It really can, and even worth noting, they were on a 16 team kill streak before before Seno fell there. So a team that's firing on all cylinders, definitely starting to show in that scoreline a little bit. But hey, for Old Dominion, you do have a chance to respond. You've got to be quick to clear these players out through the back if you want to stand a chance. But you can set up that spawn trap on the right-hand side of the map and hold B3 from the front. We'll see if Old Dominion are able to find footing here and get it. But the way they're flying around and finding these kills, I don't think they plan on slowing down here for the side of St. Clair.
Another clean 4 down. Blaz on 11 streak. I mean, you said it was a combined 16 across the whole team, but Blaz is looking to, recreate that alone on his own. He spots out Love, but Sano's going to be the one to clear out that player. Now the rest of St. Clair hunting for more, looking for the rotations over to P4. Off spawn, Old Dominion just have not been able to get any footing. You can see now starting to spawn out. You have to be careful on the inside of barn. Here's Blaz for 13. Midnight's finally going to put an end to that tear that St. Clair were on, but even still now, you look at how skewed the scoreline is, 96-28. This is going to be hard to come back from.
It really will be. Now, it's only a 1 hill deficit in the grand scheme of it being 60 seconds, but it feels much worse than that given how lopsided the slaying is. Bacage is a map where the timings are so quick and so peculiar by the time you cycle through it that it's so hard to get out of a blender whenever you find yourself coming up off spawn and having to take gunfights. The same way Blaz is still flying around on a 16 streak. To be able to find these kills off spawn and be ready for it, you're not even thinking about the hill, you're just trying to get yourself a gunfight or two before you have to find the hill. St. Clair punishing them forward. Again, though the scoreline is only about a 60-70 point deficit, after Blaz finally falls there, it's something that feels much worse due to that slaying.
17 kills in a row from Blaz. I mean, this guy was flowing like water. And the lead that St. Clair has gained now, 107 to 49. Old Dominion, they need to start finding an answer very soon, or else, I mean, this is just going to continue to grow. We move over to P5. First player there will be number 6, Static, to start soaking up some of this new hill. As Midnight looks to cut off some of these rotations on screen, you can see that Old Dominion, they need to bunker. They need to set up for this one, and you cannot afford a break here from St. Clair. However, you still see the break going to come through. Brandon's going to have a crossfire with the team. 3 down. Priestley picks up 2, and it's just a clean way back in for the Saints.
With as easily as they can win rotations, they can break all the same now with complete spawn and map control for P5. Maybe a little split coming in here, but again, they're able to read it so quickly that now you know the push is going to be coming to the river. You start to see these arrows change and look that direction. Even if you break back in, you're getting, what, 15 seconds of time for Old Dominion. That's, of course, not going to be enough against a team that's finding 35, 40, 45 seconds of hill time, any given hill. Still, looking at the scoreline, it's manageable, right? But the slaying for some of the players has to pick up. I mean, for Midnight and Love, you've started to turn things around from the opening break. But for Static and Trev, you've got to find a way to get on the board in bigger ways, because all 4 players for St. Clair are playing lights out. 2 for the opposing squad won't be enough.
Nice shots there from Love. Just need to see the consistency out of this team from, you know, plays like this. We head back to the second set of rotations this first hill. You don't expect Old Dominion to get a lot of time here, but just denying St. Clair off that rotation of P2 will be enough to, you know, start this comeback as Senna's going to go down. Static lines up too. Sealing the hill will be ODU, but you can see the Saints starting to group up around the top side of the map. All 4 players lining up to see if they can find a way through, see if they can break this wall of Old Dominion players. They haven't been able to just yet, but look at that spawn out from number 3, and suddenly St. Clair, they get a little bit of a freebie, and they flip the map with just Bokosh things.
A map flip that really does hand St. Clair this P2 rotation. Static has to stay alive here and get the reinforcements and the repench coming in out of Priestley. If you get shot in the back here, again, you're fighting off the back foot and for the front of the hill for P2. They really needed to focus those P2 rotations because, sure, P1 played scrappy and they got a lot of that time. They have to focus P2. They can't afford to go down another 70, 80, 90 points because this game's going to start to get closer and closer to being over. If they get a break here, it's got to be in the next 10 or so seconds to stay in this one.
We got shrieks on Brandon, shrieks on Blaz, but the guns are doing all the heavy lifting right now for St. Clair. 157 to 97, still a large gap between these two teams as Blaz playing the front line once more. Split kill feed before the post. Brandon up top, laying down some gunfire, zoning out these ODU players from around this hill, and a team kill onto Love will not make this any easier to get inside of this a break. You can start to see St. Clair now holding on to this P2. Old Dominion, they need to start looking towards Grandma's.
They have to. Midnight there tried to take a route river, but realized there was only 15 seconds left on the clock. If you're going to hit a route, you have to make it faster than that. Earlier in the hill for Old Dominion, again, you're just playing a bit too slow, a bit too one-dimensional. They tried to funnel that P2 push through the top side of the line, and that was it. There was nothing else to it. And now, again, they find themselves getting broken so quickly from the front. They haven't been able to get a solid setup. They aren't winning rotation. It's just not going right for them here in map number 1. Still finding a way to stay close enough to striking distance. You know, it's a closer scoreline than what the slaying would warrant, but nothing to where they can take the lead if they don't start tightening up rotation.
A couple strong gunfights here from Midnight, now finding 5 in a row until Blaz puts an end to it. It's going to be a scramble in the inside of Grandma's in Love. Huge gunfight win versus Seno. Keeps Saints out for a few seconds. The Old Dominion have broken triple digits, so, you know, not too far behind for a map like Bokosh. I mean, you can see scoreless like this. They can flip in an instant, still with 2 minutes and 12 seconds. There's still plenty of time to play throughout this map. The only thing is, you highlighted before. I mean, you need to start seeing some of the slaying pick up. Big Trev, 3 and 25. We cannot talk about this anymore. It's definitely affecting the scoreline now we see. And look at this play from Brandon. Slips in behind, finds Love. Second one on the inside. Midnight, see you later. That's a 3 down. Make it a 4 down. A break for Saints once again.
And they can win it here if Old Dominion cannot get a break. And I'm not anticipating, you know, a hold coming in very strong from them, but they do go 3 for 2 in the feed. They get spawn flip and control, so at least maybe able to force it to another hill. But again, it feels like that all but inevitable state of the map where every time I look at the kill feed, it's 4 blue kills for the side of St. Clair. You have 2 players with over 60 seconds of kill time, and the other two players have over 30 kills. So the combined engagements, and I think what's more impressive is how evenly spread that workload is, right? All players are within, 7, 8 kills of each other. I mean, again, usually you see one person maybe pop off and go crazy, but as the coach touched on here for the St. Clair squad, all 4 of these players can step up and go big at any point, and they can all do it at once, and that's just such a strong sign of teamwork.
Yeah, Saints looking to be in tip-top shape as now we see the Shrieks raining in from the skies. It's Hellfire in form of Glide Bombs. Priestley 2, Blaze 1, still holding on. Now 10 seconds remaining for Old Dominion to hold on for the life, hold on to their hats here in Bocash as the time dwindles down. I mean, things just look worse and worse for this squad as St. Clair College, they come out on top with map 1, dominant as ever, 250 to 121.
Very dominant. St. Clair looking like a squad that has something to prove here in this Vanguard season, right? They want to close Vanguard out strong, and again, they look poised and able to do so. Old Dominion there. Again, of course, 121 isn't, a crazy amount of, the deficit was still 130 points. I really can't believe, I think Old Dominion still, how do I want to phrase this? Obviously, the slaying was so intense that's why they couldn't quite get back into it. But I mean, I'm a little bit shocked, and not to knock on them, but they found 120 seconds with how dominant their whole time was. That just goes to show with Bacage, slaying isn't everything. There, it was just a bit too much to be able to take over. But had they found a few more kills in a couple of places, I mean, again, there were just moments where they could have won a rotation. That P1 to P2 that we saw in the second set of rotations was one where, again, St. Clair was gifted it, but had they put more focus on it, perhaps could have walked away with it. I don't think that was unattainable for Old Dominion to win. The slaying definitely kept it at bay. I think that could have played closer, honestly, even if the slaying was still as bad as it was. If they hit a couple of those rotations, I think they hit 170, 180. I think this plays much closer with the slaying still being as dominant. So for Old Dominion, it was just a weird one. With the slaying as dominant as it was, the scoreline, I expect that scoreline to be like 250 to 30 with some of the kills that we were seeing for the side of St. Clair. So for Old Dominion, they're definitely not out of it. But I think it was one-dimensional, it was flat-footed, but that pacing can really throw things off. And again, you can kind of get tunnel vision when you're just trying to get out of spawn without getting shot.
No, we expect St. Clair to come into today and look talented, look on top. I mean, they're 4-0 for a reason, fighting for that first place spot in their conference. And I was surprised just as you were, because I had myself thinking in that Bocash, from St. Clair's point of view, for a Bocash, this looks really controlled. They look very systematic. They're rotating well. They're flowing well. They're working together to break these hills almost instantly, too. And, I mean, we even saw into, the third set of rotations, they somehow flipped the map into the second hill without really finding any kills. You saw that Saints were very controlled in that first map. They had things under control. Even still letting 120 points, just something felt off. And I think that just shows that, Old Dominion at the same time, they were still thinking. They were still talking and communicating on how they can, work around the Saints roster, how they can, try to come back in this map. You started to see a, plan formulate. And although, when they were working towards it, when they were kind of trying to get some rhythm behind them, nothing happened. They kind of fell flat on their face a few of those times. But the fact that they were trying, the fact that they were working towards it and trying to, get around the Saints, strategies, it shows that Old Dominion, they're still looking to bounce back. And as we go into the search and destroy, a change of pace might be exactly what they need. We go to Tuscan now. We're away from Bocash. Tuscan, a 3-lane map where things can be a little bit easier to kind of wrap your hand around things. I think we can see Old Dominion play this a little bit closer.
I expect them to bounce back on a way here. Again, you don't want to go down 0-2 against a St. Clair squad that's this good in respawns. They have no problem closing out series in a 3-0 fashion. So I think for Old Dominion, you bounce back here, or I don't know that you bounce back at all. And I hate to sound that dire this early on in the series, but this is one where, like you said, 3-lane map, standard. So much of the objective play can make your life easier. Take advantage of that on offense, right? Of course, you have to work your map control and have site clearance before you get the bomb down, but really try to work that the best of your ability. The bomb is your friend on offense, and use it, right? Don't leave it up to kills, because, well, you saw what happens whenever you let St. Clair run around and find kills. Find a way to put pressure on them, make them feel some of the heat you were feeling in map number 1, and like you were saying, I think they can either handshake rounds, they can at least keep themselves within striking distance in map number 2 with the chance to take it.
This is going to be an interesting one because every single year there's a question on my mind is how does St. Clair, match up in a search and destroy setting? Modern Warfare, Cold War, this team atrocious in search and destroy. And I can say that because I played for them in Modern Warfare. I remember I sucked at search and destroy, and the team, not the best. But you go into Vanguard, you started to see a little bit of a transition period for the St. Clair Saints, and they were getting better as a team in this second game mode. And we talk about in Call of Duty, search and destroy wins championships. Now towards the fall season, going into MW2, how do we see the new kids on the block handle this game mode? How does the new face of St. Clair look inside of search and destroy? I'm going to be looking to see how they work together, how they play off these first bloods, how they play off, the bomb going down, the retakes, and the strategies that we come to see. Because something to talk about, it's not just the players that are new, coaching staff too. Zarin, watching over this team, has been such a big difference maker. Brought St. Clair to the, collegiate Call of Duty Spring LAN last year to, see if they can, have a chance at a championship. Although, they didn't find the success that they were looking for, they still made it that far. And having Zarin now as head coach for this team, I can imagine that they're still making strides towards being better in search and destroy.
They really are. The question, I guess, to say over all that is, are your fundamentals sound? And opening things up here, got first blooded, but if they are able to bounce it back, and you can see they're trying to work this towards that A site, trying to get any information and clearance to where they feel comfortable getting it down. Priestley gets tagged up and now slows down on that approach. Blaz able to find another. Blaz finds two. What was a 4v3, now a 3v1 flipped on its head. St. Clair, the fundamentals look sound here through round number 1.
I was going to say how the tables have turned, but then, Blaz just completely pulls the sheet off the table and he says, nope, you said you can't even sit at this table for round number 1. Old Dominion, I mean, they started off strong, but then the Blaz showed up, and I think that is just incredible that St. Clair can turn things around so quickly when it comes to slang. 3 in the round for Blaz. Priestley, he finds a kill of his own. It's what you expect from a player like Priestley, but I like to see that, some of these new players are finding some big plays as well.
Funneling through the mid-map. Blad's going to find one. Blad's going to try to find two, but
man,
has to disengage. And again, look at how aggressive through the mid-map. Complete control of A defensively. Already through Zig is going to be Sinnoh. Chows, but doesn't get the kill, so a 3v2. But you have someone pinned back here. It's a matter of where is that last player. They're playing around well, but I trust that they have these lanes locked down. The only problem, you let love slip through and slip away. But you still have to rework that bomb, and boy, is it in a tough spot.
Blaz finds his 5th now inside round number 2. Bomb down, and Love kind of nowhere close to recover it. And Love being one of the 2 only players who found a kill for Old Dominion University. We can see how much damage he could do to this team. To see if you can at least make this a little bit closer than what it looks like right now. But Saints not giving him really anything. Finally, the gunfight's going to show itself, but you see your Saints players just going to be tucked away in a corner, cleans it up, and that's 2 very clean rounds out of St. Clair.
It's confident on offense and on defense. Offensively, they never quite got to the bomb site, but they didn't rush or force anything. You have to hit timings and playing well. Priestley got back down over the top lane of the map and didn't feel comfortable getting that bomb down, but they trusted their ability to work kills and work picks for Old Dominion. It's trying to play patient, trying not to cost your life and get rid of it, because these guns shoot straight for the St. Clair side. They ended up throwing those lives away, playing patient as ever as St. Clair, and now back on offense. We'll see if they look to try to work this bomb again. It's a solid spread for the side of Old Dominion, but again, you found the first blood last go around. You can't give up those lives afterward.
Sano, quick as ever to draw first blood. Now slips into charge, and Old Dominion, they should be aware of this. You can start to see them, panicking a little bit, back off these gunfights. Love's gonna be bringing things back, but Sano inside bunks cleans up the whole squad and says night to round number 3.
That's just unchecked lanes. As simple as that. If you lose a player bottom church, I would be head on a swivel trying to find that last player, or that player that slipped in. They end up getting caught out, 2 of them in radio, and again, that's just simple stuff you can clean up. You can watch those lanes. You can make sure Sinnoh doesn't get aggressive. We're 3 rounds in, and they've been playing aggressive through the mid-map. That's something that has to get checked from here on out. That's inexcusable to let go at this point. If there's something you can control, it can be that. As all 3 players, here we go. You see Blaz looking over top church, and 2 of them already through. that side. They are working B, which is good, but again, this is going to be sniffed out quickly by St. Clair. How quickly can you work this B plant before they wrap through spawn?
Look how fast Seno and Brandon are getting so much information
Look at the map
already.
control.
Blaz has already repositioned themselves, expecting this push to be. Static cleans up Seno, so all of a sudden, that that map a little bit more open for Old Dominion. But even if they rotate over to A, you have a crossfire from Church between Brandon and Zigzag. So I think Old Dominion, they need to go for this. Blast gonna spot out the first one, ready for the second to peek, and the bait and switch not successful. And you know where Big Trev is. You saw the cross. If you're Blaz, you're gonna communicate that to your team. You can see the collapse now from the Saints to see if they can pick up the rest in a 3v2.
And they had so much of the map taken away. I mean, you had Blaz the entire time watching the cross out of P5, and then Seno died top fire. That means all of these players are sitting in P5, and their ability just to play around it, play patient, and play the trade most of all.
Oh, static read! 1v1 and a blast on a 7th spree right now, looking for number 8, rotates over to A. I love this call. With 11 seconds left, Static, he's going to have to make a call to a bomb site, and his call is wrong. Blaz opens up the book of Old Dominion University, reads that strat word for word, bar for bar, and brings Saints to their 4th.
Just impeccable reads around the map, great awareness of what the situation is. And it's very much showing here in the search and destroy. We thought it might play closer, but with the reads like that being made, and Old Dominion not able to find anything offensively or defensively here in search and destroy, it's been a struggle. Blaz 8-0, showing signs of what he put up in Bacage for a respawn. I mean, just untradeable, this guy right now. Priestley opens up with another first blood. Make that 2. Sure, grenade connects, but again, the damage has been done. Bomb going down, but who even needs it? A 3v1. Midnight left all alone. Glide comes in. You know where this player is.
Midnight can't even find one, so that's Saints' match point for search and destroy. And I have to say, St. Clair College, they look sound in the search. No,
they do.
Not really many mistakes being shown. You can see that they're working for map control. They have a system. They have a strat planned out, and they execute on that strat. And, I think one round we've really seen Old Dominion put them to the test, although it's going to be hard to test St. Clair when you have 2 players, 0-5. Midnight and Big Trev just have not been able to get any footing since map 1, since the series even started. Big Trev has been struggling in the sling, and it definitely shows in the scoreboard. Blaz opens up with yet another kill, now 9-0, and the Saints looking to coast their way into a 2-0 lead.
A comfortable 2-0 lead here for Old Dominion. It's the same position they were in their last offensive round. Look at how much of the map that they've given up. You've already cleared out all of this. You know that they're going to be P5 once again because Blaz is watching this cross, and, well, no one's come through. They make this B push, but it's not quick enough for them to apply pressure to St. Clair, because now all they do is sit and let St. Clair clear out the rest of the map. They don't do anything in turn. Maybe a rat back coming in here, but you've already got Seno in your spawn picking players off. You're all as good as stuck.
It's not easy to take that player back fountain in hard point. It's even harder to do it here in search and destroy when they're just posted. Big Trev finally going to put one on the board here. Killing a Brandon. They saw Seno's back there, and Midnight's going to follow up. So both players from 0-5 looking to scavenge around inside of Tuscan. But here comes Blaz, and both line up for the kill. St. Clair Saints, 6-0 sweep. Tuscan search and destroy. I mean, this was definitely a surprise to myself after seeing that, Bocage hardpoint. I was expecting, the pacing to be a little bit more friendly towards Old Dominion University, but you saw Seno and Brandon constantly pushing Old Dominion into the limelight, into the line of sight of players like Blaz and Priestley. And the Saints, they are frying. They are just simply frying today.
Plain and simple. For Old Dominion, it was the same thing they're having issues with in Bacage. It was too slow. They were rotating too late, breaking too late. I mean, here for Seno, again, you're picking up, that church push just a bit too late. If you're making a B push, it has to be quick, right? You're going the far side of the map. You've got to fly through that. Even if you get seen on the cross, find a way to, again, put pressure. They weren't able to put any pressure on St. Clair there. They held their lines of sight for the ARs, like you said, between Blaz and Priestley. And then, Seno and Brandon flying around the map, finding kills. The only thing I can, for St. Clair is to be cautious of, right, is pacing around the map. Seno, whenever he got aggressive push through fire, lost the gunfight. sometimes you're just going to lose gunfights, right? And that's okay. I guess I can say that St. Clair's allowed to lose gunfights, but just being cautious with that over-aggression, because it can cost you against teams that are more willing to punish for overextension and over-aggression. But again, it was great gameplay out of them. They were able to eliminate defensively so much of the map, and again, just force Old Dominion to sit in one spot, and they didn't have any answer for it. And why fix it if it's not broken? So for St. Clair, they're rolling, they're doing their thing, and we stay on Tuscan for respawn. I don't anticipate this going much better for the side of Old Dominion. Things would have to drastically change, but for St. Clair, it's still not letting off the gas, getting clean rounds in. Don't, so often you see teams that play well, right, let off the gas a little bit, then you see a map 3 fall, a map 4, and suddenly you see yourself in a game 5 when you know you're the better team. So I don't anticipate that being the case tonight, but for St. Clair, you want to finish strong, play it like it's map number 1, and, close this night out.
Well, I mean, you go into this control, you're looking, at just, I guess, solidifying yourself as a team at the top of your conference. You look at the future right now for St. Clair Saints. I mean, next week and the week after, they're going to have 2 of the hardest matches in their conference, both Shen and Doa, if I'm not mistaken, and OTSU Esports, the Royals. I think that right now, St. Clair, they're just looking to, prove themselves as the best of the conference. They know what they have, on the horizon right now for matches, and the games don't get any easier after this one. All 4 of these players, or I guess all 6 players on this roster, are kind of fighting for that, the roster spots for whenever you get to that, solidified squad of 4, and then the subs to back them up. So I think that a very confident win here on Tuscan is what you're looking for the Saints. And if you're Old Dominion, like you said, you need to see a drastic change. I think going into Tuscan again, I think one thing that can really be focused on is just finding finding yourself as a team. It's weird enough to say, but you can start to see them questioning themselves and what to do and their strategies and where to go next from the positions that they find themselves in. And for Old Dominion, I really want to see that communication, just really bunker down on some of the strats that they have, try to fill in the gaps that we've seen both in the hardpoint and the search and destroy, and start to make, players like Midnight and players like Big Tribe feel a little bit more comfortable on the map instead of looking for those solo individual plays. Start working together and try to be, a nuisance against a strong team like the Saints.
Yeah, just be ready to, account for where anyone on the map is, of course, for St. Clair, but as a team, play to where, again, you're setting your teammates up for success, get them comfortable in their roles, figure out ways to get everyone on board, even if you're making, a decision that doesn't work out, or even if you're making the wrong decision, make it as a team, right? Don't, just leave one player out to dry and, again, throw one-off lives at certain situations. Do it as a team, because, again, if your team's challenging around a corner, hey, if that's what it takes to get, some rhythm, some comfortability on the map, if you have to 4-man hit around a corner just to get an opening, you got to do it, right? Some people talk, there's an incorrect or correct way to play COD. Sometimes you have to strip it down to the basics, do what you need to get comfortable on the map, no matter how that looks, and build from there. So I think for them, still try to get some good respawn reps in here and see what comes of it, right? Just make sure, do the things you can control. Clean comms, decisive, I guess I don't want to say decisive decisions, but that's what I'm going to say. Make it decisive, go as a team and have clean comms. Things you can control, let everything else kind of work itself out the best it can, and just look to keep your head up from there. There's a ton to learn, of course, from this week already, but it's not over yet. You still have a chance. Go in, control what you can, build on that progress, and see where that puts you at the end of this map.
Well, here we go. Map number 3, Tuscan Control. St. Clair Saints looking for a comfortable 3-0 sweep against Old Dominion for Week 5 of our Call of Duty Varsity Premiere. Right now, Old Dominion, they're looking to turn things around and see if they can fight back in the series against one of the best inside collegiate Call of Duty. Well, let's see if they have what it takes to turn things around and start this road to a reverse sweep against St. Clair College. Old Dominion University going to be starting out on defense, it looks like. Yeah, we're going to be seeing them start off on the more preferred side for Control. And this could be exactly what you're looking for, Cash.
It could be, but all 4 of those arrows with 0 hesitation are running at this B site. So for Midnight, you're going to have your hands full in 0.2 seconds, and there's the B push. The stacks coming in, quick out of St. Clair, and it's going to pay off for him.
That was rude. The door just got slammed in Midnight's face, and Priestley with mid-control for at least a moment. will deter Old Dominion from rotating as quick as they could possibly think. Now with Brandon in the backline, Zadok's going to be forced to funnel it in through the alley. Back end's going to be taken down as well. Now Priestley watching the flank. All angles controlled by the Saints in the B zone. It is done. It's gone. And at another minute, we're at 2 minutes and 14 seconds, and all the Saints need is an A zone.
Old Dominion got to make a stronghold here for well over 2 minutes to shut this one down. Static at least able to hold off this first push, but a pinch coming in. Blaz gonna be trying to shoot players in the back here if Priestley doesn't get him first, but in a great position to cut players off and just let the teammates stack the point. I mean, offensively, even though, you know, this particular play didn't quite work out, the progress that they have, the map control that they have, unbelievable. With the decision making, whoever's calling the shots, as you were saying, you know, they kind of want Blaz to be that guy, right, who can kind of settle everyone down, make good play calls. IGL doing a great job. They are just, again, looking as poised and controlled as ever. I would never guess that 6 players are rotating in and out week in and week out. It looks like a squad that's been playing together for years.
I think that's one thing that is impressing me the most, is just how well this team works together with, you know, having so many new players in the roster for the Saints. It was important to see them mesh quickly, and you know, with Blaz being such a calm player who, you know, just slips into this team like they've been here for ages, he's been able to, you know, lead the team around, pick up that IGL role. And you're talking about a player who's taken that leadership role, who just went 9-0 in Search and Destroy. You can also, you know, shoot back too. That's a dangerous player to be talking about. And not to mention Seno here, starting off the control, 8-1 on a 5 spree. Just turns 18, just old enough to play in leagues like this, and already looking like a dominant Slayer that we can look at as potentially one of the strongest in collegiate COD if it keeps up to pacings like this.
Playing really well. The Gunny, they're absolutely, again, to come into a team being this new, this young, fitting into a system like this that's so well established and respected in the scene is no easy feat, and big shoes to fill no matter who you are. Starting off at 9-2, still on that 5 streak, like you said, and again, I can't sing praises high enough about the St. Clair squad. It seems like, not only like you had mentioned with the coaching staff, with different things that they've had changing, they couldn't be in a better position here, not only to close out Vanguard, but the future looks very bright for the squad.
Old Dominion not wanting to give up just yet. A Static holding strong in the A zone, lines up 2. On 3 in a row will be this AR player. Now it's the information that somebody's up top fire. A little bit of bad timing, and player number 2, Seno, is still going to be alive at the back line. 2 ticks of progress now cemented into this A zone as Old Dominion working on number 3. You see the collapse from the Saints comes in. Blaz leading the charge, leading the way back for the Saints, and Seno right alongside him. Brandon's going to find the last kill. And that is a successful break here from St. Clair, not giving up in the A zone just yet. 46 seconds.
And 11 lives. Even if you're able to get a break and get the A zone, you're going to have maybe 2 full team pushes to get over to this B site. So lives going to come to effect way quicker than anything else, though the time very quickly dwindling. St. Clair, dominant as ever here on defense. Almost gave up the A site there for a minute, but when they wanted to re-break, they knew exactly where to go. And Chow, you're going to get on this B site, but the wrap back already coming in. 5 lives left, I think, is the only thing to note here. And, well, this one should be done and dusted here in just a few trades.
16 seconds left. Old Dominion, they need to dig deep. They're going to hop on the B zone, stop the clock, but from the Saints players once more, Blaz, can Static step up to the plate when needed? The answer is no, and the last remaining player gets cleared away. St. Clair now 1 round away from a very comfortable 3-0 sweep inside of week number 5 here at the Call of Duty Varsity League, as you know, definitely looking as strong as you could ask from a brand new set of players.
Seno with 10 objective kills of the 14 that he has. I mean, someone with objective on their mind. Priestley double positive, Brandon nearly double and positive. Again, it's been impressive score lines from all 4 players. I think just to continue harping on what's most impressive of the seemingly infinite things we've mentioned tonight, it's that all 4 players play so well together. I can't get over that. It's so hard to find squads where everyone is gelling well, everyone can, again, play their role to a T know where they need to be looking, know what they need to be doing around the map to find success. And it's not selfish gameplay. You had said all 4 of these players are playing for a starting spot, but it couldn't look more connected, right? Everyone wants everyone else to succeed. It's not selfish gameplay to get a spot. It's them working to try to win as a team, because when one of them wins, they all win, and that's just the mindset for the squad.
Just looking to be winners together. Old Dominion now stepping up to see if they can prolong this. See if they can take a round off of Saints here. Shriek's raining down. 3 clean in the feed. Midnight going to be the only one standing as the glide bomb hot and ready on the doorstep. Brandon's going to slip it away, though, with a nade. And Brandon now actually getting back into a line of sight where he could just keep on picking away at these players, funneling into this zone. Old Dominion working through Church. Priestley covering the flank. Brandon watching Ali. Everybody doing their part now for the Saints to see if they can get this one done. Second tick being worked on as Seno just soaking up progress inside of the zone. And nothing looks like they can break through the wall of Saints right now. Nobody seems like they can penetrate through this armor. Old Dominion falling one by one, and Saints rising to the occasion to prove themselves as one of the best in the conference. You see a last hurrah here from Old Dominion, 3 in a row for them to get back into the zone. Love's going to clean up Brandon. They're not done yet, but 21 lives to 5. You have to imagine that Saints gathering back up to see if they can hit this one last time and put this away in 3. All 4 players grouping up through P5. Everybody watching this for Old Dominion. Important kill is about to come through. Static's going to open up with the first. Brandon for the trade. Midnight keeping things alive. Love's going to find their 3rd in a row, so not done yet. Brandon's going to make a little bit of a presence known, trying to at least take Love down here, make it a little bit easier for the Saints, but Love holding strong. 2 players remaining for Old Dominion, where St. Clair just barreling on through them. Love's going to go down, and St. Clair Saints with a 3-0 sweep. St. Clair proving to be one of the best.
Really starting to make that push here in the last couple of weeks of the regular season. Not a lot of time left to, again, cement and solidify that spot at the top, but St. Clair looking sharp as ever. Haven't dropped a map so far this season. They stay perfect here in week number 5, and circle that one on your calendar for next week. As you were saying, they have their 2 hardest matches coming up. I would say they look a little more than ready for that one.
Oh, I mean, everybody looks ready when it comes to the Saints roster, and I think we've talked so strongly about this team all series long. Old Dominion, though, a lot to work on for this team, and a lot of takeaways that you're going to get from this series. When you watch it back in a VOD, you can see that each player has some work to do, going into the spring season or even the remainder of this fall season. It's not done yet. The long road that Old Dominion has ahead of them, it's going to be a treacherous one. It's going to be a tough one, but if these players, if they really kind of dedicate themselves to the time and put the effort into this, I could definitely see a squad that can turn it around in the end of it. You still have the last chance qualifiers, you still have the conference play-ins, you still have time to make that turnaround if you are Old Dominion. But looking back over the series, it was the Saints show from start to finish, and at the end they were in the Tuscan control. You can see that this team, if there's one thing that's certain, they are very strong when it comes to their teamwork.
They really are. That's what you want. That's a fundamental you want to build as a coach with a young, new squad. You want to be able to, again, lay groundwork that is team-focused, not individual performance, not even standings performance, right? If you have good teamwork, if your chemistry in your team camp has a great mentality, that's going to reflect in your score lines. That's going to start to reflect throughout your season. It's what you can do outside of the game to get everyone on the same page that will start to reflect in game. You got the gunny, you got the gunny, but at the same time, you have to be able to have a very good organization that you want to be a part of, that you want to grow in, and that's going to attract and gravitate players towards that, because you want to play for a team that not only is good, but also fun to play for. And again, that can be a challenging thing to find with as many colleges as there are out there. It's hard to do it right in a sense of, okay, we're focused on winning, I don't care if we all hate each other, let's just go out and win type of thing. But to be able to want to play where you are, trust all of your teammates the way you do, trust your coach to lead you to where you want to be, like your first ever LAN appearance, like you were talking about, though you fell short of expectations, they know that they just want to hit the ground running, get back to work, get to where they need to be. Again, the foundations are so solid for the squad going forward that it's hard to see them, failing. I only see them continue to grow. It was LAN in the spring. who knows? Is it a chip this early on in the fall? We'll find out. But again, I don't see a ceiling for the squad.
I mean, we don't really know until, St. Clair gets put to the test. I can expect that match versus Shenandoah is going to be a very big one. And even looking towards the future, I mean, wondering how St. Clair matches against a team like Northwood, your returning champs, matching up a team like Fisher College. There's so many question marks that need to be answered, before you look at a team like St. Clair and say this is going to be, a team that competes for those championships. Because first, I need to see them go up against, one of the best. And right now, I mean, in the conference, I'm not saying they have a little bit of an easier conference here, but, the match against Shenandoah will be probably their biggest test.
Yeah, that's one you want to see and make sure that are they battle ready for when you get into the playoffs, for when you start to see, like you said, your Northwoods, your Full Sails, your Berry Bucks, right? Teams where they've also had a very strong reputation in collegiate Call of Duty. And yeah, can you put your money where your mouth is and, give out a good showing against a great team? Shenandoah, a great test of that to kind of finish and gauge the regular season. But when playoffs hit and conference play-ins hit, man, I mean, things go crazy. So that they're going to be battle-tested come playoffs. It's just a matter of, can you stick it and hang with these teams that, like you said, returning champs with Northwood, teams that consistently can put up? Can you find a way to hang with them and show that you're worth it here early on?
Yeah, and we get to see Northwood coming up next too on stream.
Just a little match, and full undefeated Northwood and Full Sail, just a small little match coming up.
So we will get a little bit of a taste of the returning champs to see, how things are looking over in the East 2 Conference. We're just waiting to get, the interview for St. Clair College, ready to go once we do it. I can't wait to hear from a couple of these players because, just to think about a team like this that has, comes into the year with the depth of a 6-player roster. Not a lot of teams in collegiate play will have, that deep of a player pool. And to see that, the confidence of all 6 players is there from the coaching staff, it shows that they're really kind of building something over at St. Clair that can look at as, a strong, I guess, unified team to move through and try to win championships for this school. I think it's the one thing for St. Clair that we haven't really been able to see from this team is they always make deep runs in playoffs. They always, show that they're a strong team in collegiate Call of Duty, but we've never seen them win a championship. So, with this new squad, with these 6 players on the roster, I think Priestley is the oldest player on the roster when it comes to, time played for the Saints since he's been playing since Modern Warfare. And you look at the team now that's been built around, supporting him towards this championship. I think that Saints are working in the right direction, Cash.
They absolutely are. And again, this is a team that's so young where even if they don't get a championship this year, like you were saying, they're building something for the future. Their eyes are on what's to come, what they have the potential to have down the line. To be a team with this young of a squad, like you said, Priestley, in what his 3rd year playing here for the Saints, something so young to have this much success, you can only be excited for the future of what is to come. So again, I'm excited to see, of course you hope, right? You love the storylines of Priestley, right? Building this roster, trying to get that chip that you've been chasing since MW 2019, and what can we do to get there? They have the pieces this year. Again, our biggest question mark surrounding them is how do they look against those top teams, returning champs and other elite collegiate squads. We're definitely going to get a taste of that here soon. A good look at it against Shenandoah whenever they play them in the coming weeks, and one where I think they do have the capability. Of course, we'll see how Northwood looks in our first look at them later tonight, but it's a St. Clair squad where even if you're playing a team that's subpar or not quite to your playing ability, you can still gauge their fundamentals, right? That search and destroy was so clinical. It was so sound. It wasn't them running around. It wasn't 4 individuals running around finding kills. It was fundamentally sound search and destroy. So you can do that against a good team and a bad team. It doesn't matter. Your fundamentals can be sound. And for St. Clair, their building blocks, I mean, they look strong.
And, you know, it's been a reoccurring thing. You know, when I was talking to the team, apparently, you know, playing against Cleary, too, you saw that not only Blaz is somebody who could step up and search, but, you know, Seno as well went 14-1 versus that team. So it's been a reoccurring thing for the Saints that the Search and Destroy definitely getting stronger, which is important to see, you know, in the building blocks for the legacy that they want to leave in Collegiate Con with this roster. But, you know, let's touch back a little bit on Old Dominion. I have to say, you know, this team, they still got some work for them for sure. But, I mean, you look at, I say Static for sure was impressing me. Love in the hard point, as well as the control, was definitely making some waves as two individuals. But, I mean, you look back at this for sure as a team. I don't want them to give up any amount whatsoever. If they kind of try to find themselves as a squad, I say just getting comfortable with each other is going to be the first step. But we do have our interview ready to go from the Saints, so we're going to bring the player into the booth and then pick away at their mind for a little bit. We got Priestley. Welcome.
How's it going?
Welcome, Priestley. How you feeling? How's that win?
Feels pretty good. It's hasn't nothing out of the ordinary for what we've been doing so far in Ace, but yeah, it was a good win.
It was looking, you know, just like a normal, you know, day in the life of you guys throughout this, I guess, Ace season. But the real test is to come. How are you guys feeling as a squad, you know, going into, you know, the future games, especially that Shen and Doa match that's going to be coming up soon?
Yeah, we feel pretty good. Like we're running a 6-man roster right now, and no matter who's playing on our team, like, we're confident in like all of the players that we put in the lineup. So yeah, we're confident either way against whatever team we go against, and like, we'll be ready for those matches later in the season.
And you yourself, I mean, you and Brandon, you know, the only two players that, you know, I can recall returning to this team. How does it feel to have, you know, a 6-man roster, and especially these new players joining the team?
Yeah, it's nice. We got some new faces. You know, we had Sauce for 3 years, so to get him out of here and to get some new guys in, it's fun. Like, we had a good group of guys here, and yeah, we're having a good time.
That's good. I'm gonna toss you over to Cash, though. I'm sure she's got plenty to ask.
Definitely. So, of course, you know, you're a squad that looks really sound coming into Nace and finishing out Vanguard. You know, you've made a LAN appearance this year as well. What's kind of the focus, not only to close out Vanguard, but just as a Call of Duty team as a whole? What are some of the fundamentals, whether that's inside or outside of the game, that you guys are building on?
We're just trying to, like, since our roster is like pretty new, we're just trying to build chemistry. Like our roster, like, this is probably the most talented roster we've had, but like, sometimes just because you have talent doesn't mean like it all like clicks together. So like last year I thought we had like really good chem with our team, so we're just trying to get that chem like with the new guys we have now, and that might take a bit because like we have 4 new people, we have a 6-man roster right now, so it might take a bit, but that's like what we're working on now. Like, that's what we focus on in scrims, like knowing like where tendencies, like where everyone goes on the map and stuff like that. So that's what we're focusing on right now.
Yeah, it's really cool to hear that you're still like looking to set players up for success, because having a 6-man roster, it sounds like week in and week out, you guys are playing for each of your spots in a sense, so it's cool to hear that you have that team-oriented mentality. Is that something that, you know, your coach and Zarin has ingrained in you guys? Was it something easy for everyone to get on board with, as far as like, hey, even though all 4 spots are up for grabs every week, we're still going to be focused as a team? Is that something that's kind of been brought down from the top?
Yeah, that's been like our program has been doing that. Like, they've been wanting to implement this for a while. Like they purposely do this because like, we just want depth, like, just in case something happens. Like, we want like other good players to be able to step up if needed. So yeah, like, this has been the plan all along, and so far it's been working.
That's awesome to hear. Yeah, that's great, and you guys look great in and outside of the map. The fundamentals look sound in your modes. So, Seymour, you know, I'll let you finish up with some closing remarks, but yeah, you guys really do look great, and I'm excited to see what brings for you the rest of the season.
Thank you.
Oh, it seems like, you know, you guys definitely have the right strategy, and you guys all have, you know, the groundwork laid out. I'm excited to see, you know, the fishing product when it does happen, for sure. But I'm not going to keep you any longer, Priestley, and I want you to go enjoy the victory with your team. Any final shout-outs you have, you know, for anybody watching the stream?
Shout out my team, obviously, like the ones that did play and the ones that didn't play. Coach Zarin, he's the GOAT. He's brought a really good element to our team, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Awesome. Well, go enjoy your victory with your team, Priestley. Thanks for giving us your time.
Thank you. Have a good night, guys.
Well, I think one thing's for sure. Cash is... We asked all these questions, but it seems like they're all things that have been reflected in their gameplay. I mean, the team coordination, the way that they're kind of working around, all 6 players in the roster, it's definitely reflecting to find success for the school throughout NACE.
It really is. It seems like Priestley answering all of those were just kind of like, yeah, it was just another day at the office. Yeah, we've got a 6-man squad. We want depth. We trust everyone. It seems like, again, there was no hesitation to bring up any of the other players in a sense where it's like we're so comfortable with who we have playing where he says they're having to build team chemistry, but again, they look so coordinated around the map that, once they hit that team chemistry that they were looking to have where they had last year, it's going to be a scary squad to see whenever everything is firing on all cylinders. Because the Gunny was tonight, they looked impressive. And again, it seems like a cool, calm, and collected squad.
Well, I can't wait to see what's in store for the future of the St. Clair Saints along the line. There's still so much action throughout the Call of Duty Varsity League to see. And coming up next, we got more for that action as well. The returning champions, Northwood University, going up against Full Sail Armada. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be on the other side of the break. We'll see you there.
rendezvous. I really thought that was going to be the stock, but instead, here comes that fatal. Once again, DD goes in quick, and Murr, a huge speed boost. Oh, angle check, able to find one. Oh, maybe another. Wow! What a shot from Murr to seal the deal here on round 9. And everybody, this is now last stock game number 3. Can Silver Fox clean it up? That would be it. No.
Doesn't convert the
Oh no. Oh no, no.
This is it!
Everybody's going to be scattered. So many angles to check. If your fan chop a Bonk is on 3. He's trying to hold on strong for the team through the wall. Takes down base. 4 in a row for your main AR. Make it 5 in a row for Bonk. 6 HP. Barely staying alive now. Bounce to the nade. Locks down the kill for Edison. 2v4 the retake. So far so good. Up on top of danger is going to be Taco. He is the danger.
Cincinnati doing anything possible to try to get right back, and they do. Push over 1, going for the redirect, straight down. Is that just in? Oh, he gets the double take down first. I have no idea how he finds this. Over Western Kentucky will find it up. Shot down, tight angle off the crossbar, dangling along the goal line. Can't get it done. You
Production
need all
clip
of
it.
in.
Production clip this whole
Instead, it's
thing.
all the way down, and Morales will add a 3rd on the board.
What an insane week of action. To see the play of the weeks there, number 5 to 1, they were all superstars. But I have to say, man, that Smash play of the week all the way back in number 4 for series point was disgusting. If you guys want to catch that action, you can see there in the schedule too and when to see it. Overwatch on Tuesdays, Call of Duty Wednesdays, Smash on Thursdays, and then on Friday, CSGO. There's plenty of talent across NACE, as you just saw in the plays of the week, and that was exciting. Even from my end when I was watching that cash, I was like, no way at some of those plays.
Every week, man, you just see, again, like you said, from top to bottom, all the different games. Fantastic stuff. The Smash ones are so impressive. Week in and week out, they're really solid, especially this week. So, but we have just a solid action here at COD coming back at you. Northwood, the defending champs, up against another 4-0 squad in Full Sail Armada. Both of them, along with Barry Bucks in their division, trying to fight for a number 1 spot. And you know, if you're Northwood, you're gonna get every team's best go. You're the returning champs, right? Everyone wants to knock off the champ. You know you're gonna get every squad's best go, and well, you've got quite the test tonight here in Full Sail.
Yeah, for Full Sail and for Barry both, I think they have yet to, find their toughest match of the conference, and that is the Timberwolves. I think Northwood University, when you look at the squad, Stats, Stack, Infinite, and Frosty, I mean, this is a championship squad that you got to look at that could definitely go back-to-back in leagues. I mean, not only the Call of Duty Varsity League spring champions, but the college Call of Duty champions, too, for the 2022 year. And now with a little bit of a change, you bring in Dak, Frosty, and Stats to the roster. It's definitely a new face, but as the record shows, it's still a dangerous face to be looking at when it is Northwood University. On the other end, Full Sail Armada, a team that almost surprises me a little bit to be 4-0 in the standings. We haven't really seen the best of Full Sail in the past, and now going into, a new title and a new season, it looks like Full Sail have really turned a new leaf.
It definitely seems like they have. Vanguard, of course, still bits to close out in, but looking ahead, as you said, towards NW2, definitely a squad that's showing signs of, again, being a force to be reckoned with, because they aren't in an easy conference by any means. I mean, again, we talked, they're in the same conference as Northwood, as Barry Bucks. They're going to show tonight if they have what it takes, because these are the teams you're going to be playing against for championships, and, well, you get a taste of them in your regular season plays. So we start things off on Bacage once again. Back-to-back Tuscan, make that triple Tuscan if we need to go to map 4 and Bacage to end it. This is my favorite series. I hope we get all 5 maps, but either way, we get treated to Bacage map number 1 again. Tuscan for maps 2 and 3, no change there. I don't anticipate this one being a 3-0. You look at our predictions, we both have Northwood, but I think they're going to have to earn it.
Well, by all means, I mean, with the new face of Northwood, this is going to be a test for them as well. I think it's still up in the air and up for grabs who's going to be number 1 for this conference with, Northwood making the changes that they've had. I mean, to be really run with it. I mean, last season they had, now a player who's now, on the bench for Minnesota Rockers. So I think when you look at Northwood last year in comparison to this year, there have been some major changes to the roster. But I think that, coming out in the conference as one would kind of put them at pace to, returning to that championship form and, bringing this roster to its best. So starting out of Bocage, I think, we really get to see it all laid out at the start of this series. Who's going to walk out with this map number 1 should really judge who's going to be the stronger team here in the series.
It does. It really just puts your Slayers on full display, plain and simple. Those who can find kills around the map always find kills on Bocage. I expect nothing different here. And yeah, I mean, if you're in Northwood, like you said, you lose your best player to, a bench spot from Minnesota Rocker. You want to try to replace that excellence with, again, comparable talent, right? This isn't a school that is going to or has to settle for talent. They're going to try to bring in the best of the best. So they've made these changes. They're still 4-0, though this is our first time watching them here on stream tonight. They've got something working for them here. Again, tonight will be a great test of where both of these teams stand finishing up the regular season, because again, this is a matchup that could be for the top spot, right? Of course, you have Barry in the mix as well, but I mean, winner of this one all but gives himself a very good chance to take that number 1 spot in the conference. You're playing for that. So for Full Sail, you have a lot to play for as well. You want to knock off, again, the defending champs and show why what you've been doing this season is sticking and working for you. And for Northwood, it's business as usual, even with new faces.
Now, I gotta ask, Cash, for the series, you say it's going to go the distance. You say that this is not going to be a 3-0. What are your predictions for this?
That's a wonderful question. I don't know that it'll go the full. I would love to see it go the full distance because I love the map set. I think Full Sail just get 1 map. I don't think we go to a game 5. I feel like it's going to be in map 1 or 2. I don't think they take the control. I think they take either the Bocage, and we see it play more traditionally in a 250 to 240 something win, and then the Search and Destroy, again, one where, again, when you have 2 solid teams playing against each other, you handshake rounds, you keep it close. I think Northwood, of course, is the better team coming into this tonight, but I do think Full Sail find a way to get a map, and whether they generate that into momentum or not, I'm not sure. I see them, though. I have more confidence in them taking this map number 1 than really kind of any other map on this series.
Well, I know that keeping Infinite, as, the returning player for this team is definitely going to be a solid anchor for the Timberwolves, and, bringing on, Dak to work with him. I've seen both of these players work together in College Warzone, and they've definitely proven to be a solid, team so far when it does come to that, the teamwork. As they were one of the best teams in College Warzone as well. So, nothing in my head definitely changes the fact that this is still a dangerous roster and a dangerous school to go up against if you're Full Sail Armada. The only thing is, I still think Full Sail have a chance at the upset. I think Northwood will take this, but I do think it's going to go to a Game 5 tonight. I think that Full Sail have definitely made some changes going into this season. They have definitely looked a lot better than previous iterations of this school. And I think that with the changes that Northwood have made, they're still open to being upset with these changes. So I hope to see Full Sail really put them to the test.
I think they will, definitely. I could see them again. It's so crazy. I do see Full Sail at least taking 1 map for sure. Going the distance would be amazing. I mean, looking back at week 2, right, where they played Full Sail, played Baldwin Wallace. They dropped both hard points in that series. Now it was a Berlin and a Tuscan that they dropped. I expect them to be able to play, and the loss margins between both maps combined, it was 26 points. So very close losses to Baldwin Wallace on those. This one you open up on Bocage, one that plays a bit scrappier with the team where, again, I would picture Full Sail as a slight underdog coming into this. I feel like that Bocage might favor them a little bit in that sense. It was a Tuscan from map number 2 that they took 6-3, so I mean, again, it's all speculation. You all throw it out there, but you have to say they could go up 2-0 in the series. It's not impossible, right? They've shown to be strong enough on Tuscan to take victories over other teams, and something where it's not out of the realm of possibility. Northwood is not, like you said, with these new faces. They're not foolproof to making errors and making mistakes that Full Sail aren't able to capitalize on. So again, the series has the potential to go either way. I still see Full Sail taking it at the end of the day, but these first 2 maps I think are going to be their strongest chance to either get a leg up or at least keep the series close.
I can see that. I mean, you look back to, the Tuscan Search and Destroy that we saw in our first series of the day. Just even St. Clair with new faces, with a new team, they still looked good. You think about, you know, what's more than just the new faces on the team. It's the coaching staff behind them. It's the program that's, you know, kind of putting them in this position. And Northwood have built a championship program. You mean across not just Call of Duty, but other titles as well when it comes to collegiate esports. And when you look at, you know, what's behind this team, it's a very strong esports program in Northwood University. So by all means, I know that, you know, behind the scenes, they know what they're doing when it comes to putting together a roster. And these 4 players are on this team for a reason, and it's to get Northwood more championships. So we can see if, you know, this roster is going to look to go back-to-back, both sides, no matter which way you look at it. They have a test, and right now that test is definitely going to be proving how they fare in their conference. Full Sail Armada versus Northwood University. Bocage, Hardpoint. Let's get this one going.
Queuing up here, who's ready to go and who's going to come out on top? Slaying, we saw in our previous match. We opened up with Bocage for map number 1, and boy, the slaying was lopsided in that. Hopefully this affair is a bit closer in the sense of slaying and in the sense of scoreline, right? Makes our jobs a little more exciting when we get some close games. So I expect this one to play close here on the left-hand side of the map with the favorite spawns for P2 as we look ahead. Northwood University going to be holding things down. Full Sail flying across the map. Going to get P1 time, but again, eyes ahead on trying to get spawns.
Right now, this is a call from Meathead to make this happen. Is a quick 3 down for Full Sail to see if they can work to rotate around it, flip out these spawns. Mystical going to stay behind, look to pick up this time. Another kill on attack too, as Northwood not the hottest start that you would like to see from the returning champions, but this is what I like to see from a team that has something to prove now. For Northwood for the retake, Infinite from above, Dak to work alongside him, and they get right back in with 3 down.
Player 7 finding kills in and around mid-map. They have river control for the time being. You see players 1 and 3, Frosty and Dak, picking that up, being sure that river doesn't get pushed through. So now the gunfight focuses on the front side. Dak taking care of business there, and Frosty on the other side of the map, making sure that this P2 spawn is in their control. Full Sail do have double the scoreline of Northwood for now, but a strong P2 setup comes in. They can start to accrue a lot more time here for Full Sail Armada. It's coordinating a break and a push, trying to get it in and get some time.
You can see that this rotation in P2 was way more important for Northwood than time on P1, and already reflecting the comeback where even Mystical is going to make a play to break and takes the kill onto the stats to allow them to, you know, hold on to the small lead that has been accrued for Full Sail Armada. But the battle on the inside still goes the way of Northwood, as with those spawns, with those close spawns, they're able to take those quick gunfights, walk away on top, and already Infinite now looking for the rotation to next.
And causing these players for Full Sail to, again, not have full attention on the P2 break. Yeah, you get spawns, but you don't want them now. You got 10 seconds left, and again, that's due to Infinite pushing across the map there with about 30 seconds left. It's just playing that level of ahead where, again, you can have the scrap time. We'll get the first 15-20 seconds off of P3 before you're able to get a break. They do just that, winning the rotations so far. Looking clean after that opening break. Northwood standing tall.
Infinite 6 and 4 now, but great play to allow Northwood to pull things back. Full Sail get the early break. They now have the better standing for Northwood, now spawning behind Grandma's in the north side of the map. Looks like Full Sail fully aware of this position as Mystical posts up in the corner with the MP40. Infinite's going to get the better of him. Contention's going to be around, and Dak now looking to pinch with the rest of his squad. Can't find the kills, but a lot of damage done to Full Sail. Not enough to break, but still solid enough to allow for these respawning players for Northwood to now have a chance of getting on the inside and starting to collect some of this time. It's scrappy. It's what you expect in a Grandma's Hill, but at the end of it, it looks like Full Sail going to be walking away with an advantage going into P4.
And rotation, not clean and not a full setup yet as a player falls over at P3, but look at how far beyond the 50-yard line of the map they are, right? All pushed up in Zig, in old AS&D, trying to cut these players down, making it a challenge for them to get across the map, but the opening's in the top lane of the map, and Northwood could get a quick break here. I think they're going to catch Full Sail off guard.
Yeah, starting to find some numbers on the inside. Infinite breaks onto Nick, almost snaps onto Mystical as well, but Mystical has been such a nuisance to this team. not allowing Northwood to break through Barn, keeping things in control. Full Sail now looking for triple digits. As Northwood are going to spawn back at Grandma's. They have a lot of ground to cover just until they get in to contend for this hard point. Dak looks like he's going to be the first one in for the contention. Meathead's going to be fully aware of that. Turn around, take down that player. On the inside, it's Infinite for 2, but it's not enough to break still for Northwood as the kills ringing out in favor of Full Sail. Stats is going to make one last hurrah for 12 seconds. And Full Sail, while this happens, they keep their eyes peeled. They rotate over, and again, they're going to be the first ones to next.
A great win by them to not allow this deficit to get closed any further. A 26-point lead as P5 pops. And who is it on time? Is Full Sail Armada Mystical. Though at 10 and 10, a minute and 10 seconds of fill time, and has made a big play already here just to cement himself, not only in this map, but already in this series. I mean, that two-piece in Barn, when the break I thought was on for the side of Northwood, shuts that down. Just great damage control and heads-up plays coming out of the squad here. Again, playing with something to prove and doing just that here. Back and forth we go. Trying to tighten the scoreline is Northwood, and wow, we are in for a bloodbath tonight.
I mean, Northwood gets a quick break there, 2 P5, but every single time I see Mystical in the feed, he's always picking up 2, maybe even 3 in a row, and it's just been so successful for Full Sail to put all their stocks into the single player. He's the reason why they have this lead, Cash.
Really is. Finding the hill time and leading Slaying just about. Of course, for Full Sail, I think the bigger thing to point out is, again, the distribution of the workload, right? Look at the Slaying. Every player with double-digit kills holding their own to an extent, where for Northwood, it's Dak and Infinite popping off, and it's Frosty and Stats trying to play catch-up. Whenever you have all 4 players performing well, it's so much harder to match when you only have 2 stepping up to the plate for the other side. So for Full Sail, the balanced effort is working well for the Mystical, making big plays, finding big kills at crucial times, also garnering them their what was about 40-point lead. Another 2 kills in the feed, man.
As always, consistent from Mystical as he's going to line up another 2. The break's going to come through for Full Sail into the second set of rotations. Northwood pins in the back. They will find a break for now, but that's not where the eyes are on for Full Sail. They're looking for the spawns. They're looking to flip things out, and they get that done. They flip out Northwood. Now Dak has to turn around, invest this time in taking these players away from their own spawn, but he's not able to find the player in the back on 4 in a row. Number 7, Frylander, just trying to at least buy some time for the rest of the team, and it looks like that was the case. It's a 50-point lead for Full Sail going into hill number 2, but this is where Northwood started to bring things back, was on this hill.
It is, but for the side of Full Sail, they're playing much cleaner COD. I mean, now they have spawns in the back. Wow. They broke and they pinched the hill, where Full Sail, was a little flat through the first couple of hills. They have completely turned this game around. A break that they didn't get last time on P2 until the final 10 seconds. Northwood finding themselves clawing from a 60-point deficit. Again, they've got to find a way here to get back in this one quickly, because at the tail end of this, Full Sail could be looking at a 200-point mark already.
30 points away from being in that position. Friedlander cuts off Stats. Mystical's going to get in another 3 down for Northwood as the champs not looking too hot here on Bocage. The rotation over to P3 looking to be cemented by Northwood. Infinite's going to line up 3 in the cross, and at least breathing a little bit of life and fresh air into this roster, but is it enough?
P3 pops. You're in control for the time being for Northwood, but you need a little more than control. You need to have kills in the feed going your way. So far, it's 2 for 1, favoring the side of Full Sail, make that 3, and they find themselves in getting time here. 2 points away from 200 points. Northwood fighting off the back foot in map number 1. Only 120 points garnered. Not something we expected to see here. Still, time to make it closer and close this deficit, but again, you're running out of opportunities to do that. They get a good break back in on P3. A lot of time left for them to get, but it doesn't stop here because they've got to find a way to get over to P4 as well.
Well, now Full Sail, they've backed the pack of Timberwolves into a corner. Let's see if they can keep them in that corner with a 200 to 141 lead. Full Sail Armada in such a good position to put map number 1 away. The last 10 seconds here, looking to go the way of the Armada. The rotation over to P4 in contention for now is number 3, Dak, making the full lap around the map just to pull these spawns for the team. But all 3 of the players still alive for Northwood on the other side. A little bit of a pinch coming through now as Stats and Frosty starting to pick up some momentum for the Timberwolves. Dak finally strikes in the break for Northwood is there. 4 kills down. The respawns for Full Sail all the way back at Grandma's.
A great transition. They had to make this P4 transition to stay alive in this one. Even if they get the rest of this time, it's still a 20-point deficit they have to come back from. But this is how you get it started. This is great resilience that they're showing here in map number 1. They took quite a hit, went down by quite a margin, and, well, have started them out also. An impressive comeback. Now Full Sail having to find a way and needing to break in here to garner some more time. Northwood finding momentum between P3 and P4, chaining it together beautifully, but job's not done here. They have to find a way to stay alive. Keep getting time because Full Sail, they're content with keeping that neutral.
Well, Infinite and Dak, both players on 33 kills. Definitely what you got to look at for this comeback. As Dak now on 35. Picking up the rotation over to P5. Looks like there's still a player to take care of. Number 5, Meathead, looking to stir things up in the back line. Dak reads him like a book. 3 spree now for Dak as he's anchoring this rotation to P5, and he is doing such a grand old job. Friedlander for the pinch. The rest of Full Sail setting up for the collapse. 2 down. Dak needs to go big. At least help out stats a little bit. Good for 1, but the breaks out for Full Sail. 212 to 198. Everything is down to this moment for Northwood. Can they hold on? Well, Mystical tried to deny. 28 and 26, looking to be the player to lead them to a map 1 victory. Only 25 seconds needed. Cash.
Throwing one off lives there for a second was Northwood. They got broken and then threw a couple of lives at it. You get a good break for 15 seconds. You also have spawns on the left-hand side, but we talk about perfect COD so often here in the scene, in the game, and it has to be just about that. You're only down 30 points, but Full Sail, you only need 15. Every second matters. They can't let this P1 go for free. They also have to keep spawns. Is it too much on the plate of the returning champs? We'll have to find out, but for Full Sail, you open it up with 3 down, and
wow.
Again, 10 seconds away from closing this one out.
They've come this far. Northwood now is their last chance to stay alive here on Bokash. 7 seconds that they cannot allow to go the way. Attack lines up 2. The connection should be enough for the break, and it is, so they're going to hop into this hill for now. Unfortunately, a team nade from Infinite. That's going to make things interesting. On the inside, it's Stats. On the outside, it's the rest of the team watching over, but Meathead's going to break through. Finds 2. Allows his team back in. Meathead for 3 for the rotation. Now over to P2. As the collapse again from Full Sail. Can they take down Dak? He's on 5 in a row. Make it 6 for Dak. Trying to hold strong for the Timberwolves and keep the champs in this map number 1. 13 seconds now. They cannot allow Full Sail to get on this one. 2 seconds left. Get anybody touch. It's going to be a no. And Full Sail Armada upset Northwood for a map 1 victory.
What a victory for them to take. We said maybe that this would have been their best chance to come out and win was map number 1. They come out and do that, and Northwood, they mounted quite the comeback there at the tail end of things, but after the first couple of hills, Full Sail was in control of that map through the tail end of it. Again, you want to be a team in the position that Full Sail was in, right? You want to have a decent lead going into P1 because, again, the other team cannot give up that time. It is so critical if they go 4 down because it's just that much easier to play around. So for Full Sail, they were in a great position going into P1 on the 3rd set of rotations. They just had to get time here and there as they were finding the kills. And again, for all 4 players, they were finding success, finding kills around the map where it seemed like top heavy for the side of Northwood. Not everyone coming to play for slaying. Hill time also not reflecting in that regard. You take an early map 1 loss here. It's all about the bounce back. How do you respond in map number 2? You get off Bocage for a bit. How do you respond in map number 2 after losing a map 1 that you feel you probably should have had?
No, it definitely seems to be the case that Northwood, they were making the comeback. They were looking good, but ultimately, I don't think I agree with that. I think Full Sail, they were playing so sound hardpoint right there. The rotations, I mean, the players all playing in tandem and working together to take down the champs there. I mean, we saw a really good performance out of Northwood between Dak and Infinite, but still a little bit of a question mark what to get out of Frosty and Stats. As a couple growing pains to see from the Timberwolves side. I'm impressed with what we're seeing out of Full Sail Armada. All 4 players working together to take them down and leading them there, Meathead and Mystical. I felt anything was possible between those 2 players. And if we get the same pop-off moments out of Mystical in the Search and Destroy, I'd be a little bit afraid if I was Northwood right now.
Yeah, if you're Northwood, you don't want to go down 0-2. I know you can say that after any team loses a map 1, but here specifically, again, with a team that has growing pains, like you're saying, you don't want to find yourselves in a hole you have to dig yourself out of. Against a team that, again, is going to be in contention for #1 spot in the conference, find a way to strike back here in map number 2, draw the series up 1-1, and focus on what you need to do in map number 3. For now, though, on Tuscan, Full Sail, they found plenty of success here this season, where they were pushed to a game 5 in the only series that they've dropped a map. They were still able to win that map 2 Tuscan comfortably in a 6-3 fashion against Baldwin Wallace. Here for the side of Northwood, you need Infinite and Dak, of course, to go big, but the other 2 players have to step up as well. Maybe they get that pacing change that Search and Destroy brings, and that helps them settle down. But like you said, with Meathead and Mystical on the other side, if they get going early on, it's going to be hard to slow them down.
Here we go, map number 2. We head over to Tuscan. Full Sail Armada, what an accomplishment to take map number 1 against the returning champs from the spring season of the Call of Duty Varsity League. Now let's see if they can really put them against the ropes with a win here in Search and Destroy. It looks like Nick gonna have a sniper in hand from Full Sail. It's gonna be Infinite to drop first blood as both teams go head to head and start pushing the agenda. Does looks like a little bit of map control coming out from Full Sail. Fridelander is going to look to put this bomb down. Infinite's going to hear the plant, take down the player, and now in enemy territory for free. It's a 3v1. Meathead last alive.
Great sequence of kills and aggression through the mid-map. Always, or not always, I guess, but more times than not going to pay off for you. Infinite in a great position there to kill the player on bomb, and now leaves Meathead in a position where he has to pull off a 1v3. Not even going to get the opportunity to Northwood strike first in map number 2.
Almost takes that kill on Frosty, so a little close for comfort here as we look at the final kill for the round. Northwood strikes back in map 2. They don't want to allow any momentum to build here for Full Sail into the Search to Destroy, so a great start. And when you have a player like Infinite who can make plays like that, almost take over rounds, it's going to be hard for Full Sail to do what they did on Hardpoint in Search and Destroy without having any respawns.
You've got to counter big playmakers. Nick able to get on the board here and get Dak off the board, but you still have Infinite making his presence known. And here's Mystical knocking on the door saying, hey, I'm still here. I can still make big plays as well. Another 2-piece and the feed. And suddenly, we're looking at a 4v1 Infinite. Big plays your only option.
Yeah, Nick's got the sniper in hand, but really, that pick on attack allows Mystical a route into the backline unchecked. And almost reminiscent on round number 1 from Infinite's play. Mystical just making a name for himself here against the Timberwolves. Infinite in a 1v4. 45 seconds left. They know where he is, so you can start to see these players rotate around and set up a little line of scrimmage here on Tuscan between the middle map. Is anybody who can make it happen? It's going to be this one here. Infinite, though, not really being shown any signs of life. Fridelander finally going to put some shots down, and that's going to be the answer back that Full Sail wanted.
It's been big openings that, like you said, have gone unchecked on the map for either squad defensively. No one able to get in comfortable positions for an offensive set. Here we'll see them try to give it a go again. But handshaking rounds, and it's been the same thing. Who's going to try to counter any kind of aggression, not let players get to their comfortable positions. Last go around, it was Infinite who got across into Alley without any, contention. And they need to try to do that same thing again if they want to try to put pressure on Full Sail offensively. But flying through B, it's decisive. Player 6, it's going to all be on stats to find this information and relate to the team.
Well, Mystical's going to take some damage. Down to 4 HP, but still alive. Sats almost such an impactful kill there to open up the round, but you can see that the rotations now for Northwood won't matter now that stats have gone down. Mystical looking to take over the spawns of Northwood and do it single-handedly. Unfortunately, the bait and switch will take down that player, so now Full Sail not in as strong a situation as they thought they would. They have the bond down, but now we get to see the retake out of Northwood. Meathead looking to play that first line of defense. Frosty gets taken down. Can't find a second as Infinite keeping the team alive. 30 seconds left. Nick's got a sniper, so not ideal for this position. Misses the first shot at the Dak. Pistol out. Gonna get aggressive here. Another bait and switch, and it's Infinite 3 in the round looking for the ace. It's not gonna be able to happen as already Northwood hopping that defuse and finding their second round.
They found 2 kills that round with the bait and switch. Again, it works beautifully. That's how they got Mystical, right? Off that stair heady, and there they know Nick has a sniper. They're going to try and close distance and take that gunfight. A beautiful job from them. And if that's what they need to do to find a couple of kills around the map, then hey, go for it, because it worked out for you there. They get a great retake on the B bomb site after a really strong offensive push out of Full Sail. And go up 2-0 here. Can they find any kind of success offensively? So far, we're 0 for 3 on offensive tries. It's been all defense here in map number 2. Infinite on a 3 streak with 5 kills, leading the lobby there. Mystical not too far behind the 3 of his own.
Another sniper pick from Nick. Huge from Full Sail. This time around, though, Dak keeps the eyes peeled for that flank, and Friedlander will be traded out. So 3-3 we stand. Meathead's going to get information on the next. Somebody slipped the line from Northwood. Meathead's got to be careful. In a moment, Infinite can blow this round completely open, but you can say the same here about Meathead. Is going to land the shots on the stats. The trade from Dak yet again. 2 versus 2. Bomb has to get recovered.
I like this potential rat play coming in from Northwood. A great push from them to work through B after Full Sail just played that. So now Full Sail has to take the time to clear out this A site, and if they go quickly, they can get a bomb plant here for free on B. I really like the play. Of course, the timing worked out beautifully as well. Full Sail maybe getting the idea that, hey, no one's home, but by the time they start to work back, this bomb will be down, and it'll be a 2v2 retake out of Full Sail. Their turn to have to retake this site.
As soon as they check A, they know the jig is up. Now that the bomb is down, they have 40 seconds for the retake. Can they do what Northwood just did to them? Here in a 2v2 setting, Mystico's going to get a little too aggressive. Jumps the bomb a little preemptively, and Dak almost a little freebie there to now put Nick in a 1v2. Only a sniper in hand. This is definitely not ideal. Where to have it? Oh, he's got an MP40 in the back pocket, but it doesn't matter. You see the rotations come through from Dak. Gets around that sniper, and Nick goes down, giving Northwood the third.
Really liked it. All started for me with that rat back, right? Both players scooping the bomb, deciding, let's work this B. Of course, timings around the map worked out great for them as well, but for Full Sail, you didn't have any success. Mystical tried to hop the bomb. You can appreciate it, but didn't work out. They had eyes on it there in the back, and a great setup out of them. Now up 2 rounds. Dak finding the ace in that round, first of all, rather impressive at that, but can you not let Nick rip your head off? Well, we'll find out. You at least survived this opening look, but that doesn't mean it's over yet.
Infinite goes unchecked, and might come to bite, and it does. Infinite sinks his teeth into 2, leaving Friedlander last alive because Frosty finds the kill on the Mystical off screen. 1v3 now, looking to do what Infinite could not in the round that Full Sail have found, but would have definitely looked a lot better here. Stun check will give things away. Friedlander now in uncharted territory is gonna at least get the better of Dak for 1, but now look at this play from himself. When you look at the map, 46 seconds, both players watching both sides, both sites, and Friedlander doesn't even have the bomb, so it doesn't matter what he does in this position. Eventually, you're gonna have to find a gunfight just to get towards that bomb, recover it, and go for the plant. 31 seconds. What? 2 ships cross in the night. Neither one sees each other. Bomb gets picked up, and there you have it. Infinite turns around, spots out the last. And Northwood, the change in Search and Destroy, the change in game mode has definitely been friendly.
It feels like they're playing with a bit more confidence, too. You know, they were playing fairly well on Bacage, but it seemed like, again, Full Sail just got out to that early advantage and never quite looked back. Here for Northwood, it's kind of that same thing. Infinite starting off really strong. Dak finding an ace here in the mid-game, and again, that retake there in the 3rd or 4th round where they were able to get that bomb retaken on the bomb site, get themselves a 2-round differential. Great job out of them to respond big here, and can they keep it up? Dak opens up with the first blood, making it a 4v3. Yeah, you're aggressive if you're Full Sail, but that did punish your last go-around.
It's big out of Friedlander just to stay alive. It does one better. The trade through the middle of the map. Mystical has been able to get a route now all the way into the spawn of Northwood. 3v2 as the numbers have definitely turned in favor of the Armada. But now you look at Dak and Infinite working hand in hand, clearing out the spawn. Can't get past Friedlander. At least Infinite now to trade things out, but you look Full Sail playing so close together. They're there for the trades, and they keep things good here in Search and Destroy. They keep it close.
A much-needed round for them to keep it close. Still 4-2. Just 2 rounds needed for Northwood to tie things up 1-1 here. And the series in for Full Sail, you need 4 rounds to take this one and look at going up 2-0. But a big round for them to take. Playing together here offensively. Full Sail are going to be back, giving it another go. Defensively, Northwood, you've played very strong, not giving up an offensive round yet. And looking like a traditional A push out of Full Sail, but it's aggressive through P5 and at least this bottom portion of the map for the side of Northwood.
Four to 2. Nick finds the first Friedlander to back him up. That's big out of Friedlander to again just turn the tides of battle in favor of Full Sail for this offensive round. The hard part, though, is going to be getting this bomb down now that you have Dak top fire and player number 8 Infinite. Top Church not really going to have an easy plan on either side. You're going to have to take a fight at some point. The nade's going to block off Mystical for now, but looks like they want to get this bomb down at A. Still cash. It's going to be impossible with Dak in this position unless you have the backup there from Meathead, which you do.
And you're just trying to keep Infinite alive long enough to, again, still be able to make a play. That's what I was talking about. You still find a kill fire if your Dak sure bomb goes down, but it's Infinite through well that is able to find a big kill. Now a 2v1 Meathead left. Again, in an unfortunate situation. Can they both just go around, play the trade? You know he's got to be close. You at least think that's the case, so he's able to get one. Oh my gosh.
Backs away, 1v1. Little ringer around the Rosie. Now Dak trying to keep the things steady for Northwood, trying to find match point. Although Meathead's making this so hard, wrapping around the site, though Dak slides on him. And there's plenty enough time for the defuse. Dak's going to do it again. The hero of the Timberwolves brings them to map point.
To commit to that chase there where Meathead was just playing the shimmy. A great call and a great confidence check. Going big when the team needed it most. To put you at match point here, a great pursuit from Dak. 8-3 here in the Search and Destroy through 8 rounds. And now you're looking at match point to close it out. A very confident Search and Destroy, I think, is the best word I can give for Northwood here. Even whenever they're down, finding a way to come back. That was a 3v2 situation they clutched up once again on a retake to put themselves at match point. If anything, it's been more than deserved. But can they close out here against Full Sail?
Without respawns, you can definitely see the impact of having players like Infinite and Dak, but even still, on this offensive round, you've constantly been finding some trouble from flank plays out of Mystical. And here you see it again. First blood going to come through into Frosty, giving the life advantage over to Full Sail. Bomb's going to go down at A. Everything's going to be riding off of Dak and the flank that he has. Mystical can make some damage, but so can Dak on the same front. Stats goes down. Dak's turn to play. He's going to be all the way in behind, undetected. Trigger discipline galore. Almost finding a second one. 29 seconds. Dak's going to get the second there. 2 versus 2. They got to take the player out top, and they do. And Meathead's going to make sure to keep numbers in favor of Full Sail. Dak's where a position is known. And Mystical's going to hop this one. Nice play out of Dak. The nade's cooked. 13 seconds. There's no time to play. All Dak has to do is bide it, wait for a chance to strike, and solidify the map for Northwood.
Have a night, young man. I mean, to take that, not only the ace in that round, but the last 2 rounds, I just want to watch those on repeat the rest of the night. I mean, out of Dak, it just seemed like tunnel vision. It seemed like it doesn't matter how many people were on the other team. It was just like 1v4, but it felt like he was never going to lose a gunfight there. Wow. I mean, just unreal. Just, again, seeing plays like that, you just know that player is locked in, that there's nothing that can take them down, and, well, they respond big there. That's one not only to draw you up even in the series, of course, but I just think as far as confidence and mentality goes, a huge map for Northwood to take.
I mean, you just gotta think.
You just
there's
gotta
two
think.
people. There's 2 people still alive. Trade them out. Both just swing them. Instead, you see a big mishap there from Full Sail. They both do 2 separate things, and it blows up in their face. Literally being that Dak had quite an incredible grenade cook. for that kill on the player that was hopping the bomb. So able to just kind of decide that he's going to take both fights at the exact same time and just alpha his way through that round. 2 aces and a 1v1 clutch from Dak. So really kind of showcasing his skill there in Tuscan Search and Destroy. I said it, you know, throughout that map number 2, I feel like we really got to see the pure skill that is brought to the table in the form of players like Infinite and Dak.
Their 1v1 just individual playmaking ability is some of the top in the league. It's just really special to watch their point of view. And again, not being a respawn, it did hurt Full Sail there, given that, again, when it comes down to those 1v1 gunfights, Northwood, they feel confident in their ability to take them. And, well, they did in a 6-2 fashion there in map number 2. We're going to stay on Tuscan for control. And I gotta think, if you're Northwood, you would be foolish to not ride this momentum into a map 3 win. Of course, Full Sail is going to have something to say about it, but you know this team's going to come out shooting pretty well here in map number 3. Can Full Sail kind of nip this momentum in the bud and just shut it down while they still can, or do they let Northwood ride it to a map 3 victory? We'll have to find out, and there's still so much caught ahead of us for that, but again, for Northwood, just that individual playmaking ability. Mystical was doing it for the side of Full Sail, but that was really the only one. Sure, Friedlander played his life well, found some good kills, but it seemed like Dak and Infinite were doing tenfold of that. Not in the sense of kills, but it felt like the impact it had was way more. They had so many life disadvantage clutch up retakes. They had 2 or 3 of those 1v1s that they were able to take and win. It just seems like they had more of the monumental plays in that, and that's what kind of, again, adds on to the, you know, value of those kills and of those situations.
We go back to, to Tuscan for map number 3 as we're still in the beat of things for this series. And you said at the start of this series that if you wanted to take this, if you're a Full Sail Armada, you got to look at maps 1 and 2. The Search and Destroy and the Hardpoint. I was impressed with their Hardpoint for sure. As they take map number 1 on Bokash, it has me excited for what we see in map 4 Tuscan. But even still, on Control, it's going to be hard for Northwood to take a win here. This is their map pick, but it's going to be hard for them to take a map win on a game mode like Control if they have Stats and Frosty falling behind like they have been.
That's definitely the situation, and those are the players that I'm circling here for map number 3, right? We need to see more respawn presence out of them. Again, for Full Sail, we said the slaying way more balanced for the side of Full Sail, people pulling their weight across the board, and it wasn't that for Northwood. It was Dak and Infinite, who have been having themselves a night, but it's time, it's this point in the series that we need to see Frosty and Stats step up and show, okay, though we're a new team, we can still find a way to step up whenever we need to.
Well, they've had it a night. Is it enough to take a respawn off of the Armada as Nick's going to put an end to the streak that Dak is accruing? Tries to hop up top, denied by the windows. And now for the flank, Nick, pistol in hand, gets the jump onto 1, recovers the P40, a little freebie on Stats as well, denying that 3rd ticket progression over towards A. And Nick wants a little bit more, 4 in a row with the SMG recovered. Definitely looking at keeping the streak alive as Full Sail completely give up that A zone, now looking to put all their stocks here over towards B.
You're just trying to bleed some of these lives if you can, if you're Full Sail. You have players a little bit everywhere for both squads, but still a coordinated push in a sense from Northwood coming in. They have players through every lane of the map. It's just a matter of can you find these kills with the player coming off spawn. Infinite says, yeah, I'll pick one up for myself and for my buddy as well, and Frosty making it that much easier for the squad to get over here. Nearly a tick of progress already ended this B site, and they're flying. All it takes is 1-4 down.
Oh, it does. Infinite now 4 in a row. MP40 picked up in the back pocket. Can't get the shots on Meathead. And the break is going to come through from Full Sail, only giving up a ticket progression into B. Minute 42 left.
Trying to figure out where Unit wants this next push to come in from. It's looking like P5. You go even as far as trades go, but the gig is up. They know the push is coming through here. Meathead able to find one before falling. You see the reinforcements start to group up. It's going to be a 3v3 over on this site, and so far, favoring Northwood.
Yeah, Stats is going to hop on. Stopping the clock at 23. Caught reloading, so Friedlander easily able to stop that. Another 3 down for Northwood. As you can see, Full Sail starting to get a little bit cooking here when it does come to the slaying potential that this team can bring together, as Nick is going to shut down 2 through the middle of the map. Northwood, they have to wait now for those players to respawn.
I think the most important thing to note is Mystical has 0 kills through 2 minutes of play almost, and that's very uncharacteristic, and you know that Mystical will find a kill at some point, but for now, and continuing to be on the bad side of timings, Northwood University, they're through the back. Can they make anything happen of it? Up 1 life, have site control for now. Gonna try to find a way to close this round out.
Been able to flip things out for now as Stats now covering the flank. Infinite on the inside with the MP40. You have all angles covered for Northwood. The only thing, Stats jumps down and it gives Friedlander a chance. The chance is going to come up a little bit short, and it looks like the rest is going to be covered here from Northwood as the last ticket progression looking to get worked on. They're going to hop on and get it done. A successful offense out of Northwood University as they're going up 1-0 and here in the control.
Kept a life advantage, more importantly got all ticks of progression on their first offensive go, and that's going to put pressure on Full Sail to respond in a big way as well. You don't want to fall short here offensively after showing that Northwood just gave. Mystical finally getting on the board there at the tail end of the round, but you want to find a way to respond big on your own offensive go, and for Northwood, playing with that same confidence they had in the S&D, it's showing here, and more importantly, I think you prevented Nick from getting streaks, who a couple of times was on, 3, 4, 5.
Much needed round out of Full Sail. He's now losing out on an offense. Almost gives them the goal that they need to find one of their own as they're going to hop on the A zone already and take a progression. Meathead working through the back line. Mystical going to start to find some kills here in the offense as well, as he's put up 4 now for the team. As that second tick being worked on should be cemented. Another flank's going to be coming inboard through Church number 6. Meathead still alive on the inside, but Dak's going to trade it out. The shots on the Nick are good. Dak's going to be able to remove the presence from the inside of A. Full Sail, a strong start. Lives are even. You take down Stats, you might be looking at another minute of play here in offense.
Nearly identical to what we saw off the opening break, but Northwood continuing to apply pressure over at this A site. The lives are even. Even then, you have the advantage, so you may as well keep pouring pressure. Infinite in a great position to shoot a couple players in the back. It's going to get just that. Finds one, finds two. Frosty picks up the other. Now for Full Sail, you're down 4 lives. You only have 35 seconds to get towards the site. They're reading this deep push. You gotta make a decision here.
They make the decision to make a dash towards B. Meathead, though, going to bite off a little bit more than he can chew. Gets aggressive into the backline and loses out onto Mystical as well. Dak able to thwart the plan. All Full Sail to pull a fast one over towards B, and it's going to allow now Dak on another flank. Stats. A lot of damage done onto Nick, although tucked away. You see Meathead's going to get the trade. Working on that last progression, but here comes Dak on the around it. Friedlander goes down. Nick's able to stop him, and they stay alive on offense. Only 6 lives remaining, Cash.
1 team push, and that's all you've got to Northwood's 12. So they're going to try to pull pressure through P5, just get the rest of these kills. You don't want to give up a big play, of course, but you feel confident that this round is all but over with a few trades. Now, just 4 lives remaining. You have a couple players spread around spots of the map. Nick was trying to get through the back to find a kill, but not able to. Friedlander's going to find one here, but again, with 3 lives remaining to the 9 of Northwood, you've got to just isolate some 1v1s where you can and take them, but this defensive hold looking a little too strong here out of Northwood.
Friedlander very passive in this position. You can see Dash just going to post up. All players of Northwood, all they need to do are trade these kills out. Here comes Mystical to allow a little bit of leadway, although Dak not an easy kill to take. Down 3 kills is going to open up the map. Full Sail suddenly explode through Tuscan. 29 seconds, they're going to hop on the zone, stop the clock, and now look to put this one away. And Nate off spawn. Dak is going to keep that time burning. Friedlander going to have to hop on, though. 2 versus 4. Can they get it done? Friedlander's going to read it. Only good for the 1 kill. Infinite there for the trade. Going to leave Meathead alone. Here comes the pinch out of Stats. And Meathead out in the open. Shut down for Northwood second.
That played much closer than you would have liked if you're Northwood. You get the win nonetheless. And maybe give up a tick more than you would have liked at the B site. You still find a way to get it done, though. 2-0. Here in map number 3, I mean, apart from that little mishap there at the end, it has been clean out of Northwood, both offensively and defensively. Once again, looking at your slaying leaders of Dak and Infinite. It's not that, Frosty and Stats are having the worst of games. It's not that bad, but still not up with the pacing of Northwood, other players, and Dak and Infinite, and that's something that hurt them in the barrage, not hurting them here so far in the control. Nick, though, opens up with 2 to put presence over on this A site, and it is aggressive from Full Sail here defensively to start.
It's definitely a new face of Full Sail from this control that I'm loving to see the new life that we're getting out of this roster as Nick still dancing over towards A. Although drops to Infinite, you still have the trades back and forth between these two teams. Dak's going to make a jump into the B zone, stop the clock, but well, he wants a little bit more. He's going to continue drawing these lives away and continue to draw these lives from the leaderboard of Full Sail Armada. Now you have Dak in your backline. You're going to have to overextend if you're Full Sail and see if you can flip this map out and put some pressure on these Northwood players.
Advantage still favoring Northwood because you're only down 1 life, and again, they don't have any progression at either site, so you have a couple players, you know, doing a dance between A and B, but I mean, you're down only 3 lives, and you're still clearing them off of A. For Northwood, this might have been a mistake. They tried to play TDM, and it didn't pan out for them the way they would have hoped. Now, with 30 seconds left, you have to keep trying to stop this clock and get a clean stack in on one of these sites. Infinite trying to stay alive, but going to get cut down. If they make a break back on A, this could get dangerous quickly.
I think you were really graced in the start of this map with how slow Mystical has been to kind of get going in the slaying presence for Full Sail, but now alive in round number 3, 31 seconds to work with if you're Northwood. You're starting to bunker down towards A, see if you can extend that clock. Dax on 7 in a row, make it 8. Still keeping Northwood alive in this offensive round. It's just so hard to kill as Dak 9 in a row looking for double digits. Friedlander's going to hand it to him on a silver platter. 31 and 14. You ask for a player to come into this roster and look like a superstar. Well, Dak is definitely that guy.
And you can close this one out behind streaks. You got to hit the timing. You have to get people in position, but they could use the streak to call in and get the information and get the break that they need, but they also have a couple rounds to work with if need be. So for Northwood, you couldn't be in a better position here on this map number 3 Tuscan with the streak in the back pocket. It's just a matter of finding the opening to call that in, and this might be it here.
Full Sail not going to make this easy, but here comes the shriek. Staff is going to open up. Dax going to find Mystical with the glide bomb. 3 down for Full Sail. It's allowing Northwood into the zone. They're going to stack it too. Friedlander gets cleaned up top, so this is a good chance to put this one away. Full Sail Armada, it doesn't look like they're going to make a chance as Nick is just going to give it up. 1v11, not going to happen. And Northwood University 3-0 sweep in the control to give it an advantage in the series.
Hey, I mean, they rode the momentum of that map 2 wonderfully into map number 3. Full Sail never had an answer. Again, I think the closest moment they had to maybe responding was almost clutching up that offense there when it was, you know, a life advantage favoring Northwood, but it was really all Northwood in the driver's seat. I mean, of course, Dak, Infinite having great slaying performances, but the whole team playing well around map positioning. Took them a little longer there to get the offensive win, but whenever they wanted to bleed lives, of course, behind Dak going on an 8 spree there, they did just that. So, guns are warmed up. You want to respawn. Now you go back to a hard point. Can you win a hard point here? On Tuscan once again. To me, signs are pointing towards, again, this Northwood momentum that they've been riding. You stay on Tuscan, where you've won 2 straight maps. For Full Sail, the ball is in their court to have to respond and go big once again.
A big question is for Full Sail Armada, can you shut down Dak and Infinite? If you can shut them down, that is your recipe to success for the series, because now, if you're going to take a win, Search and Destroy has to be where it ends, and that has definitely proven to be quite an issue for this Armada roster. And now we're going to hop to a break while we get things ready for map 4, Tuscan Hardpoint up next. You don't want to miss it here for some Call of Duty Varsity League. We'll see you on the other side. What an interesting series we've had so far. Although a little bit of a stumble, our predictions stay correct. Map number 1 gets taken down by Full Sail Armada to take the lead in Bokosh Hardpoint. But since then, back-to-back revenge for returning champs Northwood University, as they look good in the search, they look good in the control. And that brings us into map number 4. We stay on Tuscan, but we're back into the hardpoints. The question is, Cash, do Full Sail have what it in them to take 2 hard points off of this Northwood team?
That really is the question. This map 4 is so big in the series, you would think if, you know, they win, it's the map 5 that would be the biggest. But this map 4, I think it's going to show us a lot for both squads. For Northwood, after map number 1, our big question was, okay, slang-wise, they couldn't quite hang and have the same, you know, even spread output that Full Sail had there on Bokosh. And then for Full Sail now, you've lost 2 straight maps. Can you bounce back? So the question is, can Northwood keep up with pacing and stay consistent to be a team as strong as Full Sail was in map number 1? And for Full Sail, can you bounce back after 2 back-to-back Tuscan losses where, hey, would you look at that, you're staying on Tuscan again? Both teams have something to prove here. Whoever ends up winning it, whether we go to a game 5 or Northwood take it 3-1, both teams have something to play for here and to show, look, our roster, we were still in map 1, we have the slaying capabilities for Northwood, and for Full Sail, we have what it takes to bounce back and forth to a game 5, and we can ask our game 5 questions later if we get there, because I know we'll have a handful of those, but again, both teams with a lot in line here for map number 4.
I think this is exactly what I was expecting when you were looking at the series between Full Sail and Northwood. I think for Full Sail Armada, the win condition was maps 1, 4, and then a search and destroy. I don't think control was on, you know, the menu for this team to, you know, find success in. Because when you look at a team like Northwood with players like Dak and Infinite who have so much takeover potential, objective game modes are going to be a struggle for this Full Sail team against Northwood University. And if we do reach that map number 5, it's not going to be easy for Full Sail to upset this team. I think that right now you're looking at this from the point of view of the Timberwolves as this is their series to lose right now, being up really 2-1 going into another Tuscan, this time on hardpoint. They looked good inside of that control. The only thing is that control, it still has the respawn factor, and you have lives, and the slaying is so important when it comes to these 2 squads. And Dak and Infinite have just been so good at taking over these games since that map 1 loss. So if you look at this from the point of view from Full Sail Armada, you gotta shut those 2 down. It has to be a big focus point, shutting down Dak and Infinite, and Mystical needs to have a better start than he did on control.
Those are the 2 takeaways here going into map number 4, and you've shown that you can at least mitigate the impact of Dak and Infinite on a hard point, right? You saw that they took the win even with Dak and Infinite putting up strong numbers. Mystical, like you said, has to get back in the mix, and you hope that the other 2 players for Northwood haven't figured it out and are able to hang just yet. You're on the unfavored side, you get a break on P1, and look at the pressure that they have through mid-map. I mean, you really have all of Northwood bottled up in this top left corner. Ooh. They're going to try to get a break in back here, but for Full Sail, that focus once again, as they had so much importance on in map number 1, is the rotation for P2. They're willing to give up the rest of this time just to have a clean setup here, P2.
Well, Dak is already going to be hunting, as you see Northwood so quick to get this rotation into the backline. Finds Nick for free from behind. JP Frosty to double down, and look at those beautiful shots coming out from Dak. 4 in a row to start off this hard point. 30 seconds picked up from Northwood over at Hill 1, and already going to be set up on Hill 2. Full Sail, you need to be quick to break this one, although Mystical going down first. That's going to make this a little bit troubling. Now Dak's got an angle. 5 in a row for this player. You have to spawn locked down from Frosty. It's going to be a clean break. 3 down for Full Sail. Although, Cash, they do get a close spawn, so maybe not out of this just yet. There's still 35 seconds to play for. You need to take Dak down from the inside before he gets those streaks, and at least you're able to do that.
You do that, you give yourself 30 seconds of time to find, and again, Northwood have close enough spawns that, yeah, they'll go for it. A team kill comes in, but they get back in for 20 seconds of time. This isn't even scrap time. This is still a good margin of time. They can put themselves at 80 points through 2 hills. I mean, a substantial amount of time to find. And now on P3, they already have focus there. Frosty already on the move. You're getting all the scrap time. You're moving across the map well. And again, though you lose that gunfight, it's still putting pressure on Full Sail to be ready because you're on the hunt. Infinite opens up with a grenade, and they're walking into P3 for free.
Just smart with the lineups and aware of the respawns as well. Not going to be ready for the gunfight to Mystical, but has Frosty right behind. 2 back up for the break from the front. Northwood in for a moment. Full Sail quick to respond. It's going to be 2 down into the feed. Make it 3 down for Northwood. So Full Sail cementing themselves in position to now collect a good amount of time here for P3. But now, can you weather the nades? Can you hold on to it? As you see a pinch forming from Northwood on the inside of the hill. Infinite finds the break. Frosty going to take over with that AR. Block off that backup. And Northwood just able to fold Full Sail from the inside out.
Friedlander the only one finding kills for the side of Full Sail. Frosty stepping up big in a respawn here. The team starting to fire on all cylinders. And for stats, though you don't have a ton of kills on the board, 50 seconds of hill time. This is some of that distribution we were talking about. Now you're finding hill time. If you're not able to find a ton of kills, let Dak and Infinite do their thing. Frosty kind of filling in as that middleman where need be. And it is clean through the first 3 hills for the side of Northwood. And, well, this 4th one looking no different.
If you're Full Sail, you're going to want to break soon. You're going to want to break quick as Mystical going to get a little bit of momentum going, although not going to be able to get the better of Frosty. Friedlander for the trade, and it's a 2-for-2 split around the outside. Dak up top, the only player here from Northwood to really spell some trouble. He's going to fly on through from the staircase, but right into the welcoming arms of Meathead. You can see now Mystical holding things down from the front. It's 3 kills in the feed, favoring Full Sail Armada. The respawns for Northwood all the way back at P1, so they will be able to hit this right off the back. But again, still Mystical stepping up to the plate. Huge blocks off the rotations, and this is quite the bounce back we're getting at a Full Sail.
A much needed one as well. They're going to be within 30 or so points of coming back. And, well, Meathead opening up with a big kill to just make it easier for this P5 transition for the squad. Mystical finding a kill in there as well as a pinstripe kill feed. But it's going to be Full Sail with the upper hand. Quite the bounce back out of them. And for Northwood, it's going to be grouping up, finding a couple of kills on the break to get yourself back in it. You want to stop this Full Sail momentum from getting any kind of steam and growing into any flame here. Still getting time. Meathead, though, from the outside looking in, 1 kill away from full streaks. That's going to be something you want to try to find a way to trade out.
Meathead just trying to finesse for these streaks. Gives enough time for Friedlander to set up for the break. 30 seconds to accumulate here for Armada to pull things back and find a lead of their own. You can see Northwood, they don't want to give up this time for free, so all 4 players looking to hit this once more. Playing from the rooftop spawn. Stack's just going to jump in, overwhelm Mystical, forces Meathead out of this one, has to stay alive, wants this glide bomb, and he's going to get it. 120 to 106 now as we're rotating to the second set. It's a close game. Full Sail definitely not out of it just yet.
They're not, and that's the hands of Meathead. They had a good team push there between P4 and P5 to get a good amount of time, but Meathead now having full streaks and everyone doing just enough to stay alive here. They win the rotation. Northwood have to group up and get a good team push in for this one to break back in. You know the streak will be in the back pocket, but you want to garner as much time before you draw that out. You want to draw it out quickly if you can, but still have to fight for map position here.
Meathead looking to hold it down again, and Mystical starting to come alive. This is worrisome for Northwood fans, as Mystical has definitely been a lot quieter since that map number 1, and it is the reason why they're behind right now. But now 9 and 17, starting to get some momentum going in that slang, starting to push back against these Timberwolves. Glide bomb's going to be invested too from Dak, only on the second set of rotations. That is a big takeaway.
It's interesting because it was called at P1 and they have to make this P2 hit successful. They thought the focus was going to be another hit on P1 to try and distract them. Not only do you lose all the scrap time, but you're losing these gunfights over at P2. It's still favoring Full Sail as far as having spawns and closer to having a setup. You gotta win a couple more gunfights. It seems like Northwood's productivity has slowed down a bit as Meathead going big continuously here in map number 4 have seemingly shut out and flipped the script. I mean, a near 100-point swing from what we had seen this last go around on P2.
Ooh,
different team out of Full Sail.
Con with an 8 in hand, stats. A team kill, but lines up 3 in the feed. Somewhere close to this one. Creeps up the staircase and at least able to, maybe pull a couple of players' attention back over towards P2. The spawns flip, so Full Sail, they have to fight through this one just to get to P3, and it looks like they're going to do that. In fact, they're going to spawn Northwood all the way back P2, so Full Sail will have the ability to set up early.
They had a very quick break Northwood did on this last go around. They don't quite have people up the map challenging gunfights early on like they did, and Mystical takes care of the first one. But you have to be careful here for Northwood. It's a very peculiar time in the map. You don't want to throw one-off lives at this. It was good out of stats to not push through L and take an unnecessary gunfight. Has to win this one. Mystical does take it from Frosty, and Freelander takes another. Sure, you have spawns through the back, but you're still spawning out at P4 if you are Northwood. And this break, it's got to come quickly because that 200 mark is getting that much closer.
Did a little bit alone in the back line, won't be able to get the better of Nick. I mean, you keep throwing numbers at this if you're Northwood, but everybody's falling one by one. Stats is going to go down inside the hill. 200 points now for Full Sail if they completely turn things around for a 50-point lead. You got 20 points to fight for, and it looks like Northwood, they want these scraps. The only thing is they weren't ready for Meathead to be around that, so scrap time going to Full Sail will put them in and around maybe 30 points needed to put away this map. And last time around, I mean, this P4, Church was where they turned this whole game around.
And now they just need 30 points to close it out for Northwood. It's not even a close game anymore. What was a lead for them, they've completely dissipated. So not only do you need a clinical P4 hold, you have to still find a way to sequence these next 3 hills together just to stay alive in this one. Full Sail doing what they did in P1, putting themselves a lead here at P4 of the second set of rotations, having enough of a lead to where Northwood cannot have any room for error. You just play around the kills that you can find and close this one out. We said this was Northwood's not only series to lose, but map specifically, and Full Sail flipped this one on his head once again.
And Cash, you know, as Northwood are starting to come back here inside P4, you can't forget that Meathead still has a glide bomb, and Dak invested his glide bomb so early that if this goes to a third set of rotations, you can put this away if you're Full Sail on the back of either scrap time or this glide bomb that Meathead still is holding on to.
This break has to come quickly because, as you've shaped up so well, Seymour, if Northwood find a way to survive through this P5, you still have a streak you can invest. Full Sail, I don't even know that they're going to need it. I mean, it's one-off lives trickling in. No one for Northwood able to find the kill here just yet. The pinch coming in from stairs out of the stats going to be the play to be made, and it does grant them a little bit of time, but you need 3 seconds out of the next 35.
Glide bomb called in from Meathead. Dak tried to hold off the storm. Full Sail moments away from sending us the distance. Stats though, big win on the inside, keeping Northwood in control of this hill. 24 seconds will not cement them the map win, but it will get them so close to pulling things around here. It's the map as Full Sail, they're setting up a pinch here. Coming in through the back, it's going to be Friedlander. And that's the full break. Full Sail Armada to get the job done on map 4. They take both hard points and they force the returning champions all the way to a map 5.
Fun little stat. That was the score of map 1, 218 to 250. Wow. For Full Sail more so, it's the margin with which they came back. I mean, you had 130 or so points in the first set of, or after, you know, that first set of rotations going into number 2 for the side of Northwood, and you let Full Sail get what essentially is a 200-point swing. Now, they didn't get it all cleanly and all in one succession, but again, just that margin that not only Full Sail was able to close, but overtake and then grow themselves. Impressive. It didn't play the same as Wakash, though we had the same final score, but for Full Sail, we didn't think they could come out and take this map 4 hardpoint. They do. Now, I said if we get there, we have our map 5 questions, and we'll pose those in a second, but impressive. I just have to bask in it for a second longer. Just for Northwood, had so much control at the beginning, and then it just didn't look comfortable the rest of the way. They garnered 70 points the second and third set of rotations, or excuse me, the tail end of the first set of rotations and second combined. Just for Full Sail, impressive composure. We said, you know, for them to be a championship caliber team, not only have to win certain destroys, but you're going up against the returning champs. To show that you're willing to play for a top spot in this conference, you have to play strong against this team, and with their backs against the wall, they do just that, not only in the map, but in the series. I'm impressed with how that map 4 went for Full Sail.
I was going to say, color me impressed, because, you know, the resilience of Full Sail Armada is just something to take in throughout that hard point. The only thing that's troubling is you look at that search and destroy back on Tuscan, and you're a little bit worried for this team going into a Bokash map 5 search and destroy. I mean, this Northwood team, they are, or a couple of them are veterans to the scene. You know, Infinite being a returning champion of not just, you know, the NACE or the Call of Duty Varsity League from last season, but also the college COD champion as well. He went back-to-back in college championships for Vanguard, and returning into the team, you know that he has been in the situation tons of times throughout his tenure for Northwood. And although it's a new roster, he still has Dak performing out of his mind throughout these search and destroys. Throughout the search and destroy, the control, and the hard point, Dak has been a constant nuisance towards Full Sail Armada. And going into this map 5, I mean, it being a Bocage, you still have that chance for an upset here if you're Full Sail, but you still have to put matters into the fact that you need to shut down Dak and Infinite, not one or the other. You need to shut them both down if you want to take down the champs.
I think for Northwood, it's just that let your playmakers make plays. Trust them in these big situations to go big. You know, you still, of course, want to ask out of, you know, your other two players to step up out of stats and Frosty, right? If they go big if they can. I mean, Frosty still had big plays there, opening up that hard point. But let your playmakers make plays. Infinite and Dak. I mean, we saw what Dak did the last 2 rounds of that search and destroy, and boy, was it a thing of beauty. Now for the side of Full Sail. Like you said, you want to shut that down. Mystical, though, oh so dormant since that map number 1 victory. It still didn't have a great stat line. Was able to come back and make things better, of course, in map number 4, but not a pop-off since he was on Bocage. Well, we're back here again. It's in a game 5 search and destroy that you want to take against the returning champs of Northwood. If there was any time for Mystical to make his presence felt again here in this series, it would be right now. We'll see if they have what it takes to close out a series. It's a game number 5. Does Full Sail have the S&D resilience with the pressure on to close out this comeback, or does Northwood shut the door in their face? Well, we're gonna find out here, but we said we wanted. You said specifically that you wanted the game 5. You wanted it to go the distance. We both did, of course. My predictions want Northwood to take it, but for Full Sail, I mean, there's magic in the air. We're back on Bocage.
I would not be opposed to an upset today for Full Sail Armada. Although Northwood, their search and destroys look lights out. We set the seed. We set the mood. Now let's see what we get here when Bocage is on the menu. Friedlander gets spotted out. Nick's gonna trade through. Mystical goes down, but now on the inside of Grandma's, you see Full Sail and their potential shine as Bomb goes down. Infinite caught in a little peculiar situation. They know exactly where he is, although no eyes on to confirm that kill. Bomb still yet to be recovered. On the inside, a couple more kills need to come through for Northwood to take this one down. Meathead, another one shot down on the inside. And that finisher from Friedlander as he flies out from up top. He's going to give Full Sail a set of momentum going into Bocage.
It was aggressive out of Northwood. They got punished for it. Bomb went down bottom Grandma's. Not only did you have to scoop that, but you had to try to find a couple of kills. And you didn't quite have information on where those players were. A great defensive hold to open things up for Full Sail. Kind of what we saw here on Tuscan. I mean, the handshook rounds, of course, you know, we're only 1 round in, but for Full Sail, you gotta find more than a couple rounds here in this S&D. Gonna be an A push, but River covered by Mystical. Northwood trying to hold pre-aim and sit back in their spawn. A quick bomb plant coming in after a first blood from Nick, but Bomb doesn't quite go down there thanks to Frosty.
No, Frosty gets eyes on, and although, you know, first blood comes through from Full Sail, it's a great, impactful kill to at least slow things down. 2v3 as Nick was able to take another one. Both Dak and Infinite taken off the board, so you really need your new players in between Frosty and Stats to step up to a position where they can show full potential for Northwood. And here Stats is going to actually give them a little bit of a way back in. 2v1 for Nick. Both gunfights will be isolated into 1v1s, and Nick's going to turn this around. 4 kills in a row. No idea where this last player is, but I love this call from Nick. He's going to make the full wrap. 21 seconds. He knows that wherever Stats is, it's nowhere close to this bomb. He has time to get eyes on. 15 seconds left. All he has to do is check. And as soon as he does, he knows he's got this one in the bag. Through the door he goes, meets the player. But does Stats have time to get to it? He does not. Time burned long enough for Nick to clutch up for the squad in Full Sail. They go back-to-back in rounds.
A mistake out of Northwood, I think, to isolate those 1v1s, especially with it being, you know, your two newer, younger players. If they would have grouped up, I think they could have won that round, but they isolate the 1v1s. Nick, confident in taking those, plays the time beautifully with that long route through tunnel. Up 2-0 early, our Full Sail. And you said coming into map number 5, Dak and Infinite had to be shut down. Well, through 2 rounds, they have a combined 1 kill, so mission accomplished. Nick going big for the squad so far, but you've kept those 2 players dormant, and you'll take that as long as they'll give it.
Infinite's going to eat a nade down to 57. A lot of information going to be picked up there for Full Sail. Immediately, you can see those arrows turn on the map, too. They are fully aware that the A site is going to be the site to take. That's going to open things up. A little bit of a player advantage, though. Friedlander, beautiful shots to trade it out. Won't spot the cross from Infinite. Although now numbers in favor as Mystical off screen takes down Frosty. Infinite's going to have to go huge on the inside. Won't be able to confirm the kill. Now trapped in between these players. And alone. Stats a little bit disconnected from this play. Infinite has to turn things around, and as soon as he peeks up top, it's another round for Full Sail. That's 3 rounds on the bounce for the team looking for the upset.
I wasn't expecting the Game 5 to open up like this. Full Sail halfway to taking this and closing out the comeback. Mystical on the flank, it was the same punishing thing that happened in the Search and Destroy, albeit they only won 2 rounds there, but again, Mystical, as long as he's given the flank, will take it and find kills. Finds 2 in that round. Northwood just playing a bit disconnected here in game number 5, not looking comfortable on offense or defense. Have to bounce back here. You don't want to go down 0-4 and make this lead any bigger than what it is. Infinite with a great opening blood, but you've got to play around that.
Oh, it doesn't finish his food, and in fact, that's going to come back to bite him. Friedlander will get the trade. Still numbers advantage going to be there. Dak's going to keep the front foot forward for Northwood and put Meathead now in a 1v3 situation as the best round we've seen out of the Timberwolves. You don't want to let it slip through their fingertips. Meathead has been known to be quite the nuisance for this team, but will he be able to recover this bomb through the door? Actually, kind of picks it up quite easily. A lot of noise going to be made. Dead silence popped. Won't be able to actually give it away, so Meathead running through this field a little undetected until player number 1, Frosty, spots him out. 40 seconds to make this wrap over to B.
And I think for Northwood to keep doing what you're doing, hold pre-aims. You don't have to challenge these gunfights. You clear the B-bomb site, you just let the clock bleed. I don't even think you want to show face here. You know he's last seen in the back of the spawn, but Dak gonna get caught out once again, and again another Chow coming in. Possibly out of stats, just slow play this and hold your pre-aims, but Meathead with the potential to shoot a player in the back. Almost gets it to a 1v1. Gonna try to thirst and finish this kill, and does just that, and suddenly, no time to plant. I just think you stay hidden if your stats.
Yeah, stats, he knows that. He's just staying around the corner. Oh no, he's gonna pick up and gives the chance. Gives him the chance. Stats almost completely throwing the round to the wayside there. We almost get to see Meathead 1v4 though. Staying true to the life advantage, Northwood University, they pick up their first round of Bocage. I would have cried.
I would have cried too. I you just didn't need to challenge that. Again, it's just the antsiness of a young squad. Stats just should have went prone and again trusted the retake. Wins it though nonetheless. Gets around on the board for Northwood, a much needed one at that, and now a bit less aggression coming out of the offensive side. Full Sail have had complete control of mid-map, especially through top grandmas, but Frosty opens up with the first blood. Dak with a second. It's a 4v2. Can we please play around this life advantage and make something happen for Northwood?
Oh, Mystical's going to pick off Sats, though. Infinite keeps the trades. 2v1. Friedlander last alive. Been putting quite the numbers up for the team all series long, though. 55 seconds. Only a 3v1, turn 2v1, so wiggle room for Friedlander. The bomb recovered, going over to B. They're going to have a bomb play here. Soon enough, Friedlander will know. He's got to rotate over. Well, is he going to read the player all the way in the back? Looks like they're going to take the fight right to him. Dak's going to get the initial shot. Spray fire from Friedlander. Makes it a 1v1. Things exciting now through. Frosty needs to clutch up for the team. As Friedlander looking for that 4th round.
Beautiful
Northwood just looking to keep this one here. Stun check out. Friedlander for the slide. Nobody knows Frosty down. And Friedlander gives them the 4th.
I mean, for Full Sail, I just, it's so impressive to go big here as they have in this game 5, up 4-1. Feels like what Northwood did in map number 2, except this is where it matters. This is for all the marbles in this series. it's just, again, that continued disconnect out of Northwood. Full Sail getting wonderful timing around the map and go big there. A beautiful stun check tower just to give away the player's position and playing around that. It's been all Friedlander here in map number 5. No bad performances for the side of Northwood, but putting themselves in situations that they don't quite need to be in. We'll see if they can switch that up, because it's just about as close to do or die time as you could be.
I mean, Bokash, these defensive rounds have been so good to Full Sail. That offensive round that they did find, I mean, it's just giving them such an advantage now in this Game 5 situation. Bomb's going down from Friedlander. Infinite's not going to be able to see that one. By the time it goes down, it's a little too late. Still Dak walking away with the kill on the inside. Meathead just waiting in line. Infinite goes down, and Mystical's going to find a second. 2v2 off the team kill. Mystical and Meathead looking to get this one done. Put Full Sail on match point. You got 30 seconds to come back from this one if you're Northwood, and hold on strong. Can Dak pull a rabbit out of hat yet again for his team? Killing the inside. Meathead down low. Same with Dak. Forcing the gunfight into Frosty, and that's going to put now Mystical in a 2v1 situation, but Dak reads him like a book. There's a lot of time to get this defuse. Big round out of Northwood to stay in this.
Big answer from a big player out of Dak there. Makes a great read, channeling out of Tool's door. Keep him alive. That's what you do. And hey, they're not on match point, right? So you don't want to use that round for air, but you have it nonetheless. Hopefully for Northwood to start piecing things together bit by bit. You just take it one round at a time. Try to find momentum where you can here, and a good retake for them. Offensively, though, struggling to find success. Found it the last go-around at least, but almost gave up the clutch potential. Here it's an all-out hit towards A, and standard defensive setup here from Full Sail.
Northwood needed this round, but I love this play to Nick just to play aggressive towards A. Almost trapped in this situation is Northwood. Stask is a little bit of a way out. East side completely open for a plant, but it seems like they still want to dip their toes towards A. Dak just looking for this information on Nick. Hops up to the tank, and such a big kill. That's going to be bomb down. Friedlander trying to get this back, but Dak's just going to shoot him out of the skies. 1v4 for Meathead. Northwood turning this around.
Almost had a 1v4 last go around, so it's not out of the realm of possibility, but Dak headhunting right now. You let your big playmakers make big plays. Dak is on 4. I don't think finds that kill there, but you keep the streak alive. Now we're looking at a 1-round differential separating these teams. Huge response from Northwood.
That's step number 1 in the comeback for Northwood, taking an offensive round off of Full Sail Armada. I think if you look at this, a couple mistakes from Full Sail, I think they're just giving Northwood a little bit too much room to work with.
They really are. They're, you know, defensively they were keeping the same setup, but Dak just finding kills. It seems like back and forth they've been giving up, you know, like 1v1s around the map. Dak just taking 1v1s, no one popping out for a trade or a bait and switch. Northwood taking full advantage here. We'll see who opens up with the first blood. Meathead getting some great tack usage there on Black Truck, and Mystical able to at least get the kill with the grenades, so.
Double nade onto stats. Such a nerdy play from Full Sail players. You know they practice that day in, day out. With a life advantage, though, let's see if they can expand on this one. Dak tucks away down. Riffer peeks on out. 2 line up. Only good for 1, but that's good enough to slow down the Armada. And oh my god, he burns Nick at a barn. Dak going huge for the team. Now in 6 in a row. He could net himself a glide bomb this round.
Bomb going down.
Look at Meathead.
No idea where these players are, and Meathead in quite the ratty position, just laying tunnel. Whoo, you have quite the retake if you are Northwood. No information, and Dak gonna get an unfortunate peek. I thought unfortunate. Oh my gosh, Dak!
This guy can do it all! I mean, you never count out a round with Dak still alive. 8 in a row. He's got the glide bomb. He's evening up the search and destroy, and he's on Cloud 9.
Cloud 9, 4-4, map 5, comeback. Whew, it's just another day in the office for Dak. Search and destroy, playmaker, guru, whatever you want to say about this guy, it's going to be correct. 8 streak, full streak secured. I mean, what haven't we seen tonight in this series alone, Seymour?
We haven't seen a 1v4 clutch yet, but we almost did.
There we go. We almost did. Okay, there is the one thing. We are seeing a B push here on Bakaj too, so I mean, if we see a 1v4, that's everything, I think.
Right now, Full Sail sweating a little bit. They've let this advantage slip through their fingers, and now Dak's going to call the glide bomb in just to keep the snowball going. Meathead has to peek out for the information. Bomb will go down now for the retake. What do you have inside of you? It's going to be Frosty to keep the numbers. Meathead gets the trade, but it's a little too late. Nick's going to make this a 2v2, but take a look at player number 4. Already on the flank. They have no idea. Nick has to peek out, and as soon as he does, Frosty's going to get the kill. A second one out of Infinite. And Northwood, they turn this game around. Backed up against the ropes now on match point.
They're down 1-4. 1-4. Okay. Couple things that round. Great. I love the streak investment. They want to keep the momentum that they rode from the last round into this one. They invest the streak early. Not only does it get them a first blood, it gets them clearance on B. Now they have the aggression turned up to 10. They get to match point first is what they were going for. Great job from them. Hold your pre-aims defensively. Don't give up your lives. Or go aggressive through mid-map. That works too because Dak's shooting straighter than really an arrow. But they don't need to give this up.
Worst timing ever, Nick. The hero right now for Full Sail. Staying true to that name. Mystical's going to double down, and that's going to put Stats in a 1v3. Can you turn up one time for the team? Put this away. Bomb's going to go down. 43 seconds for the retake. Stats, what do you have inside you right now? Slow and steady for the wraparound through Barn. I should be aware of this if you are Full Sail players. Mystical inside of Grandma's on the tank. It's going to be number 8 and Full Sail. The easy cleanup to put this all the way to a round 11.
I think you played that all wrong if you're Northwood. That's what will, even if they win this, right? That is a huge misplay by them in that round. Defensively, you don't have to get aggressive. Hold your pre-aims, play patient. I know you're riding a lot of momentum and you're shooting really straight right now, but there was no reason to go aggressive. And props to Full Sail for punishing them for it. They draw it even. You put Northwood on the offensive try. I think if they lose this, that's the round I'm going back and circling and saying that's where we could have closed this out. You did the effort to get to match point first, series point first, and you threw it away. Now we're at around 11, Full Sail defensively, have a chance to close this out, and switching up the defensive setup, they're giving up A essentially for free.
I know Dak doesn't want to lose this 14-7. He has been putting in the work for the team, and look at the positioning for Full Sail. Nick gets a little too aggressive. Dak's going to punish it. Life advantage to Northwood. What do they got next? Friedlander in a position to trade out if they go towards platform. But it seems like Northwood, they are aware that a player's been playing here every single round. Has to be careful. Dak's going to be getting on top of the tank. Slowly pushing their way towards this A site. Infinite's going to show himself, and that's bombed down. Big kill coming up for Friedlander. And Meathead just has to wait his chance to get this flank.
I can't believe it. I mean, Meathead just waiting for the timing, waiting for any bit of information the player zig. Hearing this bomb could be the go-ahead. Friedlander says that's where the player is, but Dak, the playmaker.
All the way on the flank. A little bit of all around the world right now from Dak. 16-7, looking to make it 17. Bomb going down. Still number 5 hasn't shown himself. Dak just putting the pressure on a Friedlander. Pistol out now, 1v3. Can Meathead keep his team in this? Can he upset it at Northwood all on his own? He's got 36 seconds to make it happen, and he knows first off he needs to take down Dak. He's going to get step 1 done. And now 1v2. Both players tucked away. 30 seconds left. Meathead taking his time to get this one done. Bursting through the door. Second one's going to be there, but it's going to be Stacks to put it away. And Northwood, they avoid the upset in round 11, and they take Full Sail down.
Just writing that down. Gathering myself here. I mean, they pulled it off. It wasn't clean. It wasn't clean. I think they had a chance to take that 6-4. Either way, you get it done right. In a series like that, you're just happy to close out a game 5. But for Northwood, impressive resilience. We had just said that about Full Sail in map 4, but I mean, where it shows up, you have to call it out, and you're a new squad. You get pushed to the limits here against a great Full Sail team. And again, it could you could look at any moment in this and say Northwood could have done this cleaner to win it. Full Sail could have done this cleaner. At the end of the day, let's focus on map 5. You made it a little bit mixier than it needed to be, but Dak on the flank gives it up. You know, you bait the presence there at the A site, forced, you know, the side of Full Sail to have to respect it and turn eyes on that just long enough to hit a great timing out of Dak, who finished with 17 kills. Let's talk about that as well.
Yeah.
In a search and destroy. I mean, it went enough rounds for him to do it, but I said coming into map number 5, right? Let your big playmakers make those plays. You said for Full Sail you had to shut down both of them. Sure, Infinite didn't have a great game, but you said specifically it has to be both players. One isn't good enough, and Dak showed you why. You have to shut down both. Takes it there. This was, I thought, a bad play with Meathead finding a kill, and no snaps to get both to draw it up 4-4. I mean, for Northwood, trust in the gunny, trust in the leadership and the big playmakers. It was, what a series from top to bottom from these teams.
I think that's just everything. You just need to trust in your team to get it done. I know for a fact, I mean, as soon as we pick apart this team, they're not going to be happy with that win. Game 5, you got to put up 17 if you're Dak just for the win. They had to dig deep for that if you're the returning champions. Coming into this season, I think if there's one thing that I'm looking at, it just shows that, I mean, there's potential that championship spot is still up for grabs. There was a lot of mistakes in that best of 5 from Northwood, which I did not expect. And I think Full Sail really made it apparent that, I mean, there's a chance for a new team to even walk out in first place in this conference.
I was going to say that the conference is still up for grabs, let alone the title. I can't even think about the title looking at who's still left in this conference with these squads. And again, props to Full Sail for showing, you know, they've been a team that's been on the cusp of greatness. And I know they lose this series, but there's still time in the regular season. And of course, there's still time this season. They can still string together quite a successful run to finish out this season. You know, Northwood shows they can bleed, right? They showed that they still, again, have that championship spot up for grabs given how close that series was. And for Full Sail, Northwood has just as many mistakes as Full Sail there to look back and grow on, but Full Sail could really turn this into a big turning point in their season for the better. It was a tough loss, but I think this could really project them in a great direction if they can kind of take and learn from the series what they need to grow as a squad. But it was impressive from them, though it was a tough game 5, round 11 loss. I think for Full Sail, signs point towards a good direction for this team.
It's leading into a little bit of a better direction for Full Sail, which is exciting for the fact that this team has been on the rise, and this iteration of the squad is definitely one that's exciting me a lot to want to see more of. And you know, we still need to see Northwood go up against Barry Bucks, and I know that's going to be a tough game when we do get to it. I think, you know, for now, Northwood, they, you know, avoid an upset inside of that round 11. A little bit of a 50-50 there for, I guess, that round 11 win for Northwood to kind of win it. If you look at this from Full Sail Armada's point of view, I mean, either you kind of get the timing in that search or you don't in that round 11. A lot of players say it could go really either way, and the fact that you get there for a team that really doesn't look the best in their searches over on Tuscan or their control on Tuscan, they kind of got smoked for those two maps. That's a big accomplishment for the team, and I can't wait to, you know, get the player from Northwood into the booth and really pick his brain on what was going on, because it seems like there's some growing pains for this Northwood team, this new face that we're seeing from Northwood University, and I want to see, you know, what their minds are directed at.
I do too. Again, just to kind of talk to some of those strats, right? What I mean, of course, looking at the series in and of itself, right? Some of those play calls there at the tail end of things, but again, also looking at being a team as reputable as they are, where their heads are with, like we keep saying, you know, this new squad. A huge win tonight. Again, I think for both teams, I said it, you know, but I think it's a success for both teams. I think Full Sail can take a lot from this and grow well and in a good direction. I think for Northwood, we said champs the whole time, right? The entire time we said champs, defending champs, you know, not looking good here, but it's a new squad, so those are defending champs. It's a hard standard to hold them to, because, you know, you have so many new players. You still have defending champs as far as the school goes, but I think this team still has something to prove. And you know they're trying to play up to that standard of being a defending champ squad. They don't just want to let that roll off to the side, being a new squad, but I think that's a hard standard to hold them to, and so much of the season left before we can even talk about them going back to back. A lot for the squad to grow in as far as, their skill gap and potential, but you have that returning champs, name on your back no matter what, no matter if you're new or returning team, and hey, they come up to bat and go big in a Game 5 series in a hard conference matchup, so great job from them to close out big.
Well, it doesn't seem like we're going to be able to have a chance to interview the players from Northwood, so we're just going to have to play off of what we saw for the night. I'm definitely right there with you. It's a hard standard, and I feel like it's going to be a lot of pressure to play off of for some of these new faces to, step up to, that standard that is going to be held to them when we get to playoffs, when we get to, the end of the season. If they are playing for that conference championships, it's something that if they can accomplish, that is going to be a crazy feat to be looking at. But throughout the day, I mean, what a day we've had. We've been able to, see both St. Clair, the new face of St. Clair, and the new face of Northwood both come out with wins. A 3-0 for the Saints, looking very clean and comfortable. A 3-2 might not be comfortable from Northwood, but, definitely looking to, get better as the series goes on. It was a fun one, and, the action is not done for tonight. We still have Valorant coming up later tonight. It's going to be Vincent and Los to take you through that in the booth. It was a fun time, but until next time, everybody, for some more Call of Duty. We got Valorant on the other side of this break.
It's that time again. Welcome to the stage. Oh yeah. Where energy and creativity collide. Here we go. Let's level up. Make this something to remember. All right.
All right, everyone, and welcome back to NACE Star League Week 6. But we got things started a little bit late here for Valorant, so it's Week 4. Little trickery going on, but hey, better late than never. We're about to kick off the 4th installation of some best of 3s with some top teams. But before we jump into that, I'm Los, joined by my man, Vincent. How are you feeling tonight?
I'm doing good. I'm feeling good, and I'm feeling ready for some Valorant action, Los. It's going to be a fantastic time this evening. We got some good Valorant planned for you folks, so make sure to stay tuned.
Yeah, of course. This is, again, it's Week 4, but this is such a long season of Valorant, and there's so much on the line here. Great scholarships that can be won throughout this season. You get to the top of your conference, you'll play in the play-ins, the championships. But if that isn't the case for you to make it into playoffs, you have that last chance qualifier, so you still have the opportunity to make it, to play against the best of the best here in the NACE Star League. And we touch on it every time it comes up, but it is important. That's an in-person grand finals over in November and December. That's in person. That's amazing because all of these different players from across the region, North America, can duke it out, and you get to meet your peers face to face, and it's a beautiful thing. It's LAN, baby.
I know, man. It's so much fun to have the LAN finals back here for NACE. It's gonna be a great time, just like today. Well, you've already enjoyed yourselves some fantastic Call of Duty action. 3-2 in that Northwood game just a moment ago, but here we go into another potentially fantastic game with 2 more undefeated teams. It's Kansas State going up against the St. Clair Saints. This premier varsity lineup is going to be a whole lot of fun, especially when you think about the sheer number of fantastic players at hand. But those players, they are doing the competing, and they are competing for scholarship prize money. $2,500 for first place, and it will be $1,250 for second. And third and fourth, they don't go home empty-handed. They're going to get $625 a piece, which sure ain't too bad either, Los.
Ooh, it's a tasty chunk of change to get that scholarship, and because of the scholarships, it's been help provided by Extra Life. So thank you, Extra Life. Play games to change kids' health, change the future. Join Extra Life today. We want to be very thankful for that because they help put this on. And also, Nace Starleague runs on Dunkin'. Click the Twitch panel below to find a Dunkin' near you. I'm a big fan. Medium iced coffee, vanilla. Less ice is my order, personally.
So good. Keeps me fueled up and ready when it comes down to these late night broadcasts. It's a whole lot of fun. And by the way, if you want to have a whole lot of fun and learn how to become a leader for life, shout out to the ROTC. Go ahead and join up and learn how you can get some of those leadership skills.
Absolutely. And, speaking of learning, I just want to touch upon your background right now. You are in the library right now. Where did you find this?
Well, this is where I come and consume knowledge, you understand? It's very important for me. I pride myself as an analyst here, Los, and this is how I become the big brain here on the desk.
Of course, big brain isn't necessary for call-outs, but also being in the collegiate scene, you do have that big brain. You have the chance to learn. But also, Monster Energy is an official partner of Nace Starleague Canadian initiatives. Now, this is crazy. I just learned about this today, but did you know that Canadian esports clubs can receive complimentary Monster Energy on campus? Yes, I read this, and I was like, why didn't this happen when I was at school? I'm not Canadian, but I would have liked it to happen. Anyway, check out the Nace Starleague Twitter or Discord for more info. Monster Ultra Red is going to be the top dog for me. But regardless, we got two teams coming up today. It's going to be Kansas State University versus St. Clair's. You know the vibes, and this is actually the second match tonight that the St. Clair Saints, at least the organization as a whole, the university collegiate organization, because they were just playing up in the Call of Duty leg of this broadcast. Now let's see if their Valorant squad can pull it up. But now you and I, Vincent, we both know, we've seen that the St. Clair Saints are pretty deadly. We've seen them earlier this week, 2 days ago, and if there's one name that rings true as a dominant threat, it's Mzu.
Absolutely it is. And, well, another name that was ringing true in that game was Ford Tapping. We don't see them on the starting roster today, so we'll get into that a little bit more later. But I want to talk a bit about Kansas State whilst we have the chance, because I want to shift your name to the middle of the screen there. Pedro, guy you should be looking at. I talked with the manager of this team, and their words were the hype man. The guy making the big plays. That's Pedro. Definitely keep your eye out for them. Alongside Panda on those duelist roles is going to be a key factor. And, of course, Panda as well in the chamber is something to pay attention to. But I want to go back as well to that and kind of do a little bit of a comparison, a side-by-side, if you will. Ims, Uwu, and Panda, those two, I have a feeling it's going to be a duel for the ages.
Well, I mean, that's what we're here for. Just some beautiful Valor. 2 undefeated teams so far, and that's what I'm enjoying. Things are going to start whittling down. You won't have those undefeated teams going forward, so soon enough, someone has to break. Someone's got to give. And we'll see throughout this map selection, and my God, Vincent, there is a Pearl.
Oh boy, I am so excited. You and I mean, you just mentioned it, that we got a chance to take a peek at the St. Clair team earlier this week, just 2 days ago. They let Pearl go through to their map 3 in that series as well. We didn't get a chance to see that. I think there's a much better chance that we see that tonight. But I think the other conversation point that I want to hammer home is the fact that we're headed back to bind as well for these squads. I mean, I think that's going to be another interesting point. We saw St. Clair play very well on that map before, and we're going to probably see that once again. But for me, it comes down to the individuals and whether or not they're going to be able to put it all together at the moment, because we both have chosen St. Clair as our pick, but the more I look at this Kansas State team, the more I'm unsure of that pick.
Hey, off the surface, we're going with what we already knew. We knew that St. Clair has a dominant team, but we just haven't been able to get some information on Kansas State, and all of this will be revealed soon enough as we start getting things popping here in this best of 3. But, you know, I'm not going to reserve my judgment here. I believe that Kansas State is a squad that can stand the test of time, or at least stand the test of these next about 2 hours going into this series. Hey, may even be more if we get some insane overtime action, but it will be a Shen kicking things off for the first map, and it's the Valorant special. You know it, I know it, the fans at home know it. This is going to be the basic map you'll probably find in every best of 3.
Yeah, love it or hate it, it is absolutely going to be there no matter what. And this is another one of those maps that we got to see the St. Clair squad play just 2 nights ago. I mean, and you and I were incredibly impressed with what they were able to do. They took a 13-6 win against their opponents. Actually, another team we saw here on the Nate's broadcast just a few weeks back in OTSU. So I think that for me, with both of these teams coming in 3-0, it does bode an interesting question. Now, there is a key differentiation in those 3-0s, though, and that is that Kansas State have lost a map. No series lost, but they have lost a map, whereas St. Clair have yet to do that just yet. Take that at what you will. It may be a little bit more relevant to some as opposed to others, but I think that definitely shows a level of consistency from this St. Clair team.
Yeah, undefeated in terms of map, but hey, speaking of consistency, look at that consistent player banner. Is the piggy rolling in those credits? So, I mean, you know, if everyone's wearing the same jersey, they're rocking the same banner, maybe the team cohesion is going to be similar. But speaking about similarity between these 2 agent selections, there's only one difference, and that's Peeve and Caillou, different initiators, respectively. The Sova here for St. Clair and the Fade for Kansas.
An interesting thought process there. I think the Fade is obviously fantastic, but it does sort of beg some questions about how you utilize that to the great effect, and my immediate look goes to Panda on that Killjoy. The nanoswarms can be very effective if you use the C's alongside the gravity wells as well. I know it's a little more old school, but we like to see those as they are just as effective.
Yeah, I'm really digging that both of these teams are making the commitment to Astra. It feels that Ascent really lends itself to be a resurrection point. This is where Astra gets rezzed. People feel more comfortable going in with this pick. We don't know how Mage is going to make a difference, but we're about to see how much Pedro can make a difference on this first take down mid, as Mzuu will be the first point of contact once that Nebula fades away.
Seems to be a very common strategy here in Collegiate. Probably the 4th time we've seen it straight up mid, and it is not so effective for Kansas State. St. Clair has stopped them in their tracks.
Scrubby from the staircase wants more blood, and they've taken it for free. Just barely a tick of damage. They tried to push on to at least switch to give themselves more ground, but they were never able to clear out Market. So that was a nice little full house coming from Scrubby as well as Mzuu.
Yeah, and, you know, back to what I was mentioning before, Los, like, it feels like that mid to B strategy is just such a common occurrence, and I think it's becoming a little readable. I think a lot of teams have been doing it, and you can see St. Clair very prepared for that endeavor. Oftentimes, Market is left open in the pistol round. Not so here. Mzuu was there, standing stalwart, and another position that Mzuu can find a lot of advantages in is this one right here. We saw them dominate on Catwalk in the match just 2 days ago. Now they start out with a tag onto the opposing jet.
Sushi, who wasn't in the previous round, laying dormant, one of the substitutes in this rotating roster, ensuring that everyone is getting a piece of the action. Plays down a star. They're hanging out in wine, and Kansas, at this moment, they're not too hasty. They don't have any good weapons to run with. They know what they're walking into. It's going to take a Sheriff headshot from downrange, but even that wouldn't be enough to secure a kill. So, poking through the defenses. Regardless, PPR's made it into tree, but not much further.
Spike down.
Yeah, it's a plethora of frags there for the St. Clair side, but they have gone down as Panda and Pedro. They brought it back. Now it's just Panda alone. We talked about Panda as one of those ones to watch. The chamber, typically where they'll be playing, this time on the Killjoy, but that is just not going to work out this time. By the way, fun fact about Sushi. Apparently the twin of Jello, the player who was in on that Monday night game that we talked about, we got a pair of twins on this squad.
Is that something you'd want to do? You see, if I had a twin, I'd want to go to a different school. You know, we've been running together all our lives. It's time to go our own way.
I could see that. Also, though, I mean, you've been running together. Why change?
You know, well, why change? No. There may be a need for a change of this point of strategy. There's a major amount of damage taken by Pedro, but they got to play it forward, potentially pit their life for the rest of their team. But that won't be the case. This is a bonus here for St. Clair, and they're up by 2.
I love that early utility put out by St. Clair. It's just so dominant. You saw the damage done to the players trying to push forward. The Nano Swarm alongside just the Shock Dart. And you got to keep in mind that imagine if there had been a Seize there or something further. Obviously, no Fade on that side. But, you know, a Gravity Well could have been reasonable as well. St. Clair probably could have confirmed a kill.
They've confirmed quite a bit of damage. And a stagger, a major one at that for the play. Unfortunately, they haven't been able to recover any weapons. Or just out of range, and doing so would have been a bit of greed. Could have turned the tides and lost them their foothold. But Panda, a great maneuver, but reloading as they jump into the site. A little hasty there, and to give Scrubby the Vandal that they need to hold things down. But if they can crouch around and find the shots, well, they've all but solidified their victory here.
Indeed, Sushi gonna clean things up for the final frag, and St. Clair, gun round number 1, straight out of the way for them on that one. Very nice work, and it all starts with that early bits of utility, right? Like, you can't undersell the early damage that you do there. It just makes your life easier in so many ways, and oh, look at what we got, Los. Does this, give you some reminders, Mzuu operator? Coming back in.
Reminders, more like PTSD, as this certainly won't end well, but it's not going to be a take that'll find themselves in the crosshairs so quickly. Few players, a majority of them, here by the A lobby, they don't want to be too hasty again, walking through that Nebula one-way.
Look at this aggression, though. Pretty much a one-sided push towards A. Utility coming out and a missed shot by Mzuu, a rarity.
Back up. Oh, with a great spray transfer. Mzuu there for some backup. But in the end, B will find at least a bit of success to take it down. Ooh. And the Stinger will sing 2 times. So could have been worse considering the buy into this.
Yeah, I think that St. Clair, you know, probably would have been doing well if Mzuu hit one of those earlier shots. But regardless, I think that both teams walk away happy. Peeve, who had the Stinger, doing a little bit of damage. And Kansas State walking away with the potential spike plant. But no dice in that time. By the way, I've just realized 4 out of 5 players on Kansas State have names that start with a P. They are trolling me. This is gonna be interesting.
You know, now that I wasn't even thinking about that, but it's gonna be in my head.
You're welcome.
Now. It's kind of like when you tell someone, "Hey, you have to actively breathe,"
or "Don't blink."
Yeah,
something like that. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm out here making life difficult for my co-casters. Why do you keep working with me? What's wrong with you?
I don't know. We just get thrown in together.
Well, St. Clair looking to throw themselves into this round and at least continue some of that success. I do like this mid control that Kansas State have put together. They have a couple of ultimates, but they don't want to use those without having any information about what's going on or where these players are at. And speaking of information, that 0 point, going to gather some of that with 5 players grouped up here at Catwalk. KSU moving in.
Sushi hiding behind the dice. They'll be the first point of contact. Send a Nebula for safety, but they won't be safe enough. Panda gunning them down and unlocking the site. Kansas State, I believe that may be one of the first plants that we've seen from this team.
Not first, definitely. I mean, that is the only time it's gone down. Bladestorm still available, though, for St. Clair, and it's going to be pulled out. But meanwhile, Scrubby goes down. HP, will it matter? 3 players very low.
Good trade there by MZWoo. There's still plenty of work to be done, and not much time to do it. Tailwind activated, the 1v4. But perhaps these blades can find the damage so low, or 2 of the players of KSU, but it won't be done. No need to risk losing that operator in such a risky scenario. So they'll opt for the save, and KSU gets their first. Oh.
Well, nice exit, though. I mean, MZWoo at least collecting something for the road, but yeah, Kansas State, they do the research. They make sure to investigate mid-control. They regain that area of the map, push back the St. Clair defense, and then walk their way after grouping up at Catwalk into the A site where Panda, or no, rather, I think it was Arya who didn't have a chance on the site. It was not ideal. You were unable to do too much of anything. Kansas State, the other thing to note is that they're walking into this round with 3 ultimates. Bladestorm's already out. They got the Nightfall, and of course, the Lockdown as well. So, lots of possibilities for them, at least on those set executes.
Yeah, and speaking of using that Lockdown, there's no Hunter's Fury to counteract that. Double Shock Dart, but the likelihood of making a play like that, it's too risky. Regardless, not even a chance to put that lockdown in place as MZWoo thinning the herd, but it will be utilized, and they have to fall back and clear some space, especially with this Nightfall giving even more vision.
I'm not so interested in Scrubby sticking around there, even with the Nightfall getting marked really makes it difficult to stand on that site, but MZWoo has at least stuck around for an additional kill, but it is just a trade, and Los it's a 3v3 as these players from St. Clair walk back in. The Saints are up against a bit of a brick wall.
All 3 on site. If they can remove the threat of Peeve on Speedway, that's huge! A great wall bang to thin them out. Only 2 more waiting for them, but it's been replaced. Another player has jumped onto Speedway, but being spotted out by that dart could be crucial, yet PPR cuts down 2. It's all up to Caillou in this moment, but they have no chance. PPR with the hat trick.
That back boathouse position, so critical for the hold of the B site. And, you know, it's almost unfortunate that recon bolt that Caillou puts down gathers so much information. It kind of baits the players over towards the left side of the site, out into a wider swing to get that kill. PPR just takes their head off and walks away with all of the winnings. Kansas State now with 2 rounds in a row. They've already made a bit of a comeback. It's now time, though, to see if that can continue. No operator left for MZWoo. The money's just not there. But the lockdown, alongside the Cosmic Divide, certainly is.
This is quite an important money round, too. If they lose this, they'll be forced to save, or at least bring in the Pauper by. There's even a Spectre on the docket here for St. Clair, so they have to play it close. But no one will be there to meet them with 3 players going through a main and 2 through trees.
That's that null command. It's going to buy some space to initiate onto Sushi here.
Some shots through the Cloudburst and the Nebula. They'll find no damage. They'll hit no shots. This is a bloodless plant. However, with the flank from MZWoo, now they have action. Now they've got the lockdown as well. Sushi playing with some options to use those stars, but they have no vision. Now walking through, Caillou hopes to build upon the shots that have already been made. PPR still a threat in the following round. But they've been hit by the lockdown. They're detained. If Arya falls, this could be the round. Scrubby, will they make the move? It's PPR with just 1 HP. It could be good for the shot. I believe it's half.
It is. Oh, but the flash. The flash too perfect in PPR. 1 health in the dream for the 1v2. St. Clair stalled at 4 rounds. It's 3 in a row for Kansas State University as they step up in a big way. PPR now leading this roster at 8-4. You gotta love it. So much done. And PPR, by the way, Los, gets caught in that lockdown. Was unable to move. But the Nebula saves his life. Quick thinking from Arya made sure that he was able to stay alive, and that is how the round gets clutched out. Wonderful work.
2 clutches in a row at that. Now they've got the operator in the hands of Panda. Curious to see how this plays out as no one's even willing, no one's even thinking about taking a long-range angle. I mean, if there is, it's Mzuu. They'll play it back by defender spawn. That's about it. It's only a rotation. No need for a confrontation.
Kansas State getting into a bit of a groove of things here. Once again, taking mid control. Making sure that nobody's playing close. The op is not a threat, though money-wise, not really an option in this round for St. Clair. Of course, poking and prodding, that does leave some options open, and Casper nearing a headshot there, that pre-fire running a little too close for comfort.
This is interesting take here. If you leave Panda up here with the I mean, no one is in market to challenge this with an off angle. Just the idea that there isn't much time. There has to be a swift execute. Only 30 seconds left to get this plant down on B, and you're gonna have to run through that utility. But it starts off now. But a Cosmic Divide to block off the back sight. May give an opportunity, but Scrubby and Caillou are here to stop any aggressive plays with the Nano Swarm and some shots. Looking for the wallbang. Caillou finishes it off. This is a hasty maneuver. Only 10 seconds left, but no one can make the play. Caillou with the 4K has sealed the deal. In an last-ditch effort, Panda just throws away the operator.
I mean, come on, Caillou. So ridiculous in this round. Has just made all of the moves there and picks up the quad kill. I mean, there was like, what, 2 weapons, really? 2 rifles in that round, and the burst on the Bulldog, it just worked so beautifully. And, you know, props to Sushi, who was pretty much playing the little bait there, allowing everyone to look towards them, and then Caillou goes for the swing. But a big mistake from Kansas State gives a thrifty round to St. Clair, and they're headed into a 5th round win. Hunter's Fury as well. Look at all that information. Caillou gaining 2 frags off the back of it. Oh my goodness. The 0 point ensures that no one can move. No one can use their abilities to get away. And it is guaranteed.
It feels like that's the round. That's it. Not much more can be done. You have Mzuu looking for anyone willing to rear their head around the mid, but not the case. Caillou, the man of the moment, looking for more. Shots won't be good, especially with multiple ghosts there to take you down. They still have the angle. It's that recon bolt. Might even be walking into an ace. No. Sushi there for insurance says, hey, let's settle down there. Yeah, too big for your britches. It's an eco round.
Farming up the meeks, man. But listen, 8 kills in 2 rounds. I'd call that not bad. I don't know about you, but I'd say, you know what? That's pretty good. Caillou. Oh, man. Not one of the players we were necessarily hyping up, but a consistent factor for this St. Clair team. Pushing this to 6-3. And this is a familiar sight, right? The 6-round scoreline. St. Clair are very comfy here.
Oh, speaking of comfort, St. Clair must be feeling very uncomfortable with that one. Losing 2 players up at the top of Cat. Walking through Pedro. Hit the ground well. No one there to finish it off. Scrubby spraying through the cloudburst, able to get at least Pepper. Well, look at all those tags.
1 enemy remaining.
Ain't nobody left. What tags? Nobody's alive. Caillou trying desperately to find a clutch somewhere, but it certainly isn't here. Not in this round. It's lost. Yet to be found. St. Clair College, 6-4. Kansas State. After 2 rounds in the deficit, you know, both rounds Caillou gets 4K. Maybe that's the win con. Caillou just kills 4.
Well, it's a daring strategy, and Caillou's gonna have to play it back. But I think the commitment of 2 players out from tree, that's a bit of an issue. Losing them immediately, it was the signal flare, it was the go button. It said, okay, looks like we're going to A.
Early 0 point gives the info that, hey, nobody's at A. Nobody this time. A lot of early shenanigans over towards Catwalk in the prior round. Kansas State looked to opt in, and I don't blame them. I mean, they won the round off of it last time, so if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But this time, it's a lot more tentative. You got these 2 players over towards B main. They're trying to feel things out. Spike in that direction as well, and it's looking like maybe a bit of a mid to B / mid B split.
Everyone is just everywhere at this point. Keeping the options open, or at least it's just a look from Hen to ensure that no one's going to get them from tree. Regardless, this activation of the null command, Casper's going to be in a bit of trouble, especially with that extended suppression because they got the 0 point. Nebula as well, blocking off vision, but Caillou, they're sitting in the back of Boathouse, and they're doing their job. 2 headshots ring true. Even so, the site will be taken and the spike will be planted.
Placing swarm grenade.
Not bad, but still a man advantage here for St. Clair, the Bladestorm. That's the reality. RA game leader for Kansas State, taking a massive amount of damage. Got to put down those Nebulas quickly, but the missed blades are not enough to continue to even things up.
Casper blowing it up, shutting it down. 2 kills from the staircase, and it seemed like a good post-plant setup, especially with the pinch that was offered by Arya. But once you had multiple players looking in that direction, there was no escape. Not a very defensible position when multiple angles are coming at you in terms of market. Losing that gave them less support. It's just an easy cleanup.
Well, let's talk a little bit more about that position, Los, because, yeah, it's a great position under 2 conditions, right? Number 1, you have support from your teammates on site who can swing with you and kind of actually pinch in that angle. Or number 2, when St. Clair don't know you're there. Neither of those conditions were fulfilled, and we saw what happened. I mean, I think Arya did well just to get the 1.
Played it back.
You should run.
Mzuwu. You gotta look down. They're right underneath your nose. Looking up for the haunt. Unable to find a single shot. The crosshair, it wasn't expecting. They had no idea what this attack was going to be, and it happened in a few moments. And like that, 3 are dead, and the spike will be initiated.
Maybe a little unnecessary that nightfall, but ultimately it's very effective. It hits both the remaining players. But I think damage gonna be the name of the game here, or actually last round, excuse me. It's all about taking this clutch, doing what you can, but 2v5.
Last player standing.
Oh, the right click from Pedro. That seals the deal. Best case scenario is that Caillou looks for a kill just to ensure they don't get hit with a flawless, but it doesn't really matter. But oh my god. I was expecting almost a 3rd there from Caillou. It would have been a crazy heroic effort, but only good for 2, as they rightfully should have been. If that was converted, that would have just been the most absurd play in the Nay Star League.
I mean, Caillou has gone from, like, you know, middle of the pack to top of the leaderboard in like 4 rounds. So absurd is sort of where we live here. St. Clair 7-5, and Los, correct me if I'm wrong, but St. Clair in our match that we saw on Monday, they were very dominant when it came to their attack sides, right?
If I recall correctly, it's because they have that speed that comes from Mzuwu. They like to attack. They like to play it fast. now that they have that opportunity, because it's their main directive, I think we're going to see quite a force arrive, especially on mid. Guess who's not looking toward market to protect it?
Look at this. Imagine another mid split. No way.
That's quite unheard of, but so is Pedro losing that fight. But following it up, you have a great pinch coming through. The support from B main is there, so they can take this site. It's 4-3 for the post plant. And this is a nice crossfire from the door and longs.
That Nebula timing, very solid from the Astra, but Adrian's going to look to get in. This crossfire, this is where having positioning towards market is so strong. You see how those two players for St. Clair towards the site were pushed up in towards both the lane side and the stair side. They were trying to make sure that they could swing on a dime and trade for their players in there. It wasn't necessary because, you know, the players pushed up, got all the kills. But Los, it's just the idea that I love. And, well, you know what else I love? I mentioned that this team, St. Clair, they're good on attack. And I stand by that. But they're not just good on attack. They're nuts on attack. In that game on Monday, they didn't let their opponent win a single attacker or a single defensive round. In 2 maps, they won every single attack round they had.
Oh boy, now I'm getting flashbacks now. And it's not bringing great memories, but here comes the engagement. Mizzou jumps into the generator, but they will be traded with the Bucky. What? Beware of the Bucky, but it won't find more kills. It's only good for one. Regardless, this is going to be a sight take. Panda, last one alive, might be able to get a shot with the Classic, and they do. And suddenly, things feel a bit more dangerous. They're keeping their distance, playing it back. It'll be the turret to start things up, but the Free Fire say, yeah, you're not going to walk into sight.
Yeah, that's one of those you shall not pass sort of moments, you know? It's just big fat no, right in their face. But Kansas State looking to stop the onslaught that is the St. Clair attack. They've still, by the way, for now, kept that winning record. No defensive rounds for any opponents here in the week. But St. Clair, this is going to be their hardest attempt yet. It's full guns for Kansas State. And it's a bonus round for St. Clair, so a round that I wouldn't say would be crazy for them to lose.
No, definitely not out of the wheelhouse or out of the ordinary for this to be a St. Clair victory, because they've got bulldogs, they've got rifles, they can make it happen. But I think this is going to be a big disruptor. Peeve, not where they would have expected, but not quick enough to finish the job. Peeve is good for one, but it's a trade. Scrubby goes down and they lose the spike. That's not a huge loss. Wow, holding on to that owl drone. Pretty nice. They get some extended information and force out utility coming from Pedro.
So this A hit, it's going to feel pretty good. They've got 2 players off the site in a 4v4, so pretty good for St. Clair, but closing the distance between them and Pedro, that's going to be the real problem.
This Cloudburst. And this Nebula. Okay. Well, sensing that this is clear, must have the idea that someone is lying in wait. Oh my god, Pedro tried to go swing, but Mzuu was there waiting for it. Follow up though, to keep things even. Leaves it down. Pepper in a bloodbath, hoping to turn things around.
1v1 though.
Great play. Panda was hoping to keep things kosher and keep it safe. There was only 12 seconds left in the round, but Sushi, they wanted to end things quick and clean, and they take away the first gun round from KSU.
Nothing kosher about Sushi. Absolutely fantastic work there. The trades were just so clean from St. Clair, and I think that's what really pushed them over the edge, right? Like, Mzuu goes in, gets that initial kill. It's traded out by PPR, but it's as if there's just an instantaneous moment where St. Clair know where to be, and they make the shots work. It's really, really fantastic to look at. And Panda, nice start to this round. Unfortunately, those trades I was talking about, they work against anti-ecos too.
Lone defender here. It's Beeve. They're hiding behind the boxes, but the second they change angles, well, guess who's there waiting for them? It's Casper. Great 0 point just to cause a bit of fear so they don't have that instantaneous reaction. But even if they did, even if they were caught by it, Pedro is the first one to walk out, look to clear the site.
Quickly, gotta move in here. I like the fact that they're not giving away any audio cues initially.
Shots, no. Pedro just off the mark a little bit. Sushi and Casper finish things up, but even if they couldn't get the shot, Mzuu was there for the roundabout to end things quickly. And it's 4 rounds undefeated here on attack, Vincent.
4 in a row, yeah. And here's Los where I say, you know, you'll go back into a cast, you'll hear me say this once or twice a map. This is the time that Kansas State have to make a move. This is the round. There's no more question mark rounds after this. This is the gun round. They have it all. They just need to execute. They need to push St. Clair off this 12. Of course,
Shots.
it's far more easy to say than to do, Los, to be fair, you know.
I mean, they haven't been afforded many opportunities, but that is one that Pedro needed to secure. Nice updraft for the information. But if this is lost, if this is a Sushi victory right here, Kansas State are in a world of trouble because that halves their defensive capabilities on edge.
Look at what they've denied there. 1 orb away from the Blade Storm is Sushi. Not allowed. Or sorry, not Sushi. Pedro. Pardon me. But yes, 1 blade or 1 orb away from the Blade Storm. That is not a possibility now because of that duel, because of Sushi.
Panda.
Oh, I love this.
Aggressive play, but not expecting Scrubby from Tile. They're handled swiftly. Caillou now looking for revenge. There may be another incursion from Pedro. Not to be the case, but the Blade Storm is available now if they so choose to use it. And this will be a fast movement. 30 seconds left as they have to run it up through B. Guess who's waiting for them, and guess who is not looking toward Market? It's Peeve. Machillan
He's gonna hear.
right by logs or on the platform. There's 3 players about to walk in. Peeve is good.
Oh, he got it! 12 seconds remain. The spike has to go down. Pedro is going to run in here lightning fast with the updrafts. The suppression works. Oh, is he alive? Casper, what is that? Oh my goodness. I can't believe that Casper gets away with all of that, but regardless, it's Kansas State's round. Despite the fireworks there at the end. They've shut down.
Illegal maneuver.
St. Clair's hold. Their 100% win rate on the attacking side of every map this week has ended. But just by 1. Hold on. Here, I'll do the math. Give me a second, Los.
All right, yeah, I'll try and stall some time. So what we're what we're looking at right now, it's more money, well-fed players for KSU. They've got 4 ultimates on the table, only missing that Cosmic Divide. And they have some breathing room, but it's only 1 round of breathing room. St. Clair still up by 5 at the moment. So they have some rounds to play with. Leading them into map point, though. All right, Vincent, what do we got?
It's a 94% win rate on the attack side this week.
My God.
This is a little unreasonable. Mzuu, though. Blade Storm in hand. We've seen them do work, but not this time. Pedro stepped up in the last round. Has stepped up here.
It's definitely some of the furthest positioning that we're seeing from KSU. Pedro not looking to push their luck. They're running it back because they understand there's a presence through Catwalk and into Tree. That's all 4 of these players right here. Just narrowly being missed by the 0 point Pedro. Off angle by the switch. Knocking it down. But they will be tagged. Not going to expose themselves, but they realize it's here. Sushi with a great shot. Pedro not afforded any chance. Arya low as well.
Oh, the Nightfall, though. There's so much utility to put forth. The null command as well. The lockdown could come through. Why the heck not? But I guess if you shoot players, that's not really a problem.
BR jumping right into Casper's crosshairs. Casper will find a second, but it's put down. Panda closes it with a good headshot. It would be crazy if Casper would be allowed a third. Panda says no. Not now. No map point yet.
I mean, the crazy part about that is Casper actually played that probably perfectly. He didn't actually get shot, like, in the air. He got shot through the box. And props to Panda for making that shot work. But, like, from a gameplay perspective, Kansas State, I mean, that was losable. And Casper did everything that he could in reality. So, it would have been ridiculous, I agree, but not that far out of the realm of possibilities. Still, though, a bye somehow for St. Clair College. And this time, they're the ones with the boatload of ultimates. The null command pulled already. Lockdown could go for it here. But it looks like that's not even going to be necessary. They're going to hold that to push back this defense.
Arya! All right! With 2 with the Bulldog, but they fall. This operator won't have much use from Heaven. The real threat now is actually from Heaven. He walks through. Nobody was checking it. They place that lockdown, but who's here to defend it? Nobody. It buys them time. Sushi now in the 1v3. Casper unable to finish things off. This is going to be such a test against their opponents. Finding one, maybe a second through the smoke, it could be possible. But Pedro utilizing that cloud burst just to isolate the vision of this lone Sushi was all that was necessary.
Yeah, I feel like that if you're going to use that lockdown, so like Sushi was caught between a rock and a hard place because they didn't know if Kansas State were going to get ultra aggressive to deny the lockdown or if they were just going to back up and play passively. I think, obviously, we can see through walls. We know that they were playing passively. And given that information, the right play probably was to get aggressive there for Sushi. But Sushi just didn't have that info and had to play it safely. Unfortunately, that means almost guaranteed loss in that round. It's finally time for St. Clair to save. They've bought 3 rounds in a row off the back of those early 4.
Pedro looking for the shots. Gets a little piece of meat there against them, so nothing total. But we haven't seen a straight up hit on B quite a few rounds. Normally that mid to B split, but heavy presence just through main. It's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, St. Clair, they're taking their time in this main area. There's 2 players up top mid, and I think they're looking to hold for some aggression. But I want to give props to Kansas State because they're not giving away any sort of crazy aggression. They seem to be aware of the fact that there is a save, and they're just going to be playing it pretty standard.
Panda realizes they're not going to be able to shoot that dashing jet. But with this movement, Scrubby actually pick it up too with the Marshall. It gives a moment as Casper may be able to land something, but no, the perfect placement of the haunt. Everything falling in. Kansas State will take the round, but an impressive showing in terms of a save or an eco coming from St. Clair. 2 kills with the Marshall exclusively.
And a St. Clair timeout. Not something we're used to seeing here from you and I, Los. But I like it. This is a good timing. It's going into a gun round. And it's also after a situation where they've struggled a little bit. And well, if you're struggling, why don't you get involved with the ROTC? Become a leader for life. Check them out. And we appreciate their support here at the NACE Star League.
Definitely a moment for some leadership when you jump into that tactical pause. Just stop, rethink what's going on here. Why haven't these rounds been put together? Because St. Clair just was a force to be reckoned with in the first leg of the second half on their attacking side. They were unstoppable, but now it feels that they're so close but so far. They're taking too many casualties on the initial site take, so I think the focus now would be minimizing losses before you get the spike planted.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea, right? Go for that for sure. But I also think the majority of the praise should be here for Kansas State. I think they've done a phenomenal job at finding early information, ensuring that they're going to be in good positions. And oh, look at this. We talked about speed and pace. This is definitely looking like a change of pace.
Throwing their abilities. Caillou looking for any bit of information that they can, but none is found. Only single kill for PPR. It's a good one at that. Tailwind into the switchboard. It does find success because it's a follow-up from Casper sending out the flash, and they pick up 2 kills for themselves. And now it's turned into a 3-on-2. Nobody here to support Arya. Peeve has to run from the other side of the map. The spike will be planted, but there's still a presence in B main, so even if Arya wants to go through Speedway, they have to clear this one out, and they do so perfectly. 2-on-2 created.
Yeah, but the null command still online. Lots of utility for Arya, but yeah, that's the problem. The 0 point could lead straight into this null command, and that could change the tide. And that fragment's going to group these players up.
Nice, the focus was back onto Casper. Mzuu there for the support. Gives themselves an escape route through the boxes. Maybe playing Ring Around the Rosie, but it's not necessary. With the 3K, Mzuu and St. Clair have earned map point here on Ascent.
Big moment there for Mzuu. We talked about them, and we saw what their individual skills can do over the course of a few maps already. That's another one of those moments that Mzuu just wins for St. Clair College. They push themselves up and over to that 12th round. It's map point, this first map, but Kansas State, the reality of this situation is that they still have a Blade Storm, a lockdown, a null command, and it's going to be another B hit. The null command instantly used for St. Clair.
Need to make a move, and they have to do it fast. Panda, though, is there on the other side of the staircase. There's so much pressure. You've got the buddy system. Casper walking in first, and they clear it out. There's Peeve on the other side of this door. We've seen it before. It's Mzuu sitting in the corner. They've got all the positions necessary and some information given. It's the C's, the decay. No one wants to push through that cloudburst. A little bit of spray and pray. And Pedro from the backside comes in with a flank. Hoping to find more with the blades, but they're running out. Both blades and time, but it's for the execute. Sushi good for 2, maybe even more, but they'll be dropped. It's turned into a 2-on-2. Not much bullets in the chamber, and it's all left up to Pedro to pick up the pieces, but they can't. It crumbles in their hands, and St. College take map 1 on Ascent.
13-9. A valiant effort, though. I mean, Kansas State were on the way to that comeback loss. I was a believer. I thought that they could make that happen. But I think that St. Clair College, it's actually really interesting. We saw the timeout being taken at that 11-9 stature, and that really was the turning point. And to be honest with you, I didn't really feel like there was a huge difference in what St. Clair were doing. They just picked up their pace a little bit. They realized, hey, maybe if we change the speed with which we were playing, they were playing a little bit slower, a little bit more methodical. If we change up that pace a bit, maybe we'll catch them off guard. It was enough to win them 2 rounds in a row there on those B hits.
Yeah, no, I'm specifically thinking about the B hit, how when they were playing slower, it gave an opportunity for Panda. They had the op in hand. They could pick out one, maybe pick out a second. The utility would do the rest, and by the time we saw St. Clair actually make their way to the site, it was a full rotation, and there was so much support from Kansas. But picking up the pace, as you said, was the true changing factor. We talked a lot about Mzuu, but Casper went absolutely insane that round. Not to mention they were top in the leaderboard, or like at the very close top with maybe like 23 frags. They had a similar amount of assists. Their kill participation must be like 80% in that rap.
Well, let's not undersell as well. Caillou, those 2 big rounds, yeah, one of them was an eco, but back-to-back quad kills, that definitely gave them the bump there at the end of the first half to push them into that 4-round run at the start of the second loss. It was a team effort here for St. Clair, no doubt about it. I will say that we saw a lot of good things from Kansas State, though I would call it just a little bit more limited. There was some individual moments, but I felt like St. Clair, they had those highlight moments more often.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's because they were being put in such a position where it was one player left. It was the 1v4, and Kansas was good at whittling down their opponents. They were good at making those clears, but in the end, when you created those high anxiety, those high stress moments, it creates clutch plays. And I guess something that they would try and focus on is make sure that you don't go for those 1v1s, swing together and put this down, because Kansas State has the potential. They can win this series outright because they've shown us they could go toe-to-toe with St. Clair, and we'll see if they could bring it back as we head to our second map bind right after this break. So don't go anywhere. Nay Starley continues after this. Oh, there's no break. Oh, no break. Okay, we're just gonna go. We're gonna go right into bind, but yeah, as I was saying, Kansas State, they have the potential to make this one happen. So I am excited to see if they could do it. So we can throw up those rosters real quick just to take stock of who we've got to look at. I do believe that Pedro. That is true. They have been able to bring out those plays, that jet versus jet action, those very high-stake Bladestorm plays that we saw in terms of trying to make a retake and trying to push back against St. Clair. They've got the potential, and I think along with them, they have a very good opportunity. Although Arya had moments as well in terms of smart utility usage. However, I felt like we didn't see many moments for them to step up in terms of gunplay, because when they had to step in for a clutch moment, it was a little too late and they were supremely outnumbered.
Yeah, I think that, number one, to address the first point that you made there, let's take stock of that duel. Pedro and M's Uwu. Who's doing the better job of being in that duelist role? Well, it's hard to say because I think that these two actually have a very different play style. Mzuwu is more that flashy style that we come to expect from a Jet. I feel like Pedro can do that. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to say anything negative here, but I think that we tend to see Pedro be a little bit more conservative about taking some of that space. And I think that can be a good thing. It can also be a bad thing. And I think it's going to be interesting because on Bind, I would imagine that we're going to see Chamber. It feels like it should be illegal not to play Chamber on Bind. So if we do see that, I think Panda's going to pick that up. And I'm curious to see if that is a bit of a more interesting dynamic, because Panda is typically the other duelist for this team and another one of those like very big heavy hitters for them. And they were working with the Killjoy. Now, that's not to say you can't frag from a Killjoy position, but it's a lot harder to play that role when you're working on a Sentinel, as opposed to, I understand Chamber's technically a Sentinel, but he's kind of like Sentinel but cheating. So I'm calling him a duelist.
I mean, he's really only got one piece of Sentinel utility, if you're thinking about it. It's just the trademark. But I think that it makes a lot more sense. When you have that high impact power, a Killjoy, it doesn't feel right because you want to get aggressive. You're kind of itching for those kills, and that's where a Chamber really makes things possible. Because you've got that flank potential, you've got that flank response potential. You have that free escape to reposition and give yourself another way to take an angle against the defense. And I'm thinking, especially since we saw Panda with the op, it only makes sense it translates into the tour de force as well.
I think that's very much true, and our predictions are up here, so why don't we take stock of those too? I think that it can feel very good to be confident in this St. Clair pick based on the outcome of map number 1, but I do think that the reality is that map, I mean, it ended 13-9 if I'm not mistaken. It was very close to a significant comeback from Kansas State, and I don't think that we should undersell that, especially because, as we just talked about, going into this next map, Bind, they do have a real chance to make it a whole lot more competitive, especially, I mean, all that really, to me, the big difference factor there, Los, was just some of those individual rounds.
Yeah. It was a very interesting moment because we started off so strong in terms of St. Clair's attack. Unstoppable. But then individual rounds, individual plays seemed to fall and slip away, and it gave a great deal of momentum back in the favor of Kansas State. Now, let's take a quick stock of the roles that we got. Essentially, the mirror matchup, save for the controller, Sushi and Arya, going in for the Brimstone and the Omen. Do you have a preference in terms of controller?
I think that they do serve slightly separate roles in the team. I think that Omen overall is a little stronger in that controlling role, like in the smoke specifically. But I think Brimstone, his ultimate is fantastic, especially here on this map. I think that provides a lot of value. His molly is very, very strong, well, as is the paranoia. What the other thing is, you can put those smokes down very quickly as the Brimstone, near instantaneously, putting down 2, 3 of those at the same time to initiate a very fast and aggressive take. It allows you to be a little bit more aggressive, which is very much in line with our mindset of St. Clair. They are the more aggressive side.
Yeah, at the same rate, Bind is quite wide, so if there's a hit over on B, you won't be able to provide that direct support as an Omen would be able to send those map-wide smokes. Regardless, Panda versus Scrubby. Oh, I mean, more like Panda just walking away with the initial kill. Big signal for them to jump through the teleporter, but I'm curious to see if this is a real commitment. They're shifting around as if it is a fake TP.
Oh, I like this aggression from Casper. He's got 2. I looked away. I was like, okay, well, he's got 8 kill. Nope, that's a double.
Not gonna lie, I did the same exact thing. Guiding Light gives Sushi some breathing room to walk through and find the flank, but Peeve doing a flank of their own. Regardless, the body count is just too high. St. Clair able to make that trade out and close it out. A beautiful start there by Casper. I was not expecting that.
All right, so I'm about to get a little technical, so stick with me, Los. I love the way that St. Clair sets up some of their defenses there. Like, Casper getting both those kills is very fortunate, and most of the time he's not going to get away with that, but the crossfire, the way it's set up for St. Clair is just so well thought out. It's as if they're planning ahead. They're thinking about, they're in a server on their own, in practice, thinking about, okay, how do these trades work? Who's going to be in position and what angles are correct? They've done it a billion times and they just feel comfortable. It just feels like every time their crossfire gets set up, it's like a plan perfectly aligning.
All the pieces coming together, and here's a piece of the puzzle laid out. Just a bit of information gathering and a good smoke placed just to ensure no one can walk on in. And I like that support that's being brought in with the Brimstone as well, just to give a little extra safety. However, it does leave a main, at least short, wide open.
It's a good point. I mean, it can be a little bit risky, but I like the fact that they're committing to one of these angles. That way they can take this area with that sky smoke and then fall back and retake the other one. Of course, in this case, no one there just yet. At least not fully committed. Sushi's going to walk back out and find the player lurking out.
Oh, hit with the season. Maybe there'll be a swing. But no, it's rather use of the paint shells. And good enough. Now realizing a second player is here. That's going to be a flawless and no problem for St. Clair. And hey, why not upgrade to a sheriff?
Hey, you like to see that. And you know what else I like to see? You know what I'm about to talk about, Los. You know I'm a sucker for a good old, C's nade combo. It warms my heart. It really gets me going. St. Clair pulling that off just in round 2. Ooh, we're in for a good one tonight.
I mean, honestly, this has been a great series so far. I'm loving the strength that's being shown by both of these teams. However, it's going to be a difficult moment. Kansas need to overcome. They've lost before when it comes to those buy rounds. Caillou getting way too aggressive, but with the support of Brim, with the support coming out, it is absolutely nasty. They're going to allow Sushi to give that, and they lose a long-range stinger battle.
Oh, but look at this. Scrubby can rendezvous out of this. Should be able to get a kill. Oh no, a big miss shot from Scrubby. And Panda, for the second time already, wins the duel in the chamber 1v1.
An unfortunate start. They're getting very aggressive. Panda wants even more, but oh, almost the worst timing possible. This duel will begin. Sushi takes the shot. There's more presence over on short. Starts off with cabbages. And Casper running in, finding the best timing of all time. But it won't mean much if they can't close this one out. Might be able to turn around and find a better upgrade. Or maybe not. Realizing someone's got to be in lamps. Not expecting 2 of them. Kansas State taking the rifle round, but at a great cost.
But and think about who we talked about there just in the pregame right ahead of this map is Panda, and whether or not they were going to be the difference maker for Kansas State. They literally won that round for Kansas State. That entry is so powerful, denying everyone and then getting that forward position and continuing to deny any retake potential. If, like, imagine if we see Casper get that double kill and there's like 2 other players coming in from the other side. Then it's way more winnable, but instead, everyone's already dead.
Huge plays from the individual. Now in terms of individuals, well, they're not really going to be playing by themselves. They want to ensure a buddy system is in place, especially they're headed over to Showers. Casper at the first angle, but Pedro not in a position to offer the immediate trade, but it's not necessary. A great opener by Panda, and they want more.
Molly gonna at least stall things out. That Sky Smoke attempting to do the same, but it's not that simple. Confirmation on the orb gives the tour de force over to Kansas State. And Sushi desperately wants to find some aggression here, but the rotations are already through, and Kansas State are ready to walk into A.
As we say that, they back off. Of course, some utility. Meaning to bait that out. That might be the case, but a great shot from Caillou, and only 30 seconds left. That's great information and a great disadvantage. Use the C's, use whatever you can to block off entry into the site. If they can hold on to it, it may be critical, but they jump through the teleporter. But B isn't going to be free. They even have the trademark to slow them down. Time is of the essence. Jump into the paint shells. You've got no chance of making it to the site, especially with Scrubby on the hut.
Scrubby with a very exposed position there, and it's just working beautifully after missing a shot or two, losing out to Panda in the round before. A great way to make things up for the team and for the squad at St. Clair for a third round here on the defensive side. They've done a lot of good work in this, and you have to be impressed with what Scrubby put forward there, but I want to reiterate Caillou's timing on that swing, and then the follow-up hunt was just so phenomenal because it drops the spike and it gives the information that all the players are there. So St. Clair, they know what's going on. It's only a matter of time before they take advantage of it. And so Kansas State had to change up script, go for that B swing.
Love the patience as well.
Oh, did you notice that Casper used the sound of the guiding light to cover off the orb grab?
Oh, that's some 4D chess. I did not realize that, but I mean, an orb is nice, but so is keeping your team alive. 3 players for St. Clair decimated, and the spike will be planted. Prowler gonna get that extra information. And Scrubby has been sniffed out and most likely hunted down following these Seekers. I feel like you already had the information. Maybe you don't really need to use the Seekers as well, right?
Yeah, it seems maybe a little premature, but, well, you know what? A round win is a round win, and this looks like a confirmed round victory here. Sushi just looking to do some damage, really, but I cut you off earlier. Los, what were you saying?
Honestly, it probably wasn't important.
All good, okay.
Because I forgot what I was going to say.
Well, Kansas State, they certainly did not forget how to win rounds. It was just one round between this one and their last. Back and forth is how you would describe this matchup, and it continues here on Bind with Kansas State pushing themselves up to another victory. I mean, yeah, some commitments of the ultimates, but that's what it takes to get rounds.
Whatever it takes, right? You need to ensure that you've got this round under your belt because things can change in the blink of an eye. I mean, Kansas State has learned that when you put Casper in a corner, when you put Caillou in a corner, they've been able to pull out 4Ks. So having that as a possibility, you want to ensure is out of the question. You want to make sure that you will be in control of this round. And speaking of being in control of this round, it doesn't feel that the 2 players seating themselves here in Showers will be able to stave off 5 Kansas State players.
We've seen these two, though, do a whole lot of good work with just a couple of them. But yeah, the initial aggression, that direction, but it's pretty quickly abandoned. You can see Kansas State, they're moving back away from Shower and towards B, where only 2 players are committed, 3 towards A. And it's going to be Pedro alongside of Panda that might be trying to convince St. Clair that that push is coming towards A.
Face your fear!
There's the Nightfall. Sure, it can land it. Maybe there'll be some support. No shots onto that Prowler.
Left.
It doesn't matter. It's because they're blocked off with the dark cover now. Longer being tracked or traced at least. They could get a shot with the tour de force. But presence from Garden changes that. No longer a possibility, but paint shells. A little bit of damage onto P, but it's a 1v3 Mzuwu. Has been known to clutch out rounds like this. But not like this.
Yeah, 1 player is the only player low, and that's now rectified via the overgrowth. Everything is looking like Mzuwu should maybe just go the other direction and try to save this rifle, but seems like a commitment being made. I'm not sure I'm a big fan of that. A nice shot at the end of the day, but P will take the triple kill and walk away just fine. St. Clair, so they come out of that round using their Nightfall, I believe, and losing out on the Tour de Force. I want to say big props to the Fade usage of that Nightfall on the attacker side for Kansas State. They did a great job of timing that perfectly, putting the Haunt then into use and allowing the push to come in simultaneously.
Yeah, it was great utilization because they knew that there was going to be a tour de force. It was activated in the beginning of the round. Of course, they weren't there. It was a bit of a play over toward A just to get some utility, spend some time, make them think, or make them guess where this attack may come. But they did not forget. And bring out that Prowler as well, a perfect use, because they didn't have the chance to get that tour de force. And by the time there was support coming from Casper, it was already too late. The push
Everybody
came out
was
from
dead.
Garden. Yeah.
Yeah, it feels bad, you know. You're just blind, deaf, you're paranoid, and decayed, and then everybody's dead. Really depressing if you're Casper on that site.
2020.
I said Casper, I meant Scrubby. Sorry.
That works.
What'd you say? 2020 and what?
A nutshell.
Oh no. True story, man. It's okay. It's 2022. We're good. We're fine.
Yeah, no, that's...
Everything's fine. Oh, St. Clair looking to tell themselves everything is fine. Look at this aggression up short.
Bomb buddy out.
I'm liking it. You've got Peeve around the corner. So now they know a storm is coming. Call for some support. We know what can be done here with a simple stinger. Get some cover. Caillou able to get one. They won't escape with their life. And that sight got that from the shadows coming through. Not quite enough, but will they expect
Planted.
this rotation? This
Pretty
fast rotation.
You and I on the same page there, and a Vandal recovered. They suddenly got a lot better. Now they're going to be aware, though, surely.
Oh, with the headhunter. Unable to hunt the head. They at least find Peeve. Use Scrubby's body to play off of. Make a move, but this two-pronged attack. It's got to be red. Or maybe some more threats are created. Coming out with the Trailblazer. They want to get the information. Are they checking up top? I mean, they have to make a move. Nobody's looking at the top of the boxes. It will be Pedro sitting in the throne of cardboard. We will take things out, save the day. But even so, it wasn't enough time.
Yeah, sure. Round not theirs in Kansas State. Did they lead in the first half? Or in the first map? I don't think that Kansas State have led this series until now. It's close,
Strong
regardless. Regardless, St. Clair the real key to come out of that is that they did a ton of economy damage. Kansas State, they lose this round, they're going to be struggling to make purchases consistently. A 3-man setup here in Hookah.
Nice usage. Forces out the rendezvous. Won't have as much mobility and ease of access and escape for too much longer, but there is some danger lurking around, especially by the attacker spawn and cave.
They threw the cabbages at them and they ran away. Outrageous.
Oh, this is gonna be crazy. Arya.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Hi, Mzuwu. How's it going? Showstopper?
No way. You're going to be able to walk through that. Maybe a second to follow. No. That would be too cruel. There's going to be a battle. As two can play at this game. You want to hide in our spawn? Panda can do the same.
So I was going to say the orbital strike could deny the plant. That could be really good, but they're too far away. St. Clair not going to know, not going to have the info. I like the commitment, though, from St. Clair. They immediately go over here for the flank. But a very split-up Kansas State.
Where are you?
Makes it difficult for St. Clair to clear out all these angles, but it also means lack of trade frags really available.
Haunt finds nothing, but they know there's a presence from shorts. We've seen this attack before. Won't be able to give them success. As long as you've got the threat of PPR. Going in for another bait. Maybe another one. And it's good for the kills, but it's too late to make a defusal.
Man, that was close. Casper continuing to farm right now on the frags, but hits both of those in the 1v2. It's just not quick enough. That's where you, once your positioning is given up, I think St. Clair taking a little bit too long to initially get a move on. They had to try and push that lamp position pretty early. Otherwise, they were going to run out of time like that. Fantastic work from Casper. But ultimately, Kansas State win the round, and rounds win games.
Simply not enough closing potential from St. Clair. Too little, too late. I want to stop saying that, but that's how it is. Only able to come back for that retake. Just a few moments are lasting. Mzuwu is about to make a grave mistake or find huge success. No, the insurance policy. It was Arya ensuring no one can push through that and find an easy kill with the stinger.
Sushi putting the iPad away after putting down the final sky smoke of the round. Still has the orbital strike, but I mean, that seems a little bit of questionable usage in a round like this. But maybe, just maybe, they can find the timing. Here comes the Nightfall.
Oh, this is going to be tough. Might be able to take down one, and they do. Hit with the cabbage, unable to see a darn thing. Now Caillou also feeling the fear. And this is just a wild moment. The walls are closing at every angle is a threat. With Casper, the lone survivor, might be able to... I think that was a canceled flash.
It was a canceled flash, but kind of cool looking. It was a good effort. So let's check in on that conversation we were having about the panda diff here. I think, understandably, that is legit, right? Panda 9-6, leading the team in the frag department. And I think that the other side of that is Scrubby losing out on this duel against Panda has been a problem. Now, Scrubby has the op this round. That is going to be a big deal. We need to make sure that Scrubby gets value.
It's been a while since we've seen this. Expecting the shot, but missing it initially. Scrubby doesn't land it, but that was a nice guiding light. It gives him information. It lets St. Clair know that there is a presence, at least one, potentially more. 3 players are waiting in showers for this push. This is a crowded bathhouse.
You know, 3 is a party, I'd say. But PPR is not a fan of parties. Pedro agreeing. This says goodbye to the entirety of the bathroom's aggression.
wild clear. So much confidence in that one. Scrubby still looking for that kill. Casper says enough is enough. I'm gonna do it myself. Ends the rivalry. This round has ended as well. They're too far away, even if they were able to come in and find that retake. Definitely not enough time to defuse a 7th here for Kansas State.
Our commitment to calling the Seekers cabbages is great. I just want it to be known. It makes me think, every time we talk about it, it makes me think of the cabbage guy from Avatar: The Last Airbender.
My cabbages!
Thank you. A man of culture, this Los fellow.
People have called me that before, but Casper, a man of survival?
And cabbages.
Killed their omen.
And frags, apparently. Casper has been phenomenal. I mean, I'd say, you know, up to this point, the most consistent St. Clair player tonight.
Without a doubt, unfortunately, that consistency also falls under the consistency of Kansas State. Looking at 6 rounds in a row.
Wow.
That's a, not a stat line that we've seen against St. Clair for some time.
Now, this is a fantastic run of rounds that Kansas State has picked up. A lot of it on the back of Panda. The adjustment over to this more dually style. And Scrubby had the up from last round. Unfortunately, it's another lost 1v1.
It's a huge loss as well. Caillou, good one tap on the Sheriff, but they'll have to back off. The C's to hold off the push, and they want to get a Prowler of their own, just create more of a presence. Fear even. I might be able to pick up a rifle here, but I certainly believe that this op has to be recovered. It can't be allowed to go in the hands, and it will be. Just a Stinger as a consolation prize. Sushi drop with the smokes, hoping to stall out this push, but the push will be made.
Here we go. Prowler going to continue to push back those lamp players, and there's Imzuwu, an operator finally having some impact for the St. Clair side, but it's an immediate trade. 3v3, but Sushi, there we go. Orbital strike, and it works at Sushi as well. Sushi seems fantastic with that Stinger, man. I don't think there's anybody I've seen in the collegiate scene play with it as often as I've seen Sushi in the last little bit.
And you know, it works. The fruits of their labor finally coming through after a 6-round run. Kansas State bulldozing over St. Clair. The Saints stand up and won't be hit with that 9-3. They won't allow it. Looking to finish things off with a 2nd round to follow it up. Scrubby is finding it's a real pain point here for St. Clair College. As we said, it's a diff moment. You don't want to say it, but it's a diff.
You know, and listen, if you're listening in and you're thinking, you know, we're really paying a lot of attention to this, I think that, unfortunately, the reality of Panda having so much impact is making it all the more noticeable. And, you know, that's just unfortunate, but it is the reality. And, well, we can't change that fact. Kansas State, though, they're looking to continue the factual analysis here that is KSU win rounds. But St. Clair, they put a pin in that last round. They're looking to continue that as well. There's a Nightfall out, and not much to work with on the KSU side. That, from the shadows, we've talked about it, Los. It's not your greatest of weapons, is it?
Not really here, because there's only so many places you could teleport in. Everyone will know exactly where that is anyway. But I would say repositioning into owned territory just for a new angle. I think that's the best way it can happen in a post-plant scenario. Scrubby cannot afford to miss in this moment, and they do. Use that rendezvous. Sky smoke there just to create or deny any more vision, any more space to be taken by Kansas State. But throughout all of
30
this,
seconds left.
had some creeping and crawling up to B.
5v5, here's that Nightfall. Great timing there. That's perfect from Caillou. And the C's as well is so good.
But even so, Pedro isn't able to be punished, but there's 13 seconds. All they have to do
10
is
seconds
stop the
left.
spike from being planted. And there it is. A swing from Caillou has to be it, and there it goes.
Spike down,
The hopes
B.
for the round are dashed away. Arya, I'm not even sure where they were, but it's nowhere near helpful in this round.
Switching sides.
Must have been puppeting everything from the sidelines, but unfortunately, as you mentioned, unhelpful in this case. But we've turned the tides, flipped the script. It's 7-5 for Kansas State as they push themselves over the edge for a victory in the first half. That is the opposite of what we saw from them in the first map of this series, but a great comeback and phenomenal play from Caillou. That was brilliant.
Beautiful stuff. I mean, you could see the pause from Pedro. They dropped that blast pack, the satchel, just to realize, I'm not going to hear anything. I'm going to go in depth. There's no chance. And building on that, a drop in the seas ruined all of their hopes. Ruined their day. Really rained on the parade, but let's see if they could continue ruining the hopes of Kansas State.
Nice haunt.
Make their attack.
Fortunately, it doesn't find any information, but here we go.
Good flash, realizing someone's in that cubby.
Woo!
Mzuu, good for one. That is it. The site's cleared, Pedro. I don't believe they've got the paint shells anymore, and they're blocked off by the sky smoke. Gives an option to come from elbow. That's it.
St. Clair's pistols have been phenomenal. The now fourth map we've been seeing, they've continued to be good. Can they continue that now? Yes, they can. Casper
One enemy
going to confirm the frag. It's just down to Arya. 1v4. Surely not. And it's not to be. Caillou with a 3K. Caillou back to back. One round into another. Sure, the half differentiating, but two massive rounds. And, you know, winning that pistol, having a big impact in the pistol, it's as if you've won your team 2 rounds in a row, really. At least most of the time. Sometimes you are going to lose that anti-eco, but it's rare. Especially with Kansas State going for the save.
I mean, who knows what can happen? Pedro's got the shorty. Lordy, lordy.
The
There's
shorty?
a shorty.
Let's go!
It's like a melody in my head. But regardless, as you said, it is basically 2 rounds, unless Panda can come out with something incredibly serious here with the Headhunter. Based off of this positioning, Sushi will not allow that to happen. It'll be a crazy commitment to swing.
Who trained you?
But it was almost there.
It was close, I will give you that. Panda has increasingly impressed me. I mean, I keep going back to this guy's name, and, you know, there's a reason for it. Just has so much experience in FPS, was getting to talk to the manager of this Kansas State team. Apparently, Panda has some serious Counter-Strike experience, a bunch of seasons in main, and even in advance, which is really impressive. So, that experience coming to fruition in this map of Bind.
Line fire into the obvious spot. Are you not there, though? Paranoia out, waiting for the initial moment, and that smoke is a signal. However, won't be the case. A blast back in. Mzuu still with the Bulldog. Clearing things out. We've got PPR back in the old spot, but they won't be destroyed this time. May even find a second. No, not the case. But Peeve has a weapon in hand now. This could be deadly. Not for a round victory in itself, but in the economic damage. No more damage to be done.
Caillou is a bulldog extraordinaire, let me tell you. That guy loves some bulldog. I can appreciate that he is a very nice enjoyer of that gun. Got the quad kill on the back of Boathouse last time. Works well with it on the burst this time. St. Clair College tying the game 7-7. But here is where someone will take the lead. Will it be St. Clair to retake their advantage, win another bonus round? This would be the second time this map that they've picked up the bonus if they win it.
Panda feeling the pressure, but they're cool under it. Mzuu gone and forgotten. Quick one tap and escape. No problem for them. There's revenge on the docket. It's Caillou. They've made their way up into showers. They don't have the support through short.
Ooh, Panda. Not an opening pick, but a secondary one, and it's perfectly done. It's over in the opposite side of the map, but you gotta wonder where St. Clair are looking to go now. I mean, they've been stalled out today, and they're gonna walk towards B. There's 2 players there committed, and that audio cue just made by shooting the Prowler is gonna pull another player over to defend.
Trailblazer. Not a ton of info, but at least gives them a safe passage up through long. Paranoia into garden. It's going to be an issue, but Arya's blinded as well.
Left.
So it's a tit for tat. This time it's a double dose of trouble
One enemy
inside of the
remaining.
tube.
Spike down
This
B.
would be easy pickings for Kansas State. All through the smoke. Not a single casualty. They'll take the lead. They'll take the 8th.
Yeah, Casper
10
just gonna
seconds
want to
left.
try and save this gun. Trying to get out with something still in his back pocket. And, you know, it's sort of fair, right? I mean, I hyped up the fact that St. Clair won the bonus round before. There's a reason I was hyping that up. It's because it's pretty rare. You know, winning that round where you're working against nothing but aggressive rifles, and you have maybe 1 or 2. It's difficult, man. It's hard. In St. Clair, they ran into that buzzsaw. First today, and then at B.
There was a bit of hope. As you can still see, Pedro and Arya, they never brought in full shields into that previous round, but they didn't even get a single shot onto those players. It was consistent denial of information, especially when you had a beautiful 2-piece from Pedro over on A. They didn't know what was going on. They didn't have the resources to make it happen. Mzuwu, they'll have to deal off with the cabbages. The C's there to deal some damage, but it's not going to be enough. They have no information. They don't want to walk into sight. Another case of the spray through the dark cover. Regardless, it'll be St. Clair who come out on top, at least in the numbers advantage. But Pedro coming in from behind, a sneaky devil. Can this be the move? Can this be the flank that saves them the round?
Well, Casper is in a pretty exposed position here, but it's going to be a missed shot. The dink through the wall, and Casper connects the shot. 9 HP. He is just a menace in the server right now. St. Clair, unstoppable. With both Caillou and Casper playing very, very well tonight. Kansas State, they had the lead, you know, for a round, but it's tied right back up. And here's where things get dicey, Los. Win a round, lose a round. What do we talk about all the time? It's about that fact that you do that, your money is absolutely wrecked. You're in a bit of a struggle situation. Panda on a stinger here.
This is going to be tough. Now, if it was Sushi on the stinger, you know,
That's a different
we'd
story.
be talking something different. But Panda, not someone who we've seen with the Pauper buy. They've been in command throughout this map. Kind of been a breeze for them. But here comes the ultimate dump. Clearing out halls, or U-Haul, and clearing out the vents. But you didn't find that one location where Peeve was hiding. The one spot that gives them safety. This is their base. It's their breeding ground to come back on. And Arya opens it up. And a huge double satchel from Pedro. If they can clear out lamps right now, that would be absolutely massive. Only good for one. They might be good for more because nothing can stop the onslaught when you're just throwing bodies at the wall.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that that St. Clair used 2 ultimates there and didn't get anything out of it. I think I would have really preferred them to just invest the showstopper initially and use the smokes to get onto the site and use that showstopper. Like, everybody's running for the hills when you pull that showstopper. The orbital strike, a little bit unnecessary. I think they were hoping that somebody was playing aggressive and the orbital strike would stop them from being able to fall back. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Nobody's home, and they get no value out of either of those ults, and they unfortunately lose a player on the push and walk into the hold of that site in a 4v5.
Where are you?
No good indeed. An unfortunate loss for the Saints. They played a lot safer, a lot slower this time around because don't have much of an option. Panda, not the Stinger King this time. Got the Tour de Force, a real threat to be reckoned with.
Yeah, that Tour de Force certainly a big deal. Nightfall as well, but oh, Panda caught out in the open. What has happened there? Peep doesn't elect to call in the Nightfall. Wants to hang on to that for the retake, which honestly I think is a very respectable decision, especially considering that he was able to get.
So you can see a dark cover was placed, so you could have Pedro come through undetected by that trademark. So this is going to be interesting. They don't have the information, but they might guess this is a possibility. But Pedro, completely unchecked. Here comes the paint shells. It locks them down into U-Haul. And Casper, they can't find the shot. Neither can Scrubby. It's all over. A beautiful flank, completely undetected and unexpected.
I mean, that is outrageous. I cannot believe that they get away with that. Like, how do you walk in there and nobody looks back the other way? St. Clair with just a small oversight. I mean, it feels the same way. You know, Caillou goes for that initial kill, gets that frag early on, and it's like, okay, great, but then no one else does anything in that round. And I hate to bring it back up, but Scrubby 3 and 13 right now on a individual that you just have to be fragging a little bit better on.
And also it makes you think about being a little too reliant on the utility. Bit of an error there. Don't make that same mistake again, I hope, at least. It's something you have to pick up upon. Paranoia out. Stops the push, but that's all right into the face of Arya. Completely blinded. Heyo. Good moment. Panda getting way too aggressive and doing so.
All right.
Is a victim, a casualty of the smoke.
Arya, though, a very quiet individual in that first half, has really started to come alive in the second. Mzulu, one of those players that just can find you around win. Spike getting planted. Nope. Just a fake initially. They've elected to plant on the right side of the site. Kansas State, they're already on this retake. Look at Pedro's position. He's got a showstopper as well.
Oh, that's unfortunate timing. I mean, when you elect to do that, you might have a bit more confidence realizing that the flank is coming. All of their eggs put in the U-Haul basket, and it's not a bad decision.
Showstopper.
As you said, showstopper's here. But is there enough time to do it? I mean, they could bring it out. Will it be too much to load it up? They don't even need it! They don't even need it. Pedro takes down 3. And that is a heartbreaking clutch.
Showstopper? What's showstopper? Who needs showstopper? I don't need a showstopper. Pedro doesn't need a showstopper. The show's over. Kansas State looking to walk away with bind. That would be magical. Pearl in the cards potentially here. 11-8, but here is a familiar sight, isn't it? A very similar position. Now, granted, St. Clair were in the lead at this time, but they took a timeout back on Ascent, and Kansas State didn't win any more rounds after that. Can that be the case here? That's a question that I'm asking you, Los.
I think there's a lot of power in Kansas State right now, and the fact that they were so scared to plant it on default for fear of a flank, for fear of an angle unseen, it caused such a great error. Because I feel that this is such an unorthodox plant. Nobody's going to have a great post-plant setup. You put 2 players inside of U-Haul, and they swing at the same moment. It comes out of desperation. It comes out of uncomfortable plays. And I feel that St. Clair is just uncomfortable in this moment.
Well, there's certainly nothing comfortable about being down by a factor of 3 rounds. Of course, you have that one map that you've already won. That's Ascent. And so there is something about having that in the back of your mind, understanding that you could, you know, understandably lose this map and still be in the series. An investment from St. Clair. Showstopper for both sides. Pedro committed to this angle. Showstopper might come out very fast here now that he's confirmed there's players.
Oh, they're not even checking. Scrubby, unknowing. Sushi there to pick it up, though. that point, using Scrubby as that entry player, just playing off some information. Not even the worst case scenario, but they've lost one. A good one for one, considering they're down in terms of weaponry. This may be a push over here. There's no
They've also taken the showstopper out of the hands of Kansas State. So, you know, ult for ult, you've traded out a showstopper for one of your own, which is nice.
These are played slow. And if it is a commitment over onto B, it's going to be a long rotation from Kansas State. But they have to reorganize over on B. They have to rearm themselves for this hit. But now you can tell it's getting a lot slower as the rotation coming through.
Oh, that dark cover. Oh, big miss shot there from Panda. Needs to be coming through. Nice blind as well.
No
what?
way!
Are you kidding?
That's a huge kill. And another one from Panda. And they have done a massive deed, but now it's still 10 seconds left. They have to get the plant in before Casper lands the shot. Well, it's unnecessary. That was such an insane shot by Panda. Oh my god. And to follow it up with another kill?
On the head.
Panda's on one.
He just flung that thing out. He's got quick draw enabled. Like a wild, wild west out here. A cowboy, if you will. St. Clair. I mean, talk about clawing back around. I mean, who else do you want in those situations but, you know, Caillou, Casper. Those the likes of the individuals, and Casper to shut down that final player. Great read of the situation, understanding that he was coming from hookah. Everything looking good. Arya desperately trying to deny all of the utility, but gets hit with that in the kitchen sink.
Oh, Panda. Panda have an escape here? I don't think so. They just have to deal with their fate. They were out of range of that rendezvous. Here comes the nightfall. Here comes the fall of the defense.
Pedro has been found out here. That says Arya. I'm not going to say it. Pedro, showstopper still? How many times am I going to mention the showstopper?
Now, what is the play here? Is this a save? Yeah, it's got to be.
Yeah, and understandably so, right? Let's where do you go here? 2 versus 5. B on bind, one of the harder sites I feel to retake, especially in a disadvantaged situation like that. There's so many 50-50 type situations you have to go for. One over towards elbow, walking out of the main door there on B, or even if you're coming from the flank, you know, jumping out of hookah, walking through into garden. Like, everything's a 50-50, and there's just such a low chance of you taking the win.
They will survive. No hunting at this point because St. Clair, they don't want to risk it either. They don't want to have that need to go into a serious buy. They've got things under control. Only 1 round in the deficit. They've only got 1 ultimate at the ready. I mean, sure, they're 1 orb away to earn themselves the tour de force, but it's not really under consideration at this point. But on the other hand, Pedro still has the showstopper. Has not been utilized. But I think this may be the moment.
Is it time? Apparently it's not time. I'm glad that you picked it up. Everybody very comfy with this B look from the St. Clair College squad. Trailblazer's going to find quite a bit of info. And Scrubby left to play defense at A. But he's got some help now. I like that this is a bit of a slower round from St. Clair. They've picked up, I mean, imagine this. They've picked up the pace right after the timeout. They won 2 rounds in a row, and now they've wanted to slow down. They don't want to become readable for Kansas State, and I think that's a great decision to be made. They've read it. They've read it perfectly.
Oh, no!
Spike down A.
Petra just hits the shots, though. I mean, they had all the players in the right place. St. Clair clearly just not prepared.
No, and they've got no chance for recovery, but, I mean, they could get all the way to the other side.
They have an Mzuu.
How do they get in there? How do they get the spike? It's all over. This round is done. Kansas State, in 1 fell swoop, have earned themselves a map point here on Bind. And
Yeah,
that
is
is unfortunate.
St. Clair can't win the round because of that. I mean, they could walk through, together into the teleporter, I guess. That is like an option. And actually, surely not. Yeah. But I say, Casper kind of looked like he wanted to do that, but
No way.
that would
just a little bit of tomfoolery there.
trying to give Arya a heart attack there at the very end.
Yeah.
But what a round. I mean, so just to clarify, I mean, I said it was perfect for St. Clair because they were ready to walk into A with 2 players up short. They had A site control on lockdown. All they needed to do was trade those 2 players that were pushed up. But Pedro just gets every kill. It's just instantly there.
Some pain. Okay, Panda. A serious threat here. Just a bait from Scrubby. Doesn't even want to test the metal here. And rightfully so. I mean, there's 4 players on B right now. It's a quick rotation over back to A. And I think they might have realized it with the tags from the Haunt. They want to go quickly. They want to blind as fast as possible because Arya, they don't have the facilities for that.
Launching smoke.
Yeah, this push is for free. The Tour de Force, though, still pulled. They can use it from the shadows for information. Kansas State, they've set themselves up to where they have a big chance to win this round, as well as the showstopper still out. But the orbital strike, that could be the difference maker. That could be the tide turner to deny that defuse and even get a kill with 2.
It's a wild play by Casper, but
No!
PPR
Sushi's
comes
down!
out with something better. 2 down. Will they check bench? Not in the location they'd expect. And Caillou comes out with 2. Spots the barrel. Doesn't want to give away their life. Haunt comes out just for an extra bit of fear. And they take him down. It's 11 to 12. They're not done yet. Bind is not over by a long shot.
The chance for overtime is now on the cards. Panda, the Tour de Force, not effective. And again, Caillou going absolutely ham right now. 25 and 13. Casper 4 frags behind at 21. No one else even close. And St. Clair, they seem to be on a run. Want to continue this no map loss sort of situation. Panda, though, here's that aggression.
That was a big risk right there. I was not sure they were going to be able to walk away from that one. Hit with the Prowler. They'll crawl back away. Force out a nice use of the smoke. And I think that's both coming out from Arya there. And even an ultimate. I believe that's just for recon. Yeah, they'll head back.
I do like this rotation, St. Clair. But they're walking into a 3-man stack. That's the real problem of this rotate. And look at the aggression there from Panda. That re-aggression, I should say. It tells a massive story. And Panda's calling, okay, shower's clear. Okay, short clear. Okay, you can go. And without all of this sound giving it away, they know for sure.
Now this is going to be wild. The Paranoia does make a connection. So does the Prowler. So they have to wait for a moment. But Arya, they don't even know what's going on. They have no idea where they are. A beautiful ass denial of vision. And a good kill. 2 down. And the Showstopper has not made a connection. The paint shells might do some damage. But it's not enough. The swing. They need to support themselves and each other. Sushi and Mzuu leave PPR all by themselves. And with the flank around the tube, there's no chance. And we're heading into overtime on Bind.
They've done it, Los! Overtime! The comeback is real! And again, the beautiful work from Caillou on that Nightfall. It seemed like everything was perfectly placed. Sure, Sushi not able to use the orbital strike in that last round, but it's just perfection in this one. It's an orbital strike that forced Arya out of one area. Arya's blind from the Nightfall, and then is forced into the Molly. I mean, just well played, great thought process, and that's what I love watching the St. Clair team. They have a thought behind every single play.
Kansas had done so well before to hold them back. Now what will hold them here on the attack? Good on some information. It does. Pedro walking through this double smoke. Can't find anyone lurking around. Prowler doesn't hit him. But you have a great use of the C's. Goodbye, Arya. They get the spike planted, but that's all they're good for. The smokes are no longer C's unseizing.
That C's a little less effective. This retake. There's those sky smokes. They all connect correctly in the molly to deny information, but Peeve.
To Casper, striking right back. It's a 3-on-3. They don't.
Whoa!
I don't even know what happened there, but I don't care. Peeve hoping to get some more, but they won't be able to. It's the 1-on-1. Pedro.
Time.
They have it, but there's no time left. They've done their job. Created enough of a stall for Casper to lose it out, and this is a story we've seen before. Casper and being unable to defuse the spike even after defeating all the opponents.
Yeah, that is a real tragedy for Casper. Just does everything right. Cannot get the defuse once again. 13 now for Kansas State. It's double OT or bust for St. Clair. Third map on the cards if Kansas State can just win this one round, but that's so much easier said than done. Against this St. Clair College squad, they've done everything. And here we go again. Double setup here in Hookah.
3 on B. This Trailblazer, get the information. Pedro, unspotted. Don't worry about that. Some info. They've been spotted through the hut, and Scrumpy there by the hut, able to take the shot, sending bullets through the back, but it's actually the paint shells that land the killing blow. And this was a flawless attack onto B, but you have Panda in the back. He's flanked with the crucial, but it is watched.
Arya 1v5. You have to go for it here. The first duel, headshot down to 30 health, and 13 to 13. It's double OT, I guess. St. Clair, they are convinced that Pearl is unnecessary. That they can win it right here, right now, right in front of us. A fantastic game on the stream list. We are privileged to get to watch this one.
Without a doubt, and that previous round was very reminiscent of the aggressive plays that St. Clair is known for. It was just too much for Kansas to handle, but I liked the positioning that came out from Pedro, but all that utility put into place specifically by Caillou made it impossible to hold that location. 3 now chilling about in Garden. No one to oppose them in Hookah. The question is, how does this positioning work? Do they find the shots out from Hookah, or is this just rotation away?
There's 3 players aggress towards long. PPR is in a position where now sort of has to commit to the fight. He's going to commit with an additional player? No. Arya just taking a little bit of a peek seat, looking around, deciding that's probably not worth it, which is fair, and falling back. But that was the spike, the information gained. It looks like they're going to commit anyway. Here we go.
Oh, Pedro hoping for that safety with double satchel to speed. Not guaranteed because you've got multiple players looking at that angle. Go right into place. Scrubby survives that guiding light, but Peeve, certainly a pet peeve from Hookah, equalizing the man advantage.
Great utility work there at long. That molly alongside the sky smokes make it impossible for Kansas State to follow up. Now Mzuwu seems to be like generally aware of Panda and the position that they could be in, but we'll see if that comes to fruition here. The spike being planted.
Sushi moving out Panda, a major threat. Blind at this point. Peeve now unable to have any sight onto the spike. They have so many areas to clear out. U-Haul one of them. Showers and Short the others. Sushi undetected. Oh, in the moment, looking away, thankfully. Casper was there to provide that safety, but they have to move. They have to go for the defusal. Peeve, good for the shot. Another one. Time is ticking down. And PPR there around the angle. The retakes are such a struggling point for
Switching
St.
sides.
Clair.
Match
Yeah,
point.
and it's not as if they're just getting locked out of these sites. It's also very close, right? It's so much good work there done by Peeve, who, by the way, in these last, like, 5 or 6 rounds, has had, like, 2 or 3 really critical double kills for Kansas State. And I want to kind of focus in on that because we've really been seeing a lot of that very flashy play happening from St. Clair. We've been praising it a lot, and I don't want to disregard the fact that Kansas State have been very consistent over the course of this game. It's those double kills, those types of plays that really turn this game on its head.
Now we're back by B. Presence on long. Not 3 sitting in garden this time, but still a 3 stack on B. Nonetheless, what a great opener against MZU. There goes your paranoia. But you have Pedro right in the thick of it, in the smoke. They have to clear things out. They felt so confident no one would place 3 here. And it is, in fact, the case. Regardless, spike planted. Smoke still at the ready, but the last one dropped onto elbow.
Sushi's already got 2 kills. You know what that means? It's orbital strike time. The denial of that defuse at the whim of this player. And I don't know if the molly's still available, but if it is, that's another massive bit of utility to be able to utilize.
Prepare for hellfire. Yep, orbital strike as we'd expect. You have to have the double player sitting here. Scrubby there to make the trade. Paint shell is just a nuisance. The angle from everywhere. MZU ensures that there is no safety. Not from them. We're heading in to double overtime.
Actually, triple
overtime. My bad. My bad, folks.
It's getting late.
It's pretty late here, yeah.
Yeah. Our standard excuse here on the Vinlos cast. We make a mistake. It's getting late, you know? What time is it? 6 p.m.? It's getting late. St. Clair, they are doing everything that they can to push this to the limits, but they got to win one of these defensive rounds. That's been the problem. You mentioned it just a couple times ago, that they've struggled desperately to win these situations when they got to go for the retake.
Now, surely they wouldn't put 3 in garden again. No way.
Nah. Look at that! Look at that setup, though. That setup at long allows for this aggression here at A, and it just gives them the free orb. So MZU just 2 kills away from a showstopper, and they were ready to pinch 5 players onto this one spot.
A great start. There's the removal of Panda by Casper. And where they previously had the bulk of their defense, it's now open. Arya no longer has the ability to grab an orb. It wouldn't amount to much, even if they could. It's a lot tougher. You've lost out on Panda. Big opener. I don't think they realize Scrubby's here.
No, they have no idea.
Big piece of misinformation. They just want to shoot Sushi.
Lots of audio cues being heard by Scrubby, but Caillou on the other side has denied a player coming in. Caillou, that was meant to be a kill against them. Instead, they take advantage, and the timing on it's perfect. The C's just a little bit late, but it just makes it so much more difficult to go forward.
All I have to do is stall out time. It's 15 seconds left, but PPR are good for the shot. Peeve there for the support.
10 seconds left.
Get this plant, and they will. But even so, PPR incredibly damaged. They can't secure this kill. Well, there it is. Peeve spots the barrel. They've got to win this 1v3. They find the shot onto Sushi. It was a gimme. They had no idea of the location, but now location revealed. Players have to swing at the same time. No, you can't give it away. You cannot give it away like this, and Scrubby does not fail. They struggled previously, but they come through with the 3K when it's so desperately needed.
I mean, listen, we have been critical of Scrubby all game, literally the entire map. And I think fairly so.
Switching sides.
But that round just may have won St. Clair this series, and Scrubby deserves all the credit for it. Absolutely huge in a round that is so necessary. A triple kill and a 1v1 clutch when it matters. You asked him to step up. We've talked about it, and he does it when it is required. St. Clair College, they've done it. They've won that defensive round. They've continually won the offensive round. Can they do it here?
Yeah, this is a big nail-biter moment. Kansas State haven't been able to stop these overtime offensive rounds from St. Clair. This is the moment to win when you finally have that advantageous position. And they're getting fast. They don't want to play loose. Trailblazer gets some information. Look at this double play.
Double aggression towards A. They know nobody's here. The rotation, there's 3 players at B.
Can't afford to expand a smoke over on that trademark. They have to know a flank is coming, but do they want to make the move? Do they want to jump in? They will! Nobody looking underneath, and PPR good for maybe 4. No! In the final moments, it isn't secured, but they have to realize that a flank is coming. They know the trademark was sounded off.
Has to do it once again. The 1v2 this time, but it's not possible. In Kansas State, they've won the defense around themselves, but it's just not gonna matter. Another overtime. I've lost count.
Quadruple.
Thank you.
It's late.
My excuse. I appreciate it. 28 and 27 respectively for Casper and Caillou. That is incredibly good. Just talk about a very solid couple of players playing out of their mind right now.
Aggressive play, sending out the 2 recon utilities here. They're gonna be found. Actually,
a little
Roomba
smooch
on Roomba crime right there. They'll send each other to the grave. But this is a free plant. Free spike placement.
Spike planted.
And through the smoke, well, not much you can do about that one. But a lot of pain being delivered by Panda.
This is a difficult round. St. Clair 3v4 now. The double setup in towards Lamp is just fantastic. And they don't know about these players, or that there's nobody actually committed towards Showers. A very different setup than we've been seeing before.
Huge double kill from Scrubby, leaving the last player inside Lamps. It's red, but does Scrubby finish this one off? No! They can't! A massive clutch by Peeve, able to go through that rotation and finish off the last 2 Saints to get them on overtime match point. They've got 16. They've defeated St. Clair on the offensive round last time. Can they do it again?
St. Clair have been so good, and here's the timeout. You get an extra timeout once overtime starts, and I will say that St. Clair have been incredibly effective at being able to use their timeouts and shift the momentum over or off the back of that. Words are hard. But yeah, St. Clair, I think their consistency with that over the course of these 3 timeouts, now, this being the 3rd one, is very impressive. And, well, we'll see if that continues here.
I mean, as you said, the last time that they brought the timeout, I believe it was, 8-11. And they were able to turn this back into an OT situation. Are they going to find that same success? I mean, what exactly was the issue there? I can't tell. It comes down to just inability in that final moment to find the kill. But Scrubby did great with a 4K as well. That was just a real bang-up performance here in OT.
Timeout is over in Kansas State. They've had match point after map point here. I mean, I think they're up to like 8 at this point. Man, the Roombas really are attacking each other hostilely these last few rounds.
Utility everywhere. No damage done with that main shell, but Scrubby,
what a time.
the opener, finally able to win that duel. Pedro, a little bit of tags, but they're not worse for wear. They can survive this. They don't want to take the risk. They don't know how many players are waiting on the other side of showers.
No idea whatsoever. What a time for Scrubby to just turn on the Jets, though. Opening pick into this round. Another must-win for St. Clair.
Teleport's ready.
This is going to be great timing. Look at this. There's only one player here at B.
Sorry, they're all out of smokes. It'll be 5 seconds until they have another, but where do they place
30
it?
seconds left.
They decide to send it just out.
Oh,
That's the wrong smoke. Wrong move, a 50-50 chance, but they had no idea. With this information, the haunt here, they have to know he's inside the tube. And he's sacrificed with one. Teleport sounded off. He's the threat behind them. A molly. Scrubby has to watch out for their own friendly fire. 9 seconds left. They won't be able to stop the plant. And Scrubby knows that there's someone behind them. A great kill as well. 2-on-3. Tour de force brought out.
One enemy remaining.
Almost a terrible timing. But it is an unfortunate use of the rendezvous. Eve, the last one alive. They've been able to clutch this one before, but without any information, they cannot do it this time. And a lot of tension is relieved, but there's still so much felt within this server.
We go again.
Double, baby.
The unending overtime is here. 16-16, and the 30 bomb for Casper. Oh my goodness. This guy is a menace. Is outrageous. Caillou right behind him as well. But PPR has, has slowly been climbing up there. 25 and 23. But let's talk Scrubby again for a moment. Another triple kill in that last round. I mean, he is just apparently the guy in clutch moments.
So we're starting to learn. But now, Kansas State, they might face one of their own tricks against them. Look at that forward play that we're seeing from Mzuu as well as Caillou. There's no way that they lose out to Eve here. They gotta clear out this corner. It's not really a corner, is it?
Nice off angle.
Secured one shot. Not a second one. They don't want to survive that because the heat is on. The pressure is here. Everyone from St. Clair is coming from A main. And this is essentially a defensive round for them.
Yeah, this is a little bit weird, this timing. But the shots, I guess they're connecting. There's Sushi and Scrubby.
Good use of that stim beacon. Get them fast and quick. Maybe a shot through. Unfortunately, not being able to check out in the showers is going to be a critical issue, but they don't need it. Last one inside the smoke, but Casper finds it. And they finally have secured another defensive round. This is going to be another moment, another chance for St. Clair on the offense. They have to close it out now or be suffered, and us as well to suffer the limbo of overtime.
Oh my goodness, this has just been absolutely back and forth. I just love how, sometimes there's those overtime games, Los, that they're scrappy. It's as if everybody's playing poorly and, everybody's just playing bad, and so nobody wins. This is the opposite of that. Everybody's playing at the highest level here, and they are desperately trying their hardest to get over the edge. It is just not happening. We are seeing a battle for the ages.
Beautiful shot by Mzuu. Are they expecting the cubby? Yes.
Rendezvous.
Quick move away. Panda!
Oh, Panda!
Take out two, but it's a trade out. Using those paint shells. A bit of martyrdom, except Mzuu. Wait, Mzuu, you have the spike!
Oh no! It got scary. This time the decision is probably not the correct one to plant the spike on the opposite side, but Mzuu has the showstopper at hand. And despite the paranoia hitting two, the timing for KSU is not going through.
His placement of the spike has been found before, and it ended in misery. But Sushi is certainly bringing a cause for celebration from the camp of St. Clair. And finally, after so many overtimes, it will be the Saints who take away the series in 2.
Oh my goodness, the Saints stay flawless. No losses on the season, still undefeated here in the NA Star League. And what a way to end it. Oh my goodness, Scrubby. Let's talk about it. The man deserves so much praise at those last 10 rounds. Every overtime round, he had impact in a big way, and sometimes in a clutch way as well. It was just so consistent. It's almost like we saw a different player playing from the rest of that second map. I just think that the step up is huge to be able to stay mentally in that game, because when you're playing poorly, you get into a mental rut and you just can't get out of it. That wasn't the case for Scrubby. I cannot talk enough good things about that performance at the end of the day. But Ims, Uwu, and Casper, those are the two heavy hitters that absolutely pulled this St. Clair's roster through this.
Just supremely consistent plays coming from them, and this is a nice moment. It was in the beginning, and this was essentially the major highlight from Scrubby in the regulation time, and it was a quiet performance from them until it really counted in OT. But this is just standard. It's run-of-the-mill for Caillou and Casper. Those 3Ks, those very big movements throughout the regulation match. My God, everyone in this server, as well from Kansas State University, they played an amazing match. There were so many moments.
Look at this.
Come on, a mid-air headshot to stop the showstopper. You really can't ask for much more than that. And they left it all out on the server today. Unfortunately, we didn't go to a map 3, but I think for everyone's sleep schedule, maybe that is for the best. But Pearl, it still remains to be an unplayed map, but that's okay, because what was offered by us here has been amazing. But now it's time to take a little bit of time to listen to the voice of someone who walked out from the Saints, came out on top. So joining us from St. Clair, we'll find out. We don't even know. It's gonna be Mzuwu. Mzuwu, congratulations on the victory. You fought tooth and nail. How are you feeling after that? I think that was a head stubble overtime.
Bloody knackered. That's all I'm gonna say. Bloody knackered. What a fucking game, man. It's like 34 rounds, I believe, right? There was like 18-16, right? Yeah, it was 34 rounds.
Yeah.
We're all absolutely dead. Like, absolutely dead to best. If we went to first map, you know what? I don't even know what way that would have went. That was such an intense game. I have no words for it. I'm just proud of the boys. We brought it back mentally. It was a great game for us.
Well, okay, let's talk about it. I mean, you were very consistent over the course of the series, but I think Casper deserves the praise tonight. I mean, we got to see you earlier this week on Monday. You played a phenomenal game then, and I think that you really had some clutch moments tonight. But talk to me about who is doing the communicating in some of those clutch moments. Is it a team effort? Like, who's doing the leading in those areas?
Definitely props to Casper. Casper played an amazing series today. He actually top ranked both games, I believe. He actually had amazing impact. The person I'd probably say when it comes to communication, Caillou. Caillou's been like leading us, giving us those calls, you know, giving us those like mid-round reactions, stuff like that. Like me and him kind of share the leading kind of role, but he takes most of the control. I just take some mid-round calls, but he takes most of the control. Like, so full credit to him. He has great calls, great communication, great reads, absolute unit.
Absolute unit. That's amazing. And speaking of communication, something that we touched upon is after you had a run of multiple rounds in a row where things were just not going your way, you hit the timeout and things turned around. What are you talking about during that timeout?
During the timeouts, usually we speak about, you know, what they're doing, counter-stressing, but for this one specifically, it was just to get a hard mental reset. Like, we spoke less about what to do in the game and spent more time actually trying to calm down. You know, bring down our adrenaline. You know, some people are tilted, untilt them. It's about the mental game. We're not worried about our strategies. We're confident in our strategies. We're confident in what we do. It's our mental. Mental is our biggest game. So taking these breaks is less strategy, just more regaining our control, regaining our mental, getting back into the game, getting that fire back, getting that spark.
So let's talk about the mental for a minute, because I was just making the point right before we got to talk to you. Scrubby had a pretty darn rough bind over the course of regulation. I mean, listen, it happens to everyone. It is what it is. But had an incredible resurgence during the overtime period. Would you put that down to that mental stability and the rest of the team being able to build them up and keep the mental good?
100%. Dude, he was literally apologizing the entire game. He's like, I'm sorry guys, I'm bottom fragging, like stuff like that. We tried to assure him as much as we did, but he just, out of nowhere, he just turned on demon mode. He just kept running around, killing everyone, and getting his first bloods. He gave us Scrubby. He gave us the real Scrubby. The first half, second half, it's unlucky. It happens to people, right? You just get bad games, bad stuff. You know, you get unlucky timing, but he regained so much mentality. After that pause, oh my god, I was watching the Scrubby show. Holy damn, man. He went from like 8 kills to like, I think like 20. He was going crazy. He was peeking everyone, killing everyone.
Well, and okay, so just thinking about the rest of the season, I mean, we're just about halfway through, actually a little bit more than that. Where do you guys see yourself in NACE? Do you see yourself as title contenders? I mean, we saw some very solid stuff from you tonight.
I don't know about title contenders. I think we're just gonna win the whole thing. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, I think we're just gonna take it. Like, we're just gonna take it off.
All right.
Like, there is no team that can contend us, my friend. We are the best.
I love it.
Amazing. You're putting on a clinic though, and you showed us that, and still not a single map dropped. Now, before we send you on your way to enjoy your victory, enjoy your night, is there anyone you want to give a special shout out to?
Saints Gaming, Chris, Sean, everyone from the St. Clair College, and also the Goose House, my boys from the UK. I used to represent them back in the day, so love to them as well. Love to everyone, really. My teammates, everyone supported us. And love to both of you as well. I hope I can probably vouch. You guys are probably amazing consoles as well. So I would love to rewatch this.
Appreciate it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much, Mzuru. Congrats on the dub, and hey, when you rewatch this one back, have a good night, bro.
Absolutely love it. Take care. Good night, guys.
Good night.
All right, folks. So that wraps things up today for Valorant. And what a very intense match it was. 2-0. The Saints come out on top of an undefeated record, and that ends things for Valorant. But that does not end things for the NACE Star League. Not this week, as there's still plenty of action in the collegiate scene left to check out. Now, tomorrow on Thursday, it's Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And to wrap things up on Friday, it's CSGO. And you definitely want to check it out because, well, we got Vincent double dipping. He'll be back there. Get familiar, get comfy with this man because he's always killing it. But unfortunately, we have to say goodbye. But we first want to say thank you to all our sponsors: Extra Life, Crusader, Monster, BetterHelp, Duncan, Mavics, ROTC. Thank you all for helping create the NACE Star League and give us the opportunity to cast over these amazing players. And thank you to all the sponsors, the players, the fans. Thank you, and good night.
Bye.